smiles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Something in my bones. I am fit to run. Ready for the rampage. Come before the storm rips up. I think I love it. Anticipation starting to build. Stay low, stay low, stay low. Ready to unlock. Whiskey on the rocks. Heavy from the subwaves. Out till 3 o'clock. I'm not looking for lovers. Tonight I'm looking out for myself. Letting go, letting go, letting go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Never getting low, set for vertigo. Further as the crow flies, miles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart.
treasure lies where fun begins. Hurry and gather your teammates for an adventure. As for Classic Mode, the Miramar map has been majorly updated in this version. We have integrated 2 new districts, Truck Stop and Partona. Furthermore, with this update comes a special weather condition, Sandstorm. Players caught in a sandstorm will continuously lose health, so be sure to avoid them. As for firearms, the P90 SMG has received a major revision and will be the first airdrop submachine gun, posing a significant threat. The new version of the P90 is available through airdrops, uses unique 5.7mm ammo, has a fast rate of fire, and has very low recoil. It comes with a suppressor and laser sight. The sight can switch between 2 different magnification levels, but it cannot be equipped with other firearm attachments. Hurry and try out the new P90. Many new maps are coming, including a new blade ball gameplay, where you can now use frying pans to deflect balls back at opponents. New grenade blade balls have been added, so beware of blade balls detonating after the countdown ends. The character switch device has added a new zombie transformation feature. The option to transform into a zombie and infect downed players is now available. When editing as a team, teammates editing the same object is no longer a concern. There are still even more improvements to check out that support your creative freedom. An option to retain the equipment from a match has been added, and the match-wide detectable action management system will help you retain your items and progress for an improved gameplay experience. A new smart generator function has been added that invites players to enter any text, and the game will automatically generate a grouped object according to the prompt. Come over to World of Wonder and write what you'd like to say. Enchantopia will continually be updated, and in these updates, players without creator authorization will be able to enter the Progress Hub, challenge map creation stages, experience the joys of map creation, and will even have a shot at becoming an authorized creator. In the new version, we are also launching a major feature, the all-new home system. In the home system, players can freely build their dream homes and interact with friends. In Cheer Park, we have also added the home shop and create a space that highlights their personality. Home building mode will also support collaborative editing by up to 4 players. Have fun building a house with your friends. Gather your friends and start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the home butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the home tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories. We have also added a messenger feature in home. You can release a messenger from your home and also receive the messengers of others to interact with players from around the world. At the same time, you can visit the homes of other players and enjoy features such as leaving messages, sending popularity gifts, collecting home coins, and other social features. Explore the infinite possibilities of home. In Cheer Park, we have also added the Home Shop. Here, you can purchase items for your home and participate in the Lucky Spin to win items for decorating your home. Eager to start building your own home now? Go and complete the various home missions to earn great home rewards, or complete matches in Ranked Classic mode for a lucky draw chance for home loot when tallying match results to get more items for your home. That's all for now for the new home gameplay. We'll be releasing more tutorial videos for home soon, so stay tuned. What are you waiting for? Invite your friends now and build your very own home. PUBG Mobile's 6th birthday is just around the corner. A merry 6th anniversary to all friends old and new. In version 3.1, we have lots of new content and updates for players. May you have a wonderful 6th anniversary celebration. In the sky-high spectacle themed mode, the gigantic Nimbus Island appears on the flight path. If you'd like to begin a mystical journey, then grab a parachute and drop on in. Nimbus Island is a magnificent city in the sky. The Day Island offers a wide field of view, making it the perfect place to show off your gun skills. The Night Island boasts charming scenery, but veils itself in fog. Extra caution is advised. Eliminate all enemies on the island, harness all the blessings you can from the magic lamps, and collect ample supplies along with an extra respawn card. These are your crucial measures on the road to chicken dinner. Don't fret if you're unable to enter Nimbus Island. You can board the Sky Treasure Ship and unlock crates. Or with the aid of the treasure map, find crates that grant extra supplies. The all-new 2-seater vehicle, Flying Carpet, is sure to become your trusty accomplice on this adventure. Aside from this, plenty of mystical items will aid you in eliminating your enemies or in pranking your teammates. On this 6th anniversary, the Battleground will be full of interesting spots to check out. Treasure lies where fun begins. Hurry and gather your teammates for an adventure. As for Classic Mode, the Miramar map has been majorly updated in this version. We have integrated 2 new districts, Truck Stop and Partona. Furthermore, with this update comes a special weather condition, Sandstorm. Players caught in a sandstorm will continuously lose health, so be sure to avoid them. As for firearms, the P90 SMG has received a major revision and will be the first airdrop submachine gun, posing a significant threat. The new version of the P90 is available through airdrops, uses unique 5.7mm ammo, has a fast rate of fire, and has very low recoil. It comes with a suppressor and laser sight. The sight can switch between 2 different magnification levels, but it cannot be equipped with other firearm attachments. Hurry and try out the new P90. Many new maps are coming, including a new blade ball gameplay, where you can now use frying pans to deflect balls back at opponents. New grenade blade balls have been added, so beware of blade balls detonating after the countdown ends. The character switch device has added a new zombie transformation feature. The option to transform into a zombie and infect downed players is now available. When editing as a team, teammates editing the same object is no longer a concern. There are still even more improvements to check out that support your creative freedom. An option to retain the equipment from a match has been added, and the match-wide detectable action management system will help you retain your items and progress for an improved gameplay experience. A new smart generator function has been added that invites players to enter any text, and the game will automatically generate a grouped object according to the prompt. Come over to World of Wonder and write what you'd like to say. Enchantopia will continually be updated, and in these updates, players without creator authorization will be able to enter the Progress Hub, challenge map creation stages, experience the joys of map creation, and will even have a shot at becoming an authorized creator. In the new version, we are also launching a major feature, the all-new home system. In the home system, players can freely build their dream homes and interact with friends. In Cheer Park, we have also added the home shop and create a space that highlights their personality. Home building mode will also support collaborative editing by up to 4 players. Have fun building a house with your friends. Gather your friends and start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The Home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in Home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the Home Butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the Home Tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in Home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in Home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In Home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories. We have also added a messenger feature in Home. You can release a messenger from your home and also receive the messengers of others to interact with players from around.
With 2 more days to go, including today, we're almost at the end of the league stage before we're heading into next week's grand final. It's make it or break it time for all the teams down there who will try to make in the top 16. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PMCL 2024 Southeast Asia Spring with me, Choo Choo, and Seklau as your casters for the day.
Yes, and this is the weekend show. That means today, tomorrow, and we're good, and we will lock in the top 16 teams on the grand final. So that's like what, a total of 12 more games, and we're done. I mean, 12 games will fly by really fast. So it's definitely a sprint for some of these struggling teams down there.
I agree. When it comes to the second last day here, we do know for a fact some teams will have to push as much as they can, try to get themselves in the top 1, not just the competing top 3 towards the top 1 spot, but we're talking about also when it comes to the top 16, who will actually have to be relegated, saying goodbye without even stepping their foot into grand finals, and who will make it into the grand finals till the very last minute. Now, we do have 5 groups in total, but we will be rotating throughout the entire day. In case you guys just joined us, this going to be the final week, and that's going to be week 3 in day number 4.
Yes, but before we go on to our game, of course, we gotta reintroduce the format in case for some reason you just joined us for this season. We're gonna start our first game in Sanhok, and we're gonna play that one and only Sanhok every day, followed by 3 Erangels back to back. But in between, after match 3, we will have an extended break. So don't be too worried if you see the timer is a little bit longer than the other breaks. And then when we come back, we're going to go to the final Erangel and then the last two Miramars for today, and we'll wrap up the Saturday show. And we'll look forward to the Sunday show after that.
Well, when it speaks about Sanhok, so far we don't have any sort of team that would dominate over too much over Sanhok. But when it comes to elimination points, we do know for a fact we had record holder See You Soon X Tiger KE yesterday scored themselves the highest eliminations. Put that numbers in your mind, 21 eliminations. But when it comes to the score system, I know it's a bit complicated, but we will try to simplify for you guys out there. We do have weekly points when it comes to every single week in the league stage, where the players and team will gain their weekly ranking. Now the weekly ranking will contribute towards the league points based on how and where they rank on the weekly ranking, which the league points will lead over towards the league ranking later on. From therefore, league ranking for every single week will be accumulated, which will be the head start points that will bring forward towards the grand finals.
Yes, and once we go to the grand finals, the head start points will play a big role. We have seen it before in the PMSL, how that impacted some teams. And the league points is distributed based on the screen that you can see on the right side. And we'll lock this in after we finish the Sunday show. So keep an eye on that. That is going to be a big one here. But what is going to be big is also our teams that will be playing the first two games, ACDE Group B, that consists of Harame Bros, Myth Clan, Enigma, and APG will return on Game 3.
Now, speaking of the absence of Group B, we can assume when it comes to without Group B participating in this map, it will be a bit conservative. We don't have that much fight compared to when Group B is actually playing. Now, also when it comes to the next rotation, after we're done with the first Erangel, we'll actually swap over from Group B. We'll be entering back in, which gonna be A group will be out. Osja Esports, Strangers Esports, Dread Esports, FV Vision, Flash Vision Esports will have a bit of rotations afterward. Now this gonna be Group B, Group A wanting to open up the gap as much as possible, especially Osja Esports when it comes to the first two map rotations, because they still have quite a big gap in between, but it's just not that stretchable still like how they hoped for so far.
Well, speaking about the gap, a look at the first and second place gap. When it comes to the league prize pool, it's rather significant. It's $2,000 difference, and the total prize pool for the league only will be $27,900. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is only for the league. In the grand finals, there will be a different set of prize pools waiting for the teams. Now, it's not only about the placements, but also the best performing team of the week will receive an extra $150. The Terminator of the week will receive $150. This is for individual award, and for another team award, which is the winner chicken dinner per match, teams will receive an extra $100. And I can tell you right now, Osja Esports, they have the most chicken dinners amongst all the other teams.
So far, when it comes to the prize pool, we do know for a fact it's not going to be as important to get to the grand final first, then only can actually have a look at it around the prize pool. But when we talked about the overall standings, we do know for a fact Osja Esports do take the number one spot. I do know that you guys a lot out there are actually rooting for GE, but GE stands at number 3, which can be 1 point difference between MFG and GE so far, but the gap between the third and fourth place, this margin is quite huge compared to second and third. This is where a bit of a different tier of play we can actually see and witness compared to, well, Osja Esports is just another tier entirely. But also we do have that one single team that do have that one single point, which can be FVE. I hope they will actually try to advance to double digit by end of today.
Yeah, it was a 0 point day for them, not a 0 point round day for them yesterday. So today will be the day that they'll be able to do it. And they also have yet to score any chicken dinners in the entire PMCL. So they need to get their posters up there. And we've got, only today and tomorrow for them to score that, because for them to go in the grand finals, it is, we can say it's unlikely now.
But also when it comes to not getting the grand finals, the teams down there do have something to prove, which are going to be, will they be staying here when it comes to the next few seasons? That's going to be another question to be raised in the next few seasons as well throughout the entire year. But when it comes to getting themselves in the top 16, we did mention multiple times regarding the teams that's not really in the safe zone just yet. That's including God of Death 7, Fearless Esports, who barely get themselves at the 16th spot here, which going to be also TTQ. But so far, TTQ performance when it comes to the final week, they have been quite consistent here and got themselves quite a good momentum to start off the final week, and might be getting it stronger when it comes to the finish line. And I don't think they will have any issue when it comes to getting themselves the top 16s in the grand finals. But AI Esports, on the other hand, it seems to be losing their quite a ball game down there. It's just they are quite scattered all over when it comes to a final week, and things has not been what they hoped for when it comes to closing up the game here.
Yeah, but what we are hoping for is every one of you to get a taste of riding this Bentley. Thank you so much to PUBG Mobile and also the Bentley collaboration. You guys can outpace in style, and this is also applicable to multiple vehicles inside the game, of course, either the UAZ, the Dacia, the Coupe RB, or the Mirado. Skin up your Baron cars now and turn it into a beautiful Bentley. And there's 9 different sets here to be collected, so make sure you collect all of them. Put up content because we'd like to see all of them as well. If any of you happen to get all 9 of them, they'll be amazing. Tag PUBG Mobile Esports and tag us as well, because yeah, we'd like to see how it looks like in game when it's used by you guys.
There's going to be 9 skins for you to keep on swapping around. It's going to be fun. It depends on the mood of the day for you guys. So just make sure you guys got the Bentley collaboration, which is going to be once in a lifetime, a very limited amount of time. We have no clue about the timeline that's available for you guys to get your hands on this collection. So make sure you try to grab it while you can. But other than just the Bentley collaboration that we do have in the game, we have another RP coming up, which is going to be RPA6. Later will be showcased here, since we're going to see the Bentley collaboration quite a bit longer than we used to. But when it comes to the latest Royal Pass, of course, take advantage of the high value, very low investment of the RPA6 with a triple set available, with also the weapon skins, cosmetics also available for you guys, and also there's some helmet. I wish one day they would actually make some vest sort of cosmetics, but I don't know, it kind of will overlap with the sets as well, so it kind of the same thing.
Yeah, and okay, I'm trying to think now. Well, if anyone wears a vest, actually it's not visible because of, you know, it would just like be just the skin, right? But if you wear a helmet, then it's visible. So yeah,
that's
I guess
I said about overlapping, so it kind of not makes sense.
Yeah, that was where I was getting to, right? So yeah, so that's why it's more focused on the actual skin itself as one set. So yeah, so looking at the sets here, there's tons of them to choose. In fact, like Linet Fitness set, there's like multiple different colors, and even like the Dreadnought set is like a separate one that is at level 40, and then at level 100, when you level up, you will get the multiple color set. So yeah, all value here, and when you get it, there's a maximum rebate of 720 UC available until the 17th of May only. So you gotta do it fast because you want to start this one early, right? I mean, if you've been in the game long enough, you know that the Royal Pass, you need time to do the missions, to gain the levels, and when you gain levels, you will gain more of these sets, you will gain more of these goodies. So start off early and don't wait till the last minute so that you can get every single one of them.
Now we're done with ads for now. We were gonna have to focus 100% towards all the teams that are gonna play here today. We did mention it regarding a couple of teams that's not really in the safe zone when it comes to getting themselves the top 16 of grand finals. Now, one step at a time, where we do know for a fact it's going to be another possibly winner for living up to the trophy, or just taking the trophy for this season. We had that a couple of seasons before, which was GE, but Erangel Esports do show a great competition here when it comes to this season. But before we talk about the grand finals as a whole for the next week now, we are talking about who will be relegated as well. We talk about Fearless Esports, God of Death 7. Now, they cannot drop any ball anymore when it comes to the next 2 days.
Yeah, God of Death 7, they have a second chance just because of how AI Esports is doing now, but they need to have that big gap between them and AI Esports. That is one of the criteria for them to do well. Another criteria is that it also depends on how FRL is doing. But at this moment, FRL, if we look at the overalls, which we'll review again later, they are at this moment close with AI Esports. So that is not going to be enough for them to get out of it. They need to open up a significant gap as well with AI Esports to push AI Esports down to the bottom four, and then they might survive. So the interesting part is that with all these possibilities, there's still that drama for us to look forward to until end of tomorrow.
Now, speaking of tomorrow, so it means that we're running down on games here with 12 more maps to go for the final week. Now, do tell us from your opinion, and you guys watching at home here, and thank you so much for your support. Don't forget to hit that like and share button as well to keep this going, so we have more tournaments for the Southeast Asia World Cup for you guys as well as fans, and we are their fans too. And also, don't forget to tell us in the comment section below, who do you think will actually be relegated? Who do you want to be the one that actually finally stepping into the grand finals in the very last minute? Do you think that God of 7 can actually, God 7 or God of Death 7 can actually make it through? I do know for a fact that APG Esports and AFI Esports will kind of having a hard time when it comes to getting the grand finals. That's going to be the two that possibly will be relegated unless they're trying to make a different really big miracle coming up for the next 2 days, including today. But for God of Death 7, we do know the point of the overall league is not that much. Now for Fearless Esports, there's a slightly spot to it, but there's still going to be a bit of a gap, and they need to get themselves quite a hefty amount of points to make it through for the grand finals as well.
Yeah, so that's the story for the relegation, right? There's also more stories for other teams even up there, whether they can get as many starting points as possible for the grand finals. That's also one. And so far, it's still an interesting race up there for Austria Esports to retain the #1 spot. There are teams hot behind them, like GE, even teams that are doing well, like MFG is currently at second place. They caught up to GE during the last game yesterday. So the #1 spot could still change. I mean, there's this moment there's an okay gap, probably like a 1 game's worth. But since we still have until tomorrow, then yeah, it is still mathematically possible for Austria Esports to be overtaken by any of those teams that we just mentioned.
And the team we just mentioned just now is going to be either GE or MFG at this point, which is going to be doable. But also in the case of the league ranking points, I'm just going to recap for you guys when it comes to week 1 and week 2 before we heading to our Sanhok, which is going to be the first map of today. So far, when it comes to the league ranking points for the standings, Team Harame Pro do have a very firm placement at first place so far, with Genesis Esports at second. A high chance, I have a feeling, based on the current performance of GE, they might actually ended up as week 3 second place as well. So maybe that's going to be bumped up when it comes to the total 3 weeks long of league ranking points accumulated. They might actually push themselves first, because just if you compare with those GE Esports at week 1 and week 2 accumulated points, they actually land themselves at 8th place. So even if they finish off first for end of this week or week number 3, the best placement they can actually get might be like in the top 5 or maybe on 6th or 7th place. So GE, high chance they actually will ended up in the first place, unless Team Harame Bro will try to prove us wrong, where they still doable for them to catch up to first place. But the point getting between them at 112 to catch up to 158 is still quite a big margin.
Yeah, it also depends what happens on top, right? So there's the factor of themselves, there's the factor of other teams. So there's all these things to consider. And also the groups will be rotating, and whether it will affect them or not, whether they will challenge other teams just to get onto the top. So all these things that we'll be seeing. Speaking about seeing, we'll be seeing our first game, ladies and gentlemen. We jump into Sanhok.
Yesterday and the day before, the Sanhok map circle wasn't so friendly for the players. We had hard team before, we had the triple island before. Now that's so hard, it's just almost impossible. We're gonna have the right side circle so far, and it has been in the center or the northern side. That's it. And it has to comprise of all three islands when it comes to the first few circle. But we do know when it comes to bootcamp, that's where all the spiciness of first contact will be made. Especially, we do know that Enigma also possibly playing here. Yeah, and not really. So if Enigma is not playing, possibly we don't have that much of contenders. But it feels like more than one team do feel interested when it comes to bootcamp, and TTQ definitely will land themselves there. But I'm not sure if there's any passerby will try to take bootcamp out of their hands in the early stage of it.
Well, at least for a start, Enigma is not playing this round, so TTQ has bootcamp for themselves. Unless based on the circle, another team comes by, then there's going to be a different story. I'm probably looking at Camp Alpha. I do see some overlap. Master Vape at the Camp Alpha Island, and also someone else from God of Death 7. So that could be a fight here. Yep, there you go. And looks like Master Vape became the first one to be eliminated.
Well, at least for God 7, it's going to be a great start. What they needed for that 1 point, and the 1 point will set the tone for every single map for today. And Beeb and the rest of them will try to pick up with what's left for the looting around the compound. Well, AI Esports, unfortunately for them, they're not having a great start once more. But the circle, this one is going to be the really old ancient circle back in the days. Hard thin with a 50% of water in it. This is not going to be great for a lot of them out there.
Yeah, it would be crazy if this circle goes to Tatmok, right? Like, it kind of looks like it's going to be a Camp Alpha Island because it's majority in it. But if it goes to Tatmok towards that maybe 5th phase circle, it will be insane. You will see a huge migration from Camp Alpha to Tatmok, and that will be crazy. Everyone will be swimming. Who takes the first dip? Who takes the last dip? Who takes the shots? It's just going to be a mess.
2-1-4 Akira do take themselves on top of a hard team first, but H2R is quite far apart. Well, God 7, I mean, like, this should be their circle once more. Every single time they're actually in Sanhok, God 7 do have their circle, but can they actually execute it and deliver their performance here? They got the upper hand, they should use it, boys. But back towards the teams that quite far from the rest of the world. We do have Osja Esports right on top of Docks, a bit too far from the circle, but they do love the late rotation, so it's not going to be a problem at all for them, unless the See You Soon X Tiger KE team will try to, pick up a fight against Osja Esports.
Speaking about Osja Esports, so far they're in cave, so they need to move up north. They might move in a little bit later since, they're still looting up, taking the time. But for AI Esports, they bump into Dread Esports with Holy Lanju eliminated. And we have teams now starting to move to the Camp Alpha Island. So this is what we did talk about earlier on. If they are all here and all of a sudden the circle goes Tatmok, then good luck getting across.
Here comes the shots open up again for AI Esports. Another knockdown by the side of Dread, who happened to be parking himself on top of this bridge, camping it out, waiting for the passerby to be their victims of their crosshair. But on the side of Dread, after that one knockdown, can they translate it into 1 point since they lost Holy Lanji before? Yeah, they actually did for AI Esports on the other hand, running away from so many fights. I thought it's always FV in that case, but I guess I do have a following that sort of sense of strategy as AI Esports keep on running and being gunned down by Exquisite versus TQ. Another early scuffle in play.
Oh. Wow, close one. One more shot and Nathan got it. From the lower ground, he eliminated the quarter without losing anyone. And Super Pickles will be back up very, very soon. And it's going to be the first 4 points for Exquisite. But look at the elimination feed. Fights happening elsewhere. Dread Esports and AI Esports not finished yet.
Nathan, swap it over for his rifles once more. Exquisite. Those sounds will attract TTQ right on top of them. If they can actually flee into a compound, that would be nice. But Lufa, boy, his awareness is on peak performance. He knows somebody's watching him from above. He will take advantage of his position as well, despite the angle is quite difficult for the side of Execute to shut down on TTQ, but TTQ fighting back. Taken by surprise just now. Gus going ring around the rosy for once. Yue down on the ground. Did not expect it to happen, but Gus 1 HP with 1 first aid. But my, we do have another team coming by. Got 7 nearby, and this is not great for both Exquisite and TTQ.
Oh yeah, not great at all. Look at the position by ZZ, knocking down the members of TTQ from here. As usual, the Cam Alpha Mountain is their house. We have seen this multiple times when the circle went there. And again, they're going to take this advantage against TTQ. TTQ 2 members still active, Zuki and Gus, but ZZ will not want to let them go. Shots fired on Zuki. Zuki alerted, and now, how is he going to go to his teammates to revive them? It's going to be real tough.
Got 7, CZ. Keep the pressure onto the side of TTQ, but the smoke will not buy them that much time. They barely got enough space with 2 teams crushing down for both sides on TTQ. And if you guys actually want to question regarding why it's the 15 teams, there's some issues and unforeseen circumstances that FVE cannot play for Sanhok map. I'm not sure about the rest of the day. That's going to be the announcement of the day. But for the side of XQX, back to TTQ, happen to be trapping themselves and snap in between these 2 teams. God of Death 7, XQS just pinning them down. TTQ, no way they can breathe out of how they're being smothered by these 2 teams. And I have to say goodbye. Both TQ and TTQ, surprisingly, the siblings' name of very close, different team entirely, have to go down quite early in Sanhok.
Yeah, Okay, could this be another early one for Bieber? Up, there you go. Jashi got him. Well, early, not so early, but if you consider stage 1 early, then yeah. It's eliminated just like that. Surprise, surprise. Totally didn't expect Jashi to be there. But that also alerted the other members of God7. Now they know Jashi is there. God7 keeping an eye on that compound. But no rush in just yet.
Now the sprays open up. The crispy sound of rifles means there's going to be somebody dying over the other side. And that's going to be God of 7. Leaving only KS behind. Dreads, Jips going in for the kills. Rushing in at different angles. All Dread players with the trio just open up a triangle formation. Try to find the last player there is. But if they're not being careful, you do have another team which is going to be Exquisite watching over the other side. FRL might actually joining in, and AI Bunny since yesterday been playing quite a lot of solo game by himself. But coming out on the northern side, the circle also shrinks back to its side of the Cam Alpha. Do pull back a bit on south, and Hartin will be still a hotspot for so many teams out there. Back to its threat. Can they finish off God7? That's going to be the last shotgun, but KS will not go down without fight, but instead Dread. The entire team, despite they got himself a bit of a heads up before, might actually lose the entirety of this lineup with only 1 more to go. KS is clutching a 1v3 here.
Wow, nicely done by KS. Did it all alone. And now only Jashi left on the other side. But now Exquisite has arrived. They want to try to take over this Camp Alpha Mountain, because based on the circle, it's going to go 100% onto Camp Alpha. So taking over this compound is going to give them a good strategic ending. But they have to win the fight against God of Death 7.
Super Pickles tossing in the nade, hoping it will land and connect in some way. But unfortunately, despite God of 7, KS fighting, Amura cannot be saved. Exquisite Nathan a bit uneasy, listening to the footsteps right beneath him. Spotted out KS, that's going to be the last valiant effort on the side of God of 7. But unfortunately, with what they have, I mean, still they secured quite a number of elimination as a 4. And that was KS doing so much work by himself, and Dread will be safe for the day, but there's going to be Lufa boy scouting for another eliminations, and he's looking at the horizon.
Yeah, GE looking over. Looks like they might want to play the gatekeeping role, because the bridge is still in the circle for now, that is. And whoever passes by, GE will shoot them down. Now the bad news for GE is that they are playing this round without Myrna. So 3 players to guard the bridge, while SDE takes the boat ride instead.
Minor Bit of fetching game here for the side of us Strangers Esports. MFG, despite known for their very aggressive gameplay and personality in the game, this time they're being a bit quiet, but we do have one singular player that has been hiding out. I think that's going to be AI Esport Bunny, yep. An unknown. Hopefully stays unknown for now, because AI Bunny will not even twitch a muscle just to make sure he can hide for the longest time, playing for the placement points. But MFG quite aggressively finding their targets. Is going to be FRL for now.
Rooftop shot, so they know that someone's there. But a good spread by MFG just to keep an eye on the other side. Like what you said, FRL is there too. So you want to make sure that both sides are kept in check for now. The good news is that they got into the circle and into the Camp Alpha Island. Next is how are they going to get out of the sticky situation, because they have to show themselves now. Officially, the circle is not on their side.
MFG, yacht car unknown and exit. Quite an open space in between the players themselves. And Minor STE do swim themselves quite far-fetched zone up there. But they got themselves an airdrop. And double airdrop for also see you soon. Backward side of FRL. Spraying over MFG. There's nowhere for them to actually dock themselves and just move towards the side of unknown. It's going to be tough for MFG. Hopefully that smoke will buy them a bit more time. But for FRL, they know exactly a lot of so many teams under their radar right now.
There you go. Shots fired from afar by 1 second. Putting pressure on the MFG, who's having trouble getting up now. Bunny, this nade could finish off unknown to secure that point. Bam! And he will take the point to himself. Being the last member of AI Esports, picking out that 1 point is great work all alone. And now it's FRL. Now it's their turn to pick up the points.
Nate's flying over. Renza will try to flee. We'll move Harry and the rest of the team possibly in a different angle towards just next to the circle. But 1 second, still eager to get those still staying in the blue zone who's waiting for them to flee. That's going to be MFG. They don't want to let MFG advance. They were trying to deny their mobility towards the forward navigation into the circle. 1 second. Now will be the taxi driver for the rest of the team. While PBE spotted LSJ Esports, so it's going to be them scouting over the perimeters. Spotted on 1 meter, start to open fire. And it's going to be Red Bull, one of the most MVP this season. But with the help of Astro, actually ran down Michi just as easy as he can actually do it. But still PBE, despite they actually do have the heads up before seeing a Red Bull from Osja Esports, but Osja Esports actually setting the perfect trap to ensnare the entire team of PBE.
Oh, PBE now pushed to the corner. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They know exactly where they are. Dewey will come in and spam by Dewey. Takes out Playbook Esports. As long as they've lasted until the top 10, they got no elimination points. So it's a 0 Sanhok round for them.
Okay, when the rest of Osja Esports, every single time somebody tried to pick a fight against Osja Esports, they just managed to flee and just managed to survive the end of the day and just recounter the attack. It feels like they have this reflective shield that seems to be dauntless and just easily taking back the fight towards his enemy or their enemies in the case of Osja Esports. It's a very rare occasion to see Osja Esports to manage to be taken down by the teams that ambush them from behind. If you try to do sneak attacks against Osja Esports, almost impossible to actually win them over. But if you try to fight them head on in a mid-range fight, that's where things get a bit more towards the teams that's fighting Osja Esports and actually do have the chance of winning percentage a bit higher than they actually doing a sort of an ambush sneaking attack. But on the side of blue zone, we do have a lot of sitting ducks in here, including that's going to be Dread last player, final finish off by Super Pickle, XQS or Exquisite, doing well here today.
Yeah, I waited for that 1 point and that paid off. So Super Pickles will be happy with that point. And now It's their turn to get into the circle. Circle move further up north. Oh my goodness. This is one of the most edgiest circle in Camp Alpha that we have seen in a while. But we still have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams at least completely inside of it, including CU soon there. And Exquisite will need to find their next stop inside the circle.
John, sound of the M416. I do prefer the AKM sounds over the rifles. It's very crispy and spicy, but also Esports, as per usual, Red Bull never let you go. You managed to secure us on one. See you soon, on the other hand, is not great. Here comes the entire team of Osjai Esports knocking on that door. And the door's not even available for the side of See You Soon by now. Red Bull tossing it out, flushing down the rest of See You Soon team. Here comes the entire cavalry, just pushing with so much pressure to the side of See You Soon. But they come at a course here for the ambush coming up from Osjai Esports. They lost Skynet.
Wow.
But Red Bull, with what play that he has to offer, that was incredible clutch by himself.
Wow, that's why he's the multiple MVP, but the job's not done yet. Boyshon comes in, Boyshon with the DBS. Oh, bro shot! And Boyshon still got it with the last stick of health. Oh man, so close, but now can Red Bull follow up in time? Nope, Boyshon is back up. Red Bull 1v1 with Boyshon, and Red Bull's healing up himself as well, preparing to fight against Boyshon that has the DBS.
Nate, Red Bull, trying to put a perfect projectile here. Sean will fight back. He definitely will respond to this. But the Nate's running low and down.
Wow.
It's the perfect one. My God, boy, Sean. That trajectory was perfect angle, well calculated. 1,000,000 IQ plays. That's been actually delivered by the side of See You Soon. I have to say that's a big clutch by Boyshon, despite the entire team went down by Osja, and it was a rare sight to see Osja Esports to be taken down despite they are the one initiating the push first.
Well, I really love to see that bounce off that window. That was amazing stuff there. But what is even more amazing is our circle went even more to the corner. My goodness, but GE managed to slide into the circle somehow. They made a quick rotation into it. And now they have this elevated area against STE.
Newbie. I actually heard the movement or the sounds made by GE right on top of them. Quite risky since they do have the lower ground and quite a steep slope at that as well. The angles for them to shoot above is quite difficult. Very difficult on STE, but GE still on the ground because of the two supports waiting at the other end of the hills across them, where 762 and also Minor waiting at the other end. They've been laid and everything seems to be unfolding for STE, but not so great on the side of GE right now. Small barely got enough space to play around the corners and ring around the Rosie. Here we go with the DBS plays, but still with the help of Zide behind, they're gonna manage to clip on one. 762, he gives so much support at the back, but the Blues will start to close in. Trouble smells over for the side of STE.
Wow, nowhere to go for 762 now. He has to show himself. If not, he will give himself up to the blue. Zai goes in for the revive. Comes in with the M4 back onto 762. And 762 tries to shoot back. Zai kind of low, but he's able to land a final shot onto 762. Eliminating Strangers Esports.
Down to top 4. GE doing great when it comes to this week as well. When it comes to the very last minute push, they always will be present during the very most critical time. Top 3, back to Yumzai. On the side of ST, they still have a trio. They fought against GE before, but they have to make it a pause for a bit. Sorry, not ST, it's FRL. Fearless Esports. We don't have anybody with a full squad for now, but it seems to be the calm before the storm.
The storm seems to be arriving now from the outside the circle. And in the name of MFG, that is. And Boyshan got to be super duper careful because he's alone. If he gets knocked up here, that's it. There's no such thing as knock if we got to think about it. It's an immediate elimination. And MFG, if they can land that one headshot, or maybe a couple of headshots, then they will probably be able to get that. At circle time. Okay, good news is that Boyshot has the circle. GE up north unchallenged. FRL is going to come in from the right. Probably the biggest challenge now in this situation is MFG.
Yatka trying to hide his presence just beneath Boyshon, but Boyshon did a huge clutch before. Can actually do it again, but at the most best conditions they can be. It's gonna be. It has to wait for FRL and MFG as well as GE fighting each other. Then there's only going to be the opening for the side of Boyshon to get those chicken. If that actually ended up for the day here in Sanhok map, it'd be miraculously a good run for SYS or see you soon.
Yeah, if he can get the next circle, that would definitely aid him a lot. Circle shifted. Okay, we don't know if he is at least by the edge of it. Okay, now we have the mini map here on screen, and I believe that he does not have it, so he has to leave it. Yep, he has to leave that compound. But MFG is going to come up still, so let's see what's going to do. He seems to be staying there to try to stop MFG. Let's go.
Comes a Nate flying over. Boyshon, that was a perfect execution by Mewtwo. That flying Nate, we saw it through with the timer popped up as well. There's no way you can actually see that one coming, but MFG down to 3 teams here versus FRL and GE. GE still not attracting too much, never mind. The moment I mention it, that's where they start to shoot and give away the position, exploited themselves to FRL, but MFG also aiming for FRL. This is not great. FRL, they got the short end of the stick and seems to be stuck down there by only one rock covering them so far.
Oh, Mewtwo to the left. Nice shot there by Mewtwo. And they have to fight their way through. FRL on the right side will stop them. GE monitoring the situation, but GE only has 2 players. The snake cooked up by Mewtwo. Toss on to the other end, but it did not land. It exploded midair.
Nades! Here comes half HP down. Close enough to be chipped off entirely by those explosions, but Exit couldn't run away into the zone. Just been stuck in the blue for quite a bit. Now Mewtwo will revive. That's gonna be the odds are still with MFG. Back to 2v2, but GE can Zai just revive Smart to make sure they have the numbers to fight against each other. But Yucca's put out FRL, and it's gonna be plays and finish off. Yucca on the side of MFG. This is not great. It's gonna be the classic mono to mono, but FRL will go down for despite they got themselves the most numbers of men just now. But due to how they position themselves, the center of GE and MFG, things weren't so great. Down to 2v1. Can MFG revive their teammate Yakka, who's bleeding out?
Wow, so you really got to give it to MFG. They overcame the odds, like what you said. And now up against the big boys, Genesis Esports, Yatka opening up the flank on the right side, Mewtwo left on the left side. Oh, wait a second. No, Yatka is out. Oh my goodness, this only leaves Mewtwo all alone with the blue behind him. And it's 1v2 unless he can pull off a big clutch here. But GE knows where he is, so they're looking at his direction.
Yamzai. Toss another one. Oh, a bit too far. Mewtwo so close, but GE smiles on a different angle. It's 2v1. 2 different angles entirely. How Mewtwo to clutch this? The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be as clear as it is. But GE scores, and they got it. That one chicken dinner they've been waiting for. This is going to push themselves when it comes to the overall league standings by end of the final week here. And if you accumulate all the points of all 3 weeks, I have a feeling, yeah, GE might actually have a shot to get in that number 1 by end of this week as well.
Yeah, good stuff there, good stuff. They scored the chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok too, so now they score another one. So they have been scoring 2 Sandhawks in a row. Looking good so far for GE. And for them to catch the number 1, very possible, very possible. We'll just need to add on the scores that Austria Esports collected earlier on. But they are definitely closing out the gap with this chicken dinner.
Now, speaking of for the next Erangel, on the side of GE, they will actually still be playing. We don't have that much of a group shuffle yet until the second Erangel later on. But on the side of the overall ranking points now, when it comes to performance of MFG, they definitely play way better than they did when it comes to the other weeks prior. But when it comes to the final week here, MFG, will they be pushed down here since GE just got himself that chicken? And how much of a gap will they be by the end of this map?
Yeah, we gotta take that into consideration as well, right? Because they are one of the top contenders too. But looking at the amazing highlights from this round, 9 eliminations for Genesis Esports, so that's 19 points. And we got a lot of good action in this round. This is one of the best here. This nade by Boyshot. Yummy, yummy indeed.
On the side of the last nade just now, a couple of plays, it was quite hard for the side of MFG. Fight against the odds against GE. Now GE, despite they were the most least number before we enter into the final 1v1 between two teams here, they hold on much longer. On the side of CU soon, you have to give it to Boyshot to last that long. He managed to clutch out so many plays to just make it up to the top 4. But on the side of points, I have to give it to the side of GE with 7 eliminations, quite a number. But our MVP for this particular Sanhok, it's going to be Mewtwo from MFG with 4 total eliminations, 1 knockout, 700 over damage. It's still going to be a sort of standard when it comes to the numbers, and it seems to be tally up as well with the damage, so he's been doing okay.
Yeah, and his name had an MVP in it, so he has to get at least one. And this is his first MVP for himself, but of course for MFG as a whole, they've gotten MVPs before, and obviously chicken dinners. So this sort of number, what really affected is the total damage. Well, too bad we won't be able to review the total damage as a team for MFG. I believe it's quite significant, but I'm sure Mewtwo, he contributed a big amount of it with 745 damage out of this. But like what you said, right, we have seen bigger numbers before. But for not so big numbers, Genesis Esports got the chicken dinner, 1,204 damage, 9 eliminations. That's okay, but it's still a chicken dinner anyway.
A chicken's a chicken. He also got its price tag for the chicken dinner, by the way, with 9 actually total elimination, not 7. 6 total knockout, 3 assists. That tally up the numbers when it comes to those 9 eliminations. And for GE, they have been one of the most consistent team in the World Cup region of Southeast Asia for years now. I'm waiting for them to actually can be the same par as the Southeast Asia as a whole, including the Thais, the Malaysian, the Indonesian, and as well as the Vietnam team, to be competing in the future. Hopefully we're gonna get that soon after this season, which is gonna be the next season. We do know the teams will compete in the World Championship in the future, but who will get the slot, we're gonna have to wait and see. Will it still be Genesis Esports, or will it be the rise of Austria Esports?
Yeah, or maybe any other team. We love that as well. We love a new challenger. But overall stats, now Throwbus is only 109. And I guess that's also kind of affected by the fact that the circle is like all the way up north, so teams just focus on to trying to rotate, trying to get in the circle, trying to slide into it. So ain't nobody got time for nades. You still got the 109, and of course out of that was some of the best nades that we have seen so far in this tournament. Other significant numbers, I would say that even though there's only 109 nades thrown, but teams still had the time to loot 3 airdrops, so it probably might have dropped like somewhere strategic for the teams to pick it up before they enter to the next stage.
Let me do the mansplaining like you always do to me. I think the airdrop is because it's quite near towards 2 teams just now who were swimming. One of it was STE, and also because of GE, when they were heading towards the airdrop, towards the spot, they also got themselves the airdrop being dropped down before. So hence the airdrop this time, these days, I don't know why in PMCL the airdrop has been so remarkably generous, dropping themselves right in front of the players that actually be migrating the position and transitioning, compared to all the previous season where it dropped itself in a sort of ridiculous places to reach. But when it comes to the match standing so far, FVE has not been playing due to some issues, and well, hopefully they can join us later. But TQ on the other hand, PB also didn't score anything out of this as well. TTQ, despite being eliminated almost, I think a bit earlier than TQ, they secure 1 eliminations to get away at least 1 point in this match.
Yeah, at least at one point, but it's yeah, better than a 0. Not gonna lie, but 1 point, yeah, TTQ. I guess like the fans would kind of expected more than them, but it's okay. It's only that one game, and they're not too bad overall. And with that, they should be able to get into the grand finals. But let's check out the overalls, and this is where the important numbers are at. So Austria Esports still number 1, but the gap right now is 14 points. Between them and Genesis Esports, the same amount of games that they have played. A lot of the top contenders from 5th place onwards all have played the same amount of games, so they are in the similar level of race at this moment.
The teams that should be worried here are the teams that do have a bit more map rotation than the others. That's going to be the 4 team of PBE, YG, SQS or Exquisite, and also TQ. They played all 16 maps before, and they barely got themselves the first page except for XQS, FPB, and YG. But despite they got more numbers of map or matches played, rather than all the other teams that only got themselves 15, they still didn't land themselves the top 5. Now they have to make it big, or they might actually be one of those teams to go home early if they didn't secure more points by end of today.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the God of Death 7 and FRL. They're still on page 2, so still not the position that they should be in if they want to qualify into the grand finals. A lot more work to do for them with the amount of games left.
Now, speaking of the games left, we do have 3 more Erangel, including tomorrow's Erangel. For this week, we do have only 6 more Erangels to go and only 4 more Miramar for the day. So that's not going to be sounding too much. Now, we already sounding or speak up about the reality, how many maps left for the final week here of the league stage before we heading into the grand finals. Some teams will be relegated, and that will be quite a number as well, because 4 teams will not stepping themselves into the grand finals. Only top 16 will make that happen. Now, before we get into the next Erangel map, I do know we're going to head into the break for a bit. Now, also, we don't have any switch or swap of the teams when it comes to the next rotation.
Yeah, so it's going to be the same teams for 2 rounds, and that's going to be the trend throughout the week. Yeah, but after that, we will switch on to the other groups. But we'll talk about the other groups later on. For now, we'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
Anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the home butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the home tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories. We have also added a messenger feature in home. You can release a messenger from your home and also receive the messengers of others to interact with players from around the world. At the same time, you can visit the homes of other players and enjoy features such as leaving messages, sending popularity gifts, collecting home coins, and other social features. Explore the infinite possibilities of home. In Cheer Park, we have also added the Home Shop. Here, you can purchase items for your home and participate in the Lucky Spin to win items for decorating your home. Eager to start building your own home now? Go and complete the various home missions to earn great home rewards, or complete matches in Ranked Classic mode for a lucky draw chance for home loot when tallying match results to get more items for your home. That's all for now for the new home gameplay. We'll be releasing more tutorial videos for home soon, so stay tuned. What are you waiting for? Invite your friends now and build your very own home. PUBG Mobile's 6th birthday is just around the corner. A merry 6th anniversary to all friends old and new. In version 3.1, we have lots of new content and updates for players. May you have a wonderful 6th anniversary celebration. In the Sky High Spectacle themed mode, the gigantic Nimbus Island appears on the flight path. If you'd like to begin a mystical journey, then grab a parachute and drop on in. Nimbus Island is a magnificent city in the sky. The Day Island offers a wide field of view, making it the perfect place to show off your gun skills. The Night Island boasts charming scenery, but veils itself in fog. Extra caution is advised. Eliminate all enemies on
Well, GE edging closer to the top, but there's still games to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring 2024. Together with us, your storytellers. My name is Circla, together with the wonderful Choo-Choo. And we're done with the one and only sign-off for today. Heads up for Erangel next.
Now, there's not going to be any team swaps for now when it comes to the grouping of the first Erangel map. This is going to be the opportunity for Osja Esports to just take the lead even further. But also coming up from GE, they will finally start to closing the gap between Osja Esports. I feel like Osja Esports start to drop the ball for a tiny bit because the gap is just so small in between. But before we talk about more regarding the game and later on, we still don't have Group B, still like how we mentioned just now, still the same rotation of group. Well, Team Harame Bro, Myth Clan, Enigma and APG Esports will not be in this rotation.
Yes, they're going to remain the same groupings for now. Until the next game, it will change, ladies and gentlemen. So the two, not only the two, in fact, we got MFG here as well. So like the top teams are still playing in this round. So it will be really interesting to see if any major swaps happen at the top. Other than that, for teams like a Fearless Esports that are in here, teams like God of Death 7 is playing as well. So they are also fighting for survival. So those are some of the teams that we will also want to see how well can they perform in this round, because it's even more crucial for teams at the bottom as compared to the teams at the top.
Now, if you guys see us now after that rotation of group, it means that we do have another shout out going on, which is going to be the Bentley collaboration afterwards. So I cannot stress enough and keep brainwashing you guys. We're repeating messages coming up from our side to stress out how limited amount of time will be the collaboration between Bentley after this. So make sure you guys have your hands on. And before we get into the graphics even, I'm just gonna spill the beans for you guys.
Yep, it's definitely going to come up after this. And one thing is that it was not mentioned even on the graphics, like what till when it will be available. But what we do know for sure, it is available now. In case for some reason you missed out on this segment all this while, we're going to show it back to you again, and it is applicable to one or even all of these vehicles, the UAZ, the Dacia, the Coupe RB, or even the Berardo. You can shine up your vehicle with one of these amazing Bentley collaborated cars. You have 9 models here to choose from. Why not get them all if you can't choose and you think that all of them are amazing, which I personally think all of them are great.
Speaking of Bentley collaboration as well, do make sure that you spot the details for the interior design, because they actually changed that as with the skin actually equipped in your vehicles, on your vehicles. And also the new RPA6 available, which is going to be a 3 months duration of RP this time, starting off the 17th of March till the 17th of May for you guys to reach your levels of Royal Pass to level 100. Now, if you're already halfway through, you can actually achieve the Red Dog Sat, which is going to be available at level 14. But if you want for more, I mean, like, you have to bring in all the value you can get out of an RP. Make sure you actually hit the missions up to level 100. Then you definitely will take away all these perks that's coming along with this new RP.
Yo, yeah, tons of it for you to gain. And even up to the level 100, you will have the Lilac Fitness set. So in between them, there's a lot more for you guys to gain. So what value you can get out of the new RP set as well. Just as always, any RP set is always good value just because of how many things they can offer, just like how the teams can offer action to us as we will be preparing for Erangel next.
Yeah, but Erangel next one. We've seen a lot of different circle before. We had a really rough start for a circle of today. Quite an unusual hearty circle that we haven't seen for such a long time, even in Sanhok. Will that be a bad omen, or will that be actually a blessing when it comes to Erangel? The map where everybody loves, the most balanced there is, and quite I say balance ratio between the water and also the land area. But speaking of which, if we have a really easy circle when it comes to Sanhok, usually when it comes to whatever follows next in Erangel, it's going to be really something unpredictable for the players. But since we do have a tough start for the day, we might actually have a very generous Erangel next.
Generous one. What would you say is a generous one for you?
One that everybody can drop himself. I mean, like, that's usually my point, isn't it? And that's where we always see the same sort of circle every single time. And it's quite unusual for us to see a bit more to its left side of a circle these days. Back in the days, we do had a lot of hospital, left side hospital sort of circles. We hardly get quite in the center, like the Medusa in this section example of that circle. I mean, like, you've been in the scene for quite some time. We've seen a lot of generous circle, aren't we?
Yeah, so generous, normally it's like, I would say, main peninsula, wherever, whether it's in Pachinki area, left or right, Kaka, SMB, I think it's okay, not SMB, SPM, that is. But let's let the circle speak for itself as we jump into our first Erangel today with the same grouping from the Sanhok match. Here we go.
Erangel, we had really tough luck when it comes to the side of AI Esports today. Now, AI Esports, can they make a comeback? It's been a while since they had a really good run. I think it was a day before yesterday that really had an okay sort of run before. It was around day 2 or day 1 where they do started off quite strong. But as we walk down the week of the final week in the league itself, they just lost their spark, and it seems like things a bit dull for their end. Hopefully they do have a comeback after hitting not really rock bottom yet, but they are on the way down there if they're not being careful. We do have a bit on the northern side flight path, which favors towards on the side of Starburst, Savini, that kind of area. So whoever's want to drop themselves around Primos, which we do know there are a couple of teams who want to drop themselves there, might actually have quite a long journey they need, and it's compulsory for them to get themselves those vehicles to work.
Wow, I'm looking at the some of the early drops here. GE is going back to Novo, not going back to Rozok, as what we have seen frequently in week 3. So since they drop in Novo, there will be another team, and that is it on screen right now. We got STE taking the high ground first, and GE takes the Novo City. Austria Esports likely will go to main 30 base. And to talk about like a nice circle, well, I guess it's probably going to be a main peninsula circle.
Wait, what's really important here, the fact that GE dropping himself on top of STE again. So as he had this before earlier this week, this is no more a surprise attack from the side of STE. GE, they've been doing this for a couple of times just to run down to the side of STE, try to get the advantage of early perks of getting those eliminations against STE before. But it feels like they're having some hard time to track down the players of STE this time. STE, they're playing it smart, learning from their mistakes, knowing the fact that GE, if they happen to be dropped quite nearby, somebody else aside from them dropping quite nearby, it's going to be GE, that's going to be it. We do have our VE now getting into the game as well, but things have been not very beautiful. Quite an ugly start again from the side of our VE Sports.
Yeah, I noticed 2 of them eliminated, including Papa J as one of them. So 2 players to play the rest of the round for Flash Vision Esports as a start. It's always been a recurring trend during like the early stages that they got eliminated. So I don't know, not fixed yet, at least for this round. I guess we'll need to wait and see what happens next round.
sort of GE, they spotted our STE players, but I think the shots did not actually connect and might actually lose a track of the side of STE since they did not pursue and follow up from those sprays before. But RVE, they starting off with a 3, lost 1 player. It's just going to be errors and RIP for now. Papa Jazz, as usual, is always him being the first one to knock down. But hopefully they can actually creep and crawl into the double digits soon, because they are the only one without any points over the past few days. But on the side of YG, this is going to be up and rising when it comes to the final week for YG. But of all across the teams out there, when it comes to this season, I personally feel like MFG should be the team that should watch out for, because they're really aggressive and they're really good at getting themselves good fights. When it comes to engaging, the timing was perfect, the rotation was remarkable, but it's just when it comes to mid-game to late game, that's where things are a bit hard for them. Seems to be difficult for them to synchronize when it comes to lesser teams and lesser grounds to play.
Yeah, I guess you're right. There's a lot of hype like for Austria Esports, GE being like staple names in this stage of the scene, right? And MFG is not always talked about, but like what you explained, if you just look at their points right now and you kind of think about like how they've been performing, they will be like the teams that out of the top 3 teams at least, they probably the least talked about teams. But if they can come up with that one surprise by the end of tomorrow just to top the league, I think that will put a lot of talk in the chat or in the fans to look out for MFG as one of the contenders for the grand finals.
Now when it comes to the grand finals, it's going to be a different story entirely. We do know for a fact there are teams that really love playing the marathon. They're pretty comfortable when it comes to having so many days of games, so they can rectify the mistake, they can learn around the process. It's a learning curve for all the teams that are playing in the league stage and get to know each other's rotation, get familiar with the other team's gameplay and strategy as well, so they can be better in that certain sense, and maybe trying to learn and familiarize themselves with the drop spot that they might actually have to swap in the very last minute in case they have somebody actually share the same initial drop spot or early clashes. But there are teams that's really good when it comes to bringing out the surprises when it comes to the grand final. They do prefer a very short few days game, the tournament that don't really have a very stretched long marathon. They just can go all out in a day or a couple of days in that sense and just be the best version of themselves, because they might actually have a very high burst of energy but cannot, it seems like, not sustainable for a long run. And those are the cases of example here. Austria Esports, they're really loving it when it comes to very long term sort of play and marathon. And the side of GE, they love the short terms as well. They love sprinting out in the very last minute, because they will keep on surprising you with their gameplay that nobody else actually can figure out during the league stage. That's where they bring all their experimental stuff and all the good strats later on. But the teams that other than these two, all the others, we don't really have that much clue on. YG is still unpredictable, very inconsistent. When it comes to MFG, this is a new upcoming team that we don't really have that much information regarding them. Same goes for the side of TTQ, despite that we do know the players. Some of them are veterans and some of them are quite rookie. But the other teams that I also want to highlight is going to be PBE. Now, we do know PBE for so many seasons now. They have been swapping quite a number of roster, but so far they're the one that pretty much balanced between the marathon and the sprint. They're pretty good at both. Not the best in the middle pack, but they can push even further if they can balance out both and try to push up their performance at the same time.
Yeah, PBE is kind of like a wonky one, right? Like if they do well, they do really well, but if they don't, then they just go the other way around. But for the team that needs to do well, AI Esports, trying to survive to the grand finals, they will start off by taking down Liquid from TTQ.
Edward cooking up the night, saw the small shack against AI. I think it's funny again. MVP Tofi spraying over, but he exposed himself towards his back. It's going to be Zuki of TTQ to actually knock him down before they lost Liquid, but Gus is going to be repositioning himself to the flank side. on the potato hills of Pachinki. It seems to be crowded by two teams. AI Esports, they can fight. Yes, they can. But if they slip themselves, there's no room for error at all for them right now. They're not in the best place possible when it comes to this week's performance.
Happy to bump into 214 Akira and Erangel. Say thank you very much for passing by. Nice spray by Erangel. Gotta give it to him as well to get that knock. And it's a very unlikely for Master Vape to be saved. So red kit splat, and that's the point in the pocket for 214 Akira.
214 Akira, one of the teams that's really good at being a third party all around. Now, despite they're a bit busy with somebody else with AI Esports just now.
Oh.
Here comes 214 H2R Akira. Take it down on the sprays towards MVP Trophy. Bold and brazen, they're going to keep going for more. Consistently trying to shut them down. Whilst AI Esports, all they know in this map or in this past few days has been a bit traumatizing of running for the side of AI Esports. Instead of trying to initiate fights, they have been the one that being hunted down by all these teams. But the circle shifted. We might actually have 10% of water in there.
Yes, a little bit of water there, but unlikely that that will be affecting too much towards the end, I guess. But what will be affecting right now is a lot of the teams in the circle already. It's kind of getting colorful there in the middle. Not many gatekeepers though, so that could be an advantage for Austria Esports. They're still waiting on the bridge side, and they're going to come in a little bit later, so should be an advantage for them.
But the one that can actually shut down the side of Austria Esports is going to be CU Soon. We saw the John and the rest of CU Soon just now returning way later than Austria Esports. But Austria Esports, I say their strength right now, the greatest strength that we can actually learn from is how they rotate into the circle despite being very late. The rotation they selected, the compound they're passing by is always just untouched, nobody there, quite vacant. But on the side of GE, despite they trying to hunt people down, which was STE early on, they've been the one hunted down by 214 Akira, who happened to be just gun blazing towards all the teams that's passing by.
Yes, this is where some teams want to stop the rotations. Oh, look at the elimination feeds rolling right now. Dread Esports takes out Mewtwo, the MVP from the previous round, but this round, early exit for him. Dread Esports already 2 eliminations, and Exquisite, they are interested to try to challenge Dread Esports for this potato hill.
Jashi trying to scout over 360 for himself. Now, they have to figure out who holding which angle for the side of Dread. If not, the whole team will be confused about which angle they should cover for. Exquisite coming up from across the other side of a hill at the left, the furthest left that is. They got themselves quite a bump to take covers from, but those elevations won't cover them too long because Dread Chips already repositioned himself next to Exquisite players.
Oh, Nate by Jibna across, but nobody's on the right side. His closest target, Nathan, moved to the left, but the counter Nate comes in from his opponent. A little bit of an over toss, but the rest of Dread Esports is coming in, and they have a good spread while Moy is gathering information on the right.
Nate's flying. Here comes exchange of Nates. A lot of utility strobles to be used here. FVE finally gets some points down there. STE Skadi down on the ground with STE fighting against CU Soon at the same time. So going to be another 3-way war. Unfortunately, despite they trying to be the bane of Austria Esports, CU Soon have to go down the first one, that 16th spot, while Exquisite Nathan and the rest of XQS will be bombarded by 2 teams at the same time. Speaking of which is between Fearless and Dread.
Dread and Exquisite and Fearless. It's going to be a 3-way war. Very interesting here. But we'll need to look at whether Exquisite or whether Fearless would want to come in. Or maybe they're waiting for the elimination feed to roll first because no one knocked so far. But we can see that Exquisite, they're on their vehicles. Abandoning it? Not really yet. They still want to take the fight.
Holy Lanju spotted out the furthest players of Exquisite quite far. He got himself some elevations. But Circle's still on top of him for now. That's going to be at least the good news that they can get. 2-on-4 Akira fighting against PBE. Now this is going to be interesting. Rank keep fighting back his old teammate of PBE. Who will actually win this one out of these 2 teams?
Oh, okay. That was a close one for Monboy. Man, Imagine if he got knocked. Everyone else from PBE is like elsewhere, and he's like on the lower ground of 214 Akira. It would have been really, really hard. But still, it's hard enough now. 214 Akira still monitoring the situation. The smoke might have saved Monboy, but for now, he's still there though. But the distraction on the left side, Raimond opens up, but Monboy still went down. He was still there when the nade landed, and now it is rescue time for Raimond.
Going through the smoke. I'm gonna pop in another smoke just to revive his teammate, but look at how Ranked aggressively trying to scout them out. But the blue zone start to close in, it shrinks even further. Now these guys will burn their backs against the blue zone. Now this is gonna be painful for both teams. Both are not winning at this point. It's gonna be a lose-lose situation if they overextend this fight, with Jared trying to shut down at H2R and Opti. Wako on the other end do have those elevations. They need to leave this compound, but Gerald down to only a couple of HP, knocked by the play zone. This is not turning out well for both teams.
Yeah, not at all. But I guess maybe this is the sense of rivalry between them. Since former teammates meeting up with each other. But H2R playing within the circle, at least, or by the edge of it, but he's still gathering information. Okay, circling around the other members of PBE. I wonder if you'll be okay by doing that. But now we might get the answer. Almost knocked down by Raimond.
Do they have time to leave here now? They barely got any first aid. Momboy do have that last first aid, but look at how far they are. Still around 500 meters, almost 1 kilometers away, half kilometers I would say, between them and this circle right now. But we do have a side of Dread, that remaining of 3 players of Dread getting themselves on top of that circle. It's just on the outskirts, that's a bit southern side of Pochinki. Potato Hills, and on the outskirts of Pochinki for the last few circles. But I squeeze it, they got themselves still on top of that hills just now, and waited patiently for the eliminations. But there's a bit too much of a distance between them and the one that big knockdown of got 7 players before. Nathan have to actually push himself to eliminate the execution to translate into 1 point. But the problem is, it's not just going to be the teams that knocked down early on. That's where they're heading over to, because it's going to be more than one team waiting to engage in another fight.
Yes. Another team's monitoring the situation. They might come in as a third party. Gotta be careful there. But look at the elimination feed. Opti from 214 Akira knocked. So the fight with PBE is not over yet. As Raimond will finish off Ranked. Man, PBE, but they lose Michi. I'm more interested to see that fight, honestly, because of the rivalry that they have with each other. But now we have them on screen. And here we go. Monboy from afar, or from the other side. This one more nade. One more nade. Got it. Monboy scores the 3-pointer.
Now Monboy trying to get for another. He knows there's one knockdown. It's a go time for him, but he couldn't spot out Wako, the last player of 214 Akira. If he's not being careful, he might be the one that will go down as well as the last player of PBE. Wako repositioned himself, want to reach out for H2R, but Monboy is waiting for him to take the bait. Here comes the spray, spotted out him, and it's going to be 214 eliminated. That was patience at its best. They say perseverance is a virtue, and that was a showcase by Monboy that pretty much well executed the entire team by himself.
There you go. So they eliminated 214 Akira. Man, but they took heavy casualty at the same time. Like, they only have 1 player left. Don't know how long that will be able to last them. Just like how Astro X will be able to last through the blue. Red Bull now is draining down as well. Astro X, no time. Should be taken out. Yep. Red Bull not able to save in time.
Last first aid. Spray from Super Pickle. XQS. They got those elevation. They will try to take advantage of what they can abuse here right now before the circle shift again. Around 40 seconds to go. XQS trying to gain as much eliminations, but he's walking straight into TQ's land. He didn't actually spot out the right side where the top's waiting as the last player of TQ. That's going to be a whole side of XQX right in front of me. Here comes the nade. If they don't spot him out, it's going to be the end of XQX. And here the nade dropped. Even contributed towards the damage on the side of XQS.
One more. Bam. Okay, that should secure that elimination. but not on Nathan. Nathan's still alright. Gets onto the vehicle, spray from the top. Beautiful spray by the top. Nathan, no chance to go away, and definitely will be eliminated.
Top barely hanging on, still left with a couple of first eights. But time is not on his side as Blazon finish him off. But Valiant F on the side of TQ, at least he scored 1 eliminations by the end of the day and might actually not really get himself any placement points. Still have 11 teams to go. As the circle will move again, Osja Esports still got himself a trio, will had to fight against Drat, while Super Pickles as the last remaining members of a squeeze it gonna go solo against Mumboy, who happen to be solo as well. But the furthest away we do have a bit latecomers, which can be AV Esports coming up from the very south of circle.
Oh yeah, one of them have to cross the road, but at least he can follow up with Eras. And they can still navigate around that hill, but to get in the circle, if STE is still there, then they must win the fight. That is their next best bet now. But on the other side, a couple of teams still on the outside of the circle as well, including TTQ and AI Esports. Both teams locked in with each other.
Gus spotted out AI players. There's also Bunny and Naughty Boy. TTQ got himself at the edge of the circle. Now MFG, they don't have to occupy too fast. They got himself the compound and the center. While AI Esports on the other hand, they're barely hanging on. Now being stopped and gatekept by TTQ Gust, pushing them with the nade, making sure deny their advancement towards the safe zone. They barely can actually be alive and being stopped by the wall as well. As Osja Esports Gooey spotted out the contender, but Strand, that was a nice bait just to bait out Gooey to seek out more in that small shack.
Wow, nice backup from the other building. Allow more to come out of his shack. And now they're trying to close down the other members of Osja Esports. They already got 7 eliminations. But now their next challenge is going to be Dread Esports. Boy, knocked down by Jipna. Wait a second. That is his own teammate. Bullied him. What?
Osja Esports, everything seems to be in shambles as they did not see that one coming. Very witty indeed coming out from the side of Dread Esports, placing their bait right across into the lair of Osja Esports just now. Now you cannot fight them head on. You might as well make sure you can sneakily stab them from behind. Like how they play. That was a perfect nade by Joshi as well. Tossing another molly will finish off another member of Osja Esports, remaining with one. Skynin have to figure out how to survive this by himself.
Well, Skynin, wait, should be able to pick out his teammate. Yeah, they have the building, they have everything smoked up, so they should be back as a duo. I guess the next challenge here will be maybe managing the other teams around them as well, because Younger Gaticos, we have not seen them much on screen this game, and now they're showing up and they're trying to take over this area.
Couple of shots from afar. Loki trying to finish off the job. Joining back with the rest of the team. Well, instead of MFG, they spotted out TTQ. That's going to be Gus and the last player of TTQ. Perhaps not really. Still have the 2. But the circle will shift. It just shrinks in the center. YG still can get their own time to flush out the rest of Dread. But if they're not being careful, they might actually spot it out by Osja Esports, the one actually at the back compound.
Oh, okay. I'm counting like how many teams are there for this compound. Oh, SayCloud! Made it just before I was able to count. Jipna knocked down. Looks like Younger Gaticos going in. 2 of their players knocked down at this moment. They must win this fight before they're able to reset. So far, so good. But there's others across, including Red Bull from Osja Esports.
Red Bull always delivers with 4 elimination by Skynin and 3 out of Red Bulls. That's going to be 8 in total for this team. And Skynin giving a bit of a support fire, trying to make a ruse out of the chaotic situation with the smokes in between, trying to blind their openings, and at the same time they're not taking it at all. FVE being charging by STE first, and that's the last of FVE, but they lasted long enough on the start of Strangers Esports. They will keep it going, but the problem is they are in the center of the crossfire and also being barbecued by the molly just now.
Follow up by shots from the other side. MFG will pick up the points. And MFG from this high ground. What a good view. They can see a lot of teams rotating in front of them. And there's another one. Make that 2 on the left side even. TTQ. My goodness. MFG. What a spot to be in.
MFG. They've got themselves elevations. Yatka spotted our STE players. Are quite spread out, trying to hover in different angles on each of the players. Each got their own responsibility and work to do. Yatka tried to spot the one across all the way downtown, but Seikla of YG randomly just tosses the nade to clear up the small shack first to make sure if they want to charge in, nobody will be backstabbing them from behind.
So far, 3 teams still locked in with each other, but they have the circle, so it's still time. And interestingly, this is only stage 6, and we're already seeing so many players eliminated. I wonder what's going to happen in stage 7, and we'll know the answer in about a minute more. Whether Young Galacticos will charge in onto the compound that Austria Esports is at, I think that will be very likely if they don't get the circle.
But for the teams that are actually right on top of each other, there's going to be 3 or 4 of them. That's including Austria Esports, YG and STE. Might as well MFG joins in the fray, but they're still taking the distance between them around 50 meters apart. And we do have YG right on top of MFG, but MFG not really particularly interested in that one. Never mind, it's not YG. YG is actually the one on top of the tree. I think that's going to be either possibly PBE that's remaining on the sidelines as well.
Wow. I was looking at the nade there. I thought it landed, but it overshot a little. But if it landed, it would be amazing. Not gonna lie. Oh, speaking about nades landing right on top of Skynin and Austria Esports, taken up by Young Galacticos. One more neighbor to worry about.
Romeo boy, cooking another. They barely got enough utility to last too long. Exit, spot it out, and it's going to be around PBE. Monboy did try his best, but that's going to be the last to go out for PBE. We remain with 5 teams here. MFG need to revive their own teammate. They barely got enough men to stand against the whole squad of YG. So you have to go against the odd later on. It's best to have all the power, all the firepower you can get on your side. But XQFs, despite being alone for the longest time, after no more solo players, PBE Monboy already being eliminated. That's remaining with only 3 solo players left. TTQ, XQS, and STE.
I guess the circle is fair. You have a full squad, but you don't really get the circle. So it kind of shifts a little bit away from Young Galacticos. Means that they have to come out of this compound at some point. And Zuki, scoped down by WTZ. But Zuki, okay, he needs to move too. So it's a matter of who will let go of each other.
TZ, spotted Alzuki, want to fire, but the moment he picks out will be charged by the one that giving the spot back. Cloud will fetch on YG players and they will leave. WTZ will be safe for now, but Yaka's not happy.
Whoa.
He got 2 on 1 at the discount that he wants to, and this is huge for Yaka.
Wow, nicely done. Romeo boy popping up that smoke. I doubt you go and save him. Probably need to let the one go, but Yaka, amazing stuff shown by him there. And right now, because of that, they turn the tides onto Young Galacticos. Now, MFG is the team that has the most players.
No full squad this time, despite YG had full squad before, and they lost 2 men in the process, and that cost them quite dearly. Down to only 2 more players left. It's 3v2, v1, v1. But Scardy might actually have an idea where Super Pickles is actually at. MFG split it into 2-1 formation with the sniper tower taken over by Unknown. And Yaka and Nexit barely hanging on towards the edge of the circle. The blue zone will shrink even further at stage 7 now. But Pickles being spotted out. Scardy trying to finish off, but it's going to be Romeo boy of YG that steals it away right underneath his nose.
Oh, that is an interesting steal there by Scardy, but that also revealed his position. So now YG wants to take that 1 point back out of Scardy. No vehicle in Scardy's area, used as a barricade, but Scardy has that circle. So YG is the one that needs to come to him.
Scardy exchanging nades with YG players. Romeo boy is not really happy about this, but it's just a bit awkward angle for the side of Scardy. It's not really easy for the side of STE. Bit more advantage on Romeo boy due to the gravity. Well, if gravity exists in PUBG Mobile, this is the best case scenario. Hopefully it does exist. Couple of nades being thrown over by MFG to finish off STE, but Romeo will not anybody steal away his meal for the day. Yatka will be charged in, but it cost them quite a bit. Speaking of karma, YG Romeo finally being knocked down. Unknown take one on the ground as a knockout, but can he finish off the entire team of YG, remaining with only Loki fighting for YG right now?
That's your answer. Unknown will take out Loki. And now only one more left for MFG to close the deal. Scotty fights back, sprays. He gets one. Yaka on his knees out here in the open. Scotty wants to secure that elimination point. But besides Yaka, there's two more to go. Oh, this nade. Ooh, big damage. The second nade. And he is out. MFG was that this chicken dinner. And MFG, now they are on the roll.
Every day they will score themselves a chicken dinner at least for the side of MFG. At least it's going to be once a day. And then they will score themselves a quite consistent run when it comes to placement points, despite they didn't score every chicken dinner for every single round. One of the most consistent team and also very promising indeed when it comes to this season.
Yeah, it's almost like the daily dose of chicken dinner that they need. And they got it. So great work there. Not only that, in Sanhok they did really well too. And they also got an MVP for their side, and now with this chicken dinner, so they are having two amazing rounds now. Looks like the best performing team in this group.
I personally want to see MFG or Esports as well as GE. How will they fare if they're fighting against the teams like Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia in the future? But we all have to wait for a bit. Give them some time to groom themselves up for the upcoming bigger tournaments in the next few seasons. But speaking of what really happened in the game just now, if you guys missed this, we're going to relive the moment just a bit for you guys that happen to just blink for a moment before that chicken dinner happens.
Yes, and the summary is that MFG Esports 11 eliminations, so that's 21 points. So while we enjoy this view, this house occupied by so many teams for so long, and fight after fight happened here. I'm sure there were a lot of loot boxes, and you got lots of different kinds of fights. Like you got the nade, you got the crash in, you got the accident, you have everything that happened here just in that one house.
And the circle just now was quite an unusual one as well. We thought it's going to be ended up around the SPM, the shelter, prison and Milta area, or around the Medusa in this section, but it has been quite a Pachinki circle all this while. Since yesterday we did have a couple of Pachinki sort of circle and a lot of Gatka, by the way. This time we ended up right on the right side of outskirts of Pachinki, but with that chicken dinner MFG, and this is nice to see the team that scored the chicken also scored themselves the MVP, because sometimes the MVP we got somebody else, but the chickens is going to be a different team. With 4 total eliminations, 1 total knockouts. Well, damage wise, this is one of the highest by an individual, but we've seen a similar number before by another player, but it's quite rare when it comes to the wildcard South Asia region.
Yes, and we got to give a shout out to Exit. Not his first time too getting the MVP. So it has been a couple of times, and he within MFG itself, like he's one of the highest MVP holders for his team. So great work here with the 4 eliminations and 5 assists together with it. So nice all-rounder by MFG. Though they did lose a couple of players to other teams, giving away a few points here and there. But as long as they don't give the points to the top teams, I think they'll be fine. But let's check out the total stats for MFG, the chicken dinner winners of this round.
With 11 total eliminations, a double digit that will secure them more points, contributing towards the league rankings later on, or maybe just the weekly rankings for now, maybe later on the league rankings later. But with total 7 assists, total damage of 2000 over, I think it's pretty decent. They don't really play a lot of heals. We had 400, 500 before. But MFG Esports, one of the teams that show true potential, growing themselves so much across the entirety of this PMCL, this split season.
Amazingly done. I think at this point, maybe the fans need to start talking about this team a little bit more. Unlike your usual teams, this team is definitely a topic here. And also, you kind of break it down. The players have been in the scene for quite a while. It's just that they come here with a different branding, here and there across a few seasons. But for this season in particular, MFG is the team that will gain the attention.
Now, speaking of the overall stats of the previous map, which was our first Erangel of the day with the same group as a previous Sanhok before, a lot of teams and players being eliminated by the blue zone, maybe due to the unforeseen circle rotation before forced them to get into the blue zone. And also there's so many teams that stand there fighting the blue zone way too long, and hence the numbers with 55 eliminations that just secured by those knockdown and finished off by the players. And I think that's going to be around roughly 5 players that finish off by the blue zone instead. Total heals wise, 6,000 over with revive of 16, not so much as we've seen before. Troubles being used, I assume there's not many troubles that actually being picked up by the players due to how aggressive they were playing since the start. So not much time for them to actually loot up with troubles, kind of running low when it comes down to the last few circles. But here comes the match standings when it comes to match number 2 just now.
Yeah, and MFG, we're well aware that they got 21 points. Yago Galacticos, 14 points. STE, 12 points. So the other big boys here, Oscar Esports, 9. GE, no points in this round. Okay. So, because Oscar Esports obviously they got the 9 points, then the gap would have been open between the two of them. But at MFG with these 21 points, now potentially they will be at second place, overtaking GE.
Well, there are a couple of players that ended up with 0, including GE. Like you mentioned just now, GE might actually be overtaken by the side of TTQ or MFG here. And at the same time, we do know TTQ didn't score as much, so MFG definitely taking away the second place. But Oscar Esports and MFG, how much of a gap they do have, because Oscar did not actually deliver as much point as they hoped they would be. And it has been going on like this since yesterday, and the gap getting even smaller. We got only 8 points. Was it 8 points? Not really, it's lesser than that for them to actually close up the gap.
Yeah, between MFG and Oscar now is 7 points. But even if it's 7 points, you're actually right. They need to get 8 because the tiebreaker will surely favor to Oscar Esports with the amount of chicken dinners that they got. So it's a single digit now. That's the thing. But you know what else? Flash Vision is now double digit, 11 points. Finally, they got out of it.
Something to celebrate for, I guess, for the esports. I think this is progress, even though it's one of the slowest one, but a progress still will be congratulated as a progress. I have been slightly happy today because of how FVE finally breaking into double digit. Just hope they will break into the 20s later on by end of today, one step at a time. Hopefully they start to get their momentum. But when it comes to the number 1 spot, it's still up to contention since Oscar Esports start to slow down for a bit. Now this is where we start to say Oscar Esports, they have trouble to maintain their stamina till the end of it. They might actually lose it halfway through, running out of gas, and just start to roll a snowball sort of backward progress.
Well, let's see if Oscar Esports will respond to that and make a big comeback here by opening up the comfortable gap for themselves. And it'll be always nice to have that comfortable gap whereby if you drop one game, you'll be like, yeah, we're still at number 1. That's fine. That's the ideal conversation to have for Oscar Esports. But now, like what you also mentioned, 8 points. 8 points difference. 8 points is just one round and it will swap.
Now, speaking of 8 points, it's within reach. If you compare with previous, I think it was 2 days ago or just earlier yesterday, we kind of have themselves around 50. We thought that they might actually open up the stretch up to 100 points gap by end of this week. But in the case of Oscar Esports, I don't know what is happening. Maybe the other teams start to adapt themselves towards Oscar Esports rotation and start to revise about their gameplay. So they have to come up with something new for the next couple of rounds. But before we get into the next round, I'm going to head into the break. Don't go anywhere. See you guys in a bit.
And start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The Home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in Home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the Home Butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the Home Tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in Home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in Home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In Home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories. We have also added a messenger feature in Home. You can release a messenger from your home and also receive the messengers of others to interact with players from around the world. At the same time, you can visit the homes of other players and enjoy features such as leaving messages, sending popularity gifts, collecting home coins, and other social features. Explore the infinite possibilities of Home. In Cheer Park, we have also added the Home Shop. Here, you can purchase items for your home and participate in the lucky spin to win items for decorating your home. Eager to start building your own home now? Go and complete the various home missions to earn great home rewards, or complete matches in Ranked Classic mode for a lucky draw chance for home loot when tallying match results to get more items for your home. That's all for now for the new Home gameplay. We'll be releasing more tutorial videos for Home soon, so stay tuned. What are you waiting for? Invite your friends now and build your very own home. PUBG Mobile's 6th birthday is just around the corner. A merry 6th anniversary to all friends old and new. In version 3.1, we have lots of new content and updates for players. May you have a wonderful 6th anniversary celebration. In the Sky High Spectacle themed mode, the gigantic Nimbus Island appears on the flight path. If you'd like to begin a mystical journey, then grab a parachute and drop on in. Nimbus Island is a magnificent city in the sky. The Day Island offers a wide field of view, making it the perfect place to show off your gun skills. The Night Island boasts charming scenery, but veils itself in fog. Extra caution is advised. Eliminate all enemies on the island, harness all the blessings you can from the magic lamps, and collect ample supplies along with an extra respawn card. These are your crucial measures on the road to chicken dinner. Don't
We are back for more PUBG Mobile actions in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring 2024, and also we'll be your casters for today. I'm Chichu, and joining me also is going to be Sir Cloud.
And MFG is joining the top there. Very close now to overtake Austria Esports after that chicken dinner. Very consistent play so far for MFG. Sanhok, they did well, 2nd place, and then Erangel, chicken dinner. Man, they're looking like the top contender now for Austria Esports' spot. But also, Chichu, we're gonna roll with the groups now, starting from the next round.
Yep, definitely will be a bit of a swap for grouping when it comes to the next Erangel map, where we do have the other teams joining in this time, and Group A will sit this one for now. So we don't have Austria Esports, Strangers, Dread Esports and Flash Vision, but we do introduce back for Group E, YG, PBE, The Quarter or TQ and Exquisite Esport will joining us back in the game now, since we do have Group A and B both playing, Group B playing this time, and don't have Group A. Austria Esports, they might actually leave the opportunity for the side of the teams that's catching up to their points like GE and MFG to play the catch up here.
Yeah, this is the round that the two teams that you mentioned will need to take it onto their hands and try to overtake them. Although Austria Esports will still have that extra one game in hand for later, but at least it's for now, and then we'll put the pressure on Austria Esports. So this will be really interesting in the next round. Plus, we are going to play in the balanced map of Erangel, so the opportunity is wide open for them.
Yep, that's what I said about Austria Esports. Now, despite they're not playing here this time, I just hope they will try to revise about the team's other rotation, because it feels like the other teams start to adapt about Austria Esports gameplay, and they know what to do and how to set up a trap that Austria Esports seems to be taking for multiple times by now. It was remarkable how these players try to overtake the other based on their strategy, and how they have to keep on competing about who get the better strats, and also how to outwit the other teams themselves. But speaking of the next Erangel map, since we do have Group B playing, so I assume it's going to be super aggressive, because so far, yes, we do see a bit of early skirmishes here and there. We do have a bit proactive of movement for teams, navigate themselves into the circle to get those eliminations. But if you compare with the presence of Group B, things have been quite different. The dynamic has been more aggressive, with Miramar, Bro, Mythclan, Enigma and APG Esports playing.
Yeah, but you guys can be aggressive as well on the battlefield on your own by getting one of these amazing Bentley collaboration cars. Outpace in style, they say. Applicable to any one of these vehicles, the UAZ, the Dacia, the Coupe RB, also the Mirado, and there's 9 of them here. So you have 9 to collect. Why not collect them all and interchange whenever you like them?
Now, if only we can also mix and match for the colors in between this Bentley collection here, the collaboration, like how we can just have half of the golden Bentley skin to be mixed with the purple. That'll be fun to watch as well. But I've never seen like the MPVs before at the behind those splashes of colors. It's interesting to have that kind of color scheme. So if you guys do happen to have these skins for yourself, do tell us and tag us in your social media, because we really want to see it in action. I haven't seen it at all for the game so far. Usually when it comes to introduction of new collaboration or skins, we do have a bit of teams that flex in and out, showing and showcasing during the tournament. So far we haven't seen so much. Still going to be the very classical UAZ, Dacia, Kubar, B and Mirado sort of skins in across all the map. So if you guys do have this, I do want to listen to how the exhaust sounds like, how do the interior looks like, will the grills actually light up in the game, or there's any neons or not. It'll be fun to watch.
Yes, who knows, right? Because obviously this is a static picture, so we can't really see like, oh, do they light up in a certain way, or are they special effects, or when they got shot, do they do something different, or when they run over someone else, do they do something different too? I mean, that would be kind of cool, right? Like if you get an elimination by running over somebody with the skin, you get something special out of it. That would be kind of nice. I don't think it's implemented yet now.
But aside from the Bentley collaboration, we do know there's going to be another one for you guys to be excited over for the next couple of months, starting from the 17th of March up to the 17th of May. 3-month duration for you guys to complete all the mission in this new RP with a lot of perks, over 80,000 UC of perks for this Royal Pass for you guys to take home. So many collection as well. It's going to be the rebate over 720 UC as well for the maximum rebate. But make sure you guys actually buy the Royal Pass early so you can finish off the mission and just level up while you play PUBG Mobile, because it will take a lot of time for you to actually reach up to level 100.
Yeah, it will take a while, but I'm sure if you actively play it every day, which I'm sure you already do, you can complete the missions fairly quickly. Yeah, as long as you actively play. And of course, you got to complete the missions, right? You cannot just play. It has to be completing the missions as well. And while you get the new RPA 6 now in game, you stand a chance to get a maximum rebate of 720 UC, only available for a limited amount of time, just like any other RP, until the 17th of May. So get it right now, level up, and you can get by level 40 the Dreadnought set, level 100 the Lilac Fina set, and in between all these amazing weapon skins and also vehicle skins for your collection.
Now we're done with that so far. Hopefully you guys do have a clear message being sent out to by us to you guys, knowing how many perks you can get with playing PUBG Mobile. In every season of tournament, there'll be something new for you guys. It's your tournament as well, so make sure you guys grab it while you can, because it won't last long, especially when it comes to the Bentley collection, because we don't have any certain timeline regarding that, so we don't know when it will finish and when it will start as well. So speaking of done with the RP and also the Bentley collaboration, we're talking about the next map going on, which is going to be Erangel. So far, a lot of circle have been quite favoring towards of Pochinki and Gatka area, but at the same time, when it comes to the flight paths, it's a bit skewed to it one side. But we love a bit of challenge sometimes. It's hard to see this circle have been moving so much when it comes to shrinking to stage 3 and 4. It's always been generous towards the center, but regardless of how the circle and flight path would be, it's also depending on how the other teams would play. And so far we did have AVE finally pushing themselves into a double digit, but unfortunately for the side of AVE, the moment they got themselves those double digit as their point numbers, they have to just stay low for a bit for the break, because they are not playing this map.
Yeah, they'll be coming back after this map, which is after that long break later on. Yeah, so it's a really extended break for Flash Vision. Hopefully they'll be able to keep it up then, since, well, the double digit is hopefully a motivation factor for them too. So we'll put that aside for now for Flash Vision, and we'll see them after the extended break. But still, we do have a lot of amazing teams here, and I'm really interested to see if Austria Esports will lose their throne after holding it for since the longest time from day one.
True. And speaking of which, also we want to see if somebody else will take the number one spot away because of Esports not playing here. I'm looking forward for that. So it will be giving a bit more competition towards the number one by end of this week, because everybody feels like, it's going to be Ozja. Look at the gap, how much gap they're actually making. It's like almost impossible, but it's doable for the teams that are catching up just now. We're talking about MFG, we're talking about GE. They're still consistently chasing the points up there, especially when it comes to this round where Ozja Esports is not playing. I have a great feeling that Ozja Esports will be pushed down after this, and we can see a remarkable play of Ozja Esports afterwards, which they will be reintroduced after the map of Erangel after that long break, which going to be the last Erangel map, because they will be fired up the fact that they've been pushed down. There's going to be ego being hurt down there. Their pride will be scratched down by the team that's overtaking them in the number one spot. But who will be taking that number one spot? Will it be GE or MFG first?
Yeah, lock that drama. I like it. I like that narrative, that the whole fall and comeback thing of the hero sort of drama. That will be kind of nice to see if that happens later. So, of course, your bigger question is whether it's GE or whether it's MFG or maybe none of them. I think that will be a really interesting narrative for this round. But if we make a comparison between the two, right? GE caught the first chicken dinner today. MFG caught the second one. They're kind of equal with each other. But now that I think about it, the second Erangel, GE didn't get any points. So on average today, MFG seems to be the better team.
But play style wise, I personally feel like MFG do have shown more promising outcome when it comes to compared to GE, because of how they are just fearless getting those initiation to fight. Compared to GE, they are more strategic when it comes to trying to orchestrate some of their ambush. It took them quite a bit longer time, while MFG do actually react and respond by their instinct, but still on the same page for all the four players. Firepower wise, well, nobody can actually argue with that, because both teams pretty much give out the same value of firepower. But MFG, they are more of aggressive, they are more about the scrappy plays coming up from their side. Yeah, scrappy plays is actually the right word for the side of MFG. While GE a bit more towards a very slow, very meticulous approach towards all the team fight instead of going head in. If you compare it with MFG, personally, I do love scrappy plays more than very well orchestrated strategy. So in this case, I do feel that the upper hand taken over by MFG. But when it comes to Miramar map, that's where GE do have the upper hand, because there's a bigger map there is compared to Erangel.
Yeah, scrappy plays can be real exciting to watch. Not gonna lie. So this is the time to come up with those scrappy plays that they're really good at, and to get that points. It's only like what? Let's remember, 8 points, at least for MFG. 8 points, 7 points won't cut it because the tiebreaker wouldn't help them. 8 points is the bare minimum for them to overtake. Well, then you have the consideration of what GE does. But if we put that aside, then it's at least 8 points for them. And on the other news, I guess because we're already coming towards the second half of today, meaning that we only have like 1.5 days more before we wrap the week, teams like FRL, AI Esports, AI Esports especially, seems to be in danger, especially with God of Death 7 slightly above them.
Yeah, we couldn't stress enough regarding the teams that actually will have to place themselves in the top 16 to get into the grand finals. There are a couple of teams, including I think around 4 of them. So that's included God of Death 7, AI Esports, TTQ. They won't be having problem anytime soon. XQS barely actually at the in between, on the fences, I would say, for the side of XQS. But so far they're doing it pretty okay, not so bad. But Fearless Esports and AI Esports pretty much sharing in the same boat right now. On the side of APG and FVE, sadly, I would say that it's quite difficult for them to push in the very last minute. But at least, yes, for the side of you guys asking in the comment section, there will still be a game another day tomorrow. But it's so hard for these teams to score if the gap is just so significant at the very moment. So tomorrow will be the last day for the team, especially when it comes to getting those top 16. It's going to be Exquisite Esport, AI Esport, Fearless Esport, God of Death 7. I might as well put in the fray, which is going to be Dread Esports in there, because the gap right now is not too big and it's still reachable between all the teams. They are in the middle pack, but they didn't fare very well when it comes to week 1 and week 2. Hence, they're being punished or reprimanded when it comes to the final week. If they don't really push up to the top 5 for the teams that we just mentioned just now, it's almost impossible for them to budge from the original rankings when it comes to the overall league points to advance to the grand finals.
Yeah, it is the sad reality for both APG and also Flash Vision. So yeah, I guess right now for them is just to prepare for the next season, right? Like some of their players, actually a lot of them, like majority of them, is like first time on this stage going up against all these other amazing teams. So I would say that perhaps what they do have in mind is that, okay, experience gaining, first season, whether it's good or bad, this season does not have a route to any other bigger stages, but the next season will be the bigger one. So I guess it's more of like preparing themselves for the summer season, where it will have at least a route to the next stage.
Well, for the other teams now, also you guys, thank you so much for dropping by at the chat section. Speaking of Enigma, I don't think Ace, they're actually in trouble right now, because Enigma, when it comes to overall league rankings, they are quite stable on the top 15 or at the 12th place. So even if they botch this final map, it won't actually hurt them as much. They're definitely still going to get themselves in the top 16 grand finals. But you guys, for you who are watching at home right now, joining us in the English channel in the chat, you guys are awesome and amazing. Thank you so much. I definitely want to thank you guys before we get into the next map, because we do have a bit of tech issue coming in which are going to be waiting the players to get back in the lobby right now. So the game will start very soon, which is going to be the next Erangel, but we're waiting for the timer to pop up, which is going to be on your, probably on the far right far right corner of your screen. That's where we do know there's going to be the players already in the lobby, and we're all just waiting for the go time or the green light to go on. But so far, when it comes to all the other teams in the middle pack, including even 214 Akira, I'm surprised that 214 Akira actually dropping the ball for a bit when it comes to the final week here. Maybe because they want to chill and just laid back for a bit. Some teams that still got themselves in the top rankings of the league overall, some of them are taking a bit of chillax and try to do some experimental move, possibly that they will bring forward towards the grand finals later.
Yeah, maybe that's the case for them, right? Because like what you said, they have already qualified to the grand finals. Unlikely for them to drop to the bottom 4. So maybe in terms of like rotation and where do they go, what are their checkpoints, or even like their drop spot. Well, I think drop spot is kind of there, right? But like favorite checkpoints, for example, like rotation timings and all that, there is that potential of some teams like just taking a chill pill not to overexpose, because it comes down to the grand finals. Like, you can be the number 1 team in the league, great, you get good starting points in the grand finals, but if you cannot maintain it and you cannot be the champion in the grand finals, like it doesn't matter what happens at the league by then.
But still, when it comes to the league, we do have abundant amount of prize pool that being offered due to the chicken dinner. So there's still something to fight for the players. And not just that, the head start points when it comes to the grand finals for the advancement later on, which is going to be huge for number 1 spot compared to the second place is already in the 20s. The first place actually have 30 points for the head start points after by the end of this week to advance towards the grand final. Now that will contribute so much when it comes to the grand finals itself. If you guys have no clue how the head start points work, you guys can actually rewatch the PMCL South Asia that just finished and wrapped about last week, and that's where we get to see team Boom Esports, who actually have the lead for the head start points, finished off number 1 as a trophy taker, the champions of South Asia, due to the head start points as a start that give them so much room to breathe. If it's not because of a head start points, personally I feel like it's almost impossible for them to actually get the trophy. Now this might be the same case that will be applicable in our PMCL Wildcard South Asia this season.
Yeah, I remember Boom, you mentioned it, maximum points, so that's 30. I remember the second place team, Alter Ego, they got 8 as starting points. So that's 22 points difference. Can you imagine that if it was the swap, if they were the one that, if Alter Ego was the one that got the 30 and Boom was the one that got the 8, then it will be a totally different story. That difference brought them the trophy or not. So I guess, yeah, if there's a moral of the story to it for the teams that are still playing this league, that should be it.
Yeah, it's something that we can learn from, especially for all the teams out there, because this is quite a new format coming up for 2024. If you compare it with last season format, it's totally different. That's why I say it's so hard to compare the teams' previous rotation and their, not really rotation, the teams in their previous seasons compared with the seasons. It's so hard to compare because of how the change of format makes such a drastic change in terms of dynamics and how they play, even how they want to score on in terms of their objective. Are they aiming for eliminations or they're aiming for placement points, because it will contribute later towards the league points and that will affect their grand finals performance as well. So every single season will be different when it comes to PUBG Mobile, so that's what it's so exciting about it. But we do know that time has already popped up. It means that in 30 seconds we're going to head into our next Erangel.
Oh yeah, finally we'll get to see the narratives that we just talked about. The teams at the top, the MFGs, the GEs, and they got teams that are scraping to get out the bottom 4. So teams like FRL, teams like AI Esports, teams like God of Death 7. This will be real interesting to see what's going to happen here. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the game before the long break. So buckle up, we'll head on to our Erangel match. Let's go!
Finally back for the second last Erangel of the day. It's going to be the middle of the day as well, as we're heading into our match number 3. Halfway done for the second last day in the final week of the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2024. Now, where will the circle fare? Will it be SMB? We only had a couple of SMB circles in this week, only once. But a lot of circles ended up on top of Gatka. We never had Jokopo, but nearby on the south we had it yesterday. But even the flight path starting off, we're gonna have a bit of a southern side of a flight path. And it's kind of a far stretch for those who love Zaki or even Savani and Stalber, but they can get themselves vehicles. We do have CU soon dropping themselves early on top of Primos, but this is going to be good news for the teams like Osja Esports and STE. But Osja Esports is not playing, so it's going to be quite vacant on SMB. It will be taken over by TQ instead.
Yeah, and good news for GE, who drops back into Novo 2 since STE is also not playing. So they will be unchallenged just like the previous round, and they will have the place for themselves. But inside our main 30 base, I see an overlap of teams, and on screen right now, we have a confirmation. 2 teams there, and we get the first knock.
Quite early for the engagement, like I mentioned before. Group B, whenever they're playing, it's going to be super aggressive since the start. Ngapikao coming up with God7. They lost a couple of members early on. KS down on the ground. This is not great for the side of God7. TQ, they're popping themselves quite a number. They lost 2 men already. The thing is, there's no trading done between them and the side of God7. God7 have knocked down, but no elimination just yet. And TQ seems to be at a total loss when it comes to them ambushing the side of the teams that they're fighting against, which are going to be none other than God7, who's dying for points.
Wow, Ren's FRL too in a fight against Younger Galacticos elsewhere. So a lot of early fights this time. God of Death 7, they are still with a full team. Taken out by WTZ. Looks like a run-over happened. Now we have them on visual. WTZ together with SayCloud heading towards the final few members just to make sure the point is theirs. And Renza comes into their pocket, leaving them, FRL, with 1 player only.
2 team that lost quite a toll here when it comes to engaging too early on. FRL and TQ both having half of the teams gone It's more for the side of FRL, really. But advantage towards a team that actually fought them early on is going to be GOT7 and YG. On the side of SMB, on the other hand, we're still not done. It's not a wrap up yet for GOT7 versus TQ. They kind of stuck themselves on top of their buildings. Yeah, for TQ, they have to figure out how to get out, but they barely got enough loot because there's not much time for them to loot up before. Here comes the doors being opened up. Already cook up the nades. They take a bit of a backtrack, going in through a different angle entirely.
Try to surprise his opponent. And they were forced to move up to the second floor. God of Death 7 have them surrounded. They know they have the number of players against the quarter. And we can see the top up here together with Popeye. Keeping an eye on the staircase. No one's really coming up yet. Everyone's trying to find an advantage before executing. But oh! The top, that nade. Will he follow up now?
Now leaving only Popeye to do the work. And also the top trying to actually follow up as well. They have one knock, a bit of a trading done, another one on the knees. But back to the side of Popeye, it's not great for the side of TQ. Despite being eliminated early, they also ended up with a 0. Valiant effort just now, but it's unfortunate. On the side of TQ, 2 times in a row, they actually been executed, taken out of the equation early. This definitely will be detrimental for them, but the circle pops. We do have a left side, might end up on top of Quarry, or will it pull all the way towards the side of Gatka?
Will be interesting though, especially if it goes to Quarry, such a difficult place to play. But if it goes Gatka, then yep, it's open and yeah, lot more simpler lands for the teams to navigate around. But if we look at this circle, it's on the left and a lot of teams are on the right. So can you imagine that if all these teams were to like rotate in one direction, then it's definitely not going to be a melody to these teams, as they need to fight, and it's not going to be pretty, I must say.
PBE, at least they do have a very clear path on the northern side. Very clear indeed. If they want to go up to Jogopol, they can take their own sweet time, loot up. The circle's still not going to be there anytime soon. The blues are still definitely not going to shrink because they have around 3 minutes plus, including the time that the blue zone actually shrinks down. So it's around 5 minutes into the roughly. So on the side of the teams that actually land themselves in the north, they're going to be okay for now. They definitely have a very clear day. But the one that actually land themselves in the middle pack, which we saw across this, the map just now, that's quite going to be ugly later on. Because everybody seems to be moving in the same direction for these teams. AI Esports, at least they're not getting themselves as the first one to be eliminated like how they did before. At least they are starting off quite longer, survive a bit more longer compared to TQ, who actually saved the same, actually had the same boat with AI Esports before. But AI Esports, can they finish off strong when it comes to this final week? Because they are in jeopardy of their grand final slots later, which is going to be next week.
Yeah, it's at least a chance to overtake the quarters, since they're only 2 points away from each other. So AI Esports, interesting. They only need 2 points, 3, just to, in case of any other tiebreakers that we probably left out, to overtake DQ for this round. And then they'll start thinking about like, okay, 2-1 for Akira, which is 4 points away, and that's not that much if you gotta think about it. 2-1 for Akira also has this okay moments and then not so okay moments. It really depends on all these scenarios.
Bit of greeting being exchanged between DTQ and Enigma. Oh boy, that's luck. Straight in the side, and he got it and knocked down. Edward in trouble. A bit of exchange of trade to do between those knockdowns of the players of TTQ and Enigma. Shazam and QB playing at the support on the back line. Liquid trying to give so much support towards the team because he's waiting for his teammate to revive the ones that actually been knocked down before. QB trying to open up the smokes just to make sure they can actually resuscitate on Cooper, but a bit too late. They got finished off by the side of TTQ. Enigma, they did not calculate this will happen. They will go back and just part ways, knowing the fact it's not worth for them to go into this conflict. The attempt to take down the players is not going to be worth it. Just back off, part ways, and try to survive, since they having heavy toll of casualty due to their bump against TTQ that was not calculated at all.
Same goes for APG. They just lost 1 player. So trio for now for APG. Enigma, they split out, they found vehicles each, and they are around the area of Quarry. But oh, look at this. Another team is here. Say hello to see you soon.
Boy Sean again. Usually he's the last one to go out for the lineup of see you soon. But this time he's the one that engaging first. He spotted out the both of the players of Enigma that just ran away against the team they fought against just now. Enigma not really having a great start from the PAM to the final. Will they go to hell after this if they pick the wrong footings and direction? The moment they navigate themselves into the safe zone. At least they got themselves quite an empty space, but not so quiet when it comes to APG versus MFG.
Well, APG, MFG next to each other, but MFG not interested to take the fight. They seem to prefer to get as close as possible to the middle of the circle, it seems, and unchallenged so far, so great for them. Now, okay, Kaka is still there, Quarry is still there. It could still be like kind of like a scammy circle, and it could go anywhere. But a good spread, I would say, between the two. Like, you got a good amount of teams on Gaka and also Quarry. Good split so far. Probably we'll get a better idea at the next stage.
For you guys are actually asking about the points here, I think it's 168 for the side of MFG, but wait, we're going to update that for now. On the side of 214, they're hiking up those elevations. And seems a bit empty up here for 214 Akira. They are one of the teams that really tried to smell blood all over the place, but sometimes they just caught themselves in a trap when they were too eager to get themselves those eliminations for their hands. So 214 a bit reckless, I must say, but when it comes to instincts wise and tracking down another team to hunt down, they're pretty good at it. But TTQ Edward puts it out low-key, but the problem is his magazine running out of its clips, but at least it's still secure on one towards side of YG, who just happened to be passing by, but being stopped by Edward's ferocious spray with just not whiffing at all.
Yeah, nice shot there from that distance, and recall control too, and that brought him the point. So right now, Young Galacticos, 3 players, to catch up to PBE. They could still do it. PBE, spending time in the blue, could be pressured by it depending on where they rotate. There are a lot of factors still to consider. But the good news for Young Galacticos, at least they found themselves quite comfortable in the circle now, and they pretty much have their own place.
Speaking at their own place, their YG back towards their original mission and objectives, getting those high elevation grounds just across Gakka Mountains as well. But AI Esports, they want to fight, but I can feel the hesitance down there. They're not quite confident about their firepower. They do have it. All they need to do is just believe in themselves for once. If not, they'll be taking advantage of it, where Exit start to push in. MFG, here it comes. When it comes to getting aggressive plays, these guys will try to show what's best and flexing it out for their gameplay for MFG.
Yeah, Mr. Exit, Mr. MVP from their chicken dinner round, secured that win. And for AI Esports, now in this compound as a trio, fortunately they lost their teammate Master Vape, so now they need to defend this ground by themselves. But 5 more seconds to the next stage. On screen, we have Smile from GE now coming up on top onto Tool Pro. Tosses a nail to Smile. Smile! Ooh, that must have given him a concussion.
GE still running for the chase of that #1 spot, while MFG following very closely behind. So it's, I think MFG actually leading at 168. I'm not sure where. I'm going to have to clarify on that. But GE and MFG, this is one of the tightest race for bringing down Ozja Esports. I feel like Ozja Esports definitely will be pulled down after this. But APG will be spotted out by another team just now. They are fighting, and so far the top 3 has not been executed any of the players just yet.
Yeah, not yet. All of them are aware, like, okay, we have this chance, right? Now, Ozja Esports isn't playing, so we gotta take this chance well. So I guess maybe that's why they're like, okay, we're kind of playing it safe. We're playing it the way that we want to. We don't go over aggressive, but situations might force them, just like now, where GE is forced to take the fight.
Smile. randomly drop those nades. They have no clue exactly where the position of 214 Akira, but 214 Akira taking advantage. They have no fear for 214 Akira. They don't care who's they're fighting against. They don't care if their firepower enough or not. They don't care if they're being outnumbered even. They want to fight, and they're showing how bloodthirsty they can get. Here comes Ranked spraying over the sideline, going for the flank, entirely flank. Even Zion was got clipped down entirely, but none of GE will be traded off or be knocked down just yet. Top or Small actually will reposition himself. Master Ichi spotted out the floor of 214 Akira's positioning, taking advantage of it, knocking down onto Pro. And Master Ichi will push up with the synchronization with the team to move in unison to box in the position of 214 Akira.
Oh, Mana shows up, taking out 2 Pro. And now GE, they got one as a hostage on the lower ground. That is Ranked. And Smile is waiting for it to show himself. Mernat managing the other end, which is H2R. And that one nade with a follow-up of shots from Mernat will take out H2R next. And looks like 214 Akira falling apart as Ranked tries to get away, but he's being chased down by the members of Genesis Esports. Wako on the other side provides cover fire, but now he's locked out as well.
And what the worst case scenario, the Blues start to shrink on their side first. 214 Akira, they might really love their gameplay when it comes to fight, but not like this where they have to go down with the Blues and pressuring from behind. But Ranked managed to pull it off the clutch anyhow with that DBS. Oh, not really that shotgun just now. Still managed to fight back, but Mane will actually revive on Smile, but they have to reposition behind his nades here and finish off that last member of 214 Akira, or everything will go down the drain. 2 of them bleeding out for GE. They are at the brink of death as well.
Oh yeah, their utilities are kind of low now too. Mernat with only 1 first aid, but he comes back to shoot. But the one that won the fight is Erangel. Got it! And he still managed to heal up himself. But now it's a matter of getting into the circle.
Speaking of the circle, quite far off here because it's just still the Blue Zone inside of a Ranked side. GE, despite they try to chase down the points against Ultra Esports and MFG, but unfortunately they have to settle down with what they have right now since 214 Akira just smashed down their hopes to actually overtake the number 1 spot. Back towards the fray where all the crossfire happening here right now is getting ugly across the Gatka field.
Yeah, Gatka field is going to be the next focal point. One airdrop in the middle of the Gatka field, just in front of Yangon Galacticos. And a lot of open space because it is the Gatka field. God of Death 7, 4 eliminations. Not bad. But for them to catch up onto, at least from the charts that we can see here, see you soon might take a little bit more. But Fearless Esports, ooh, okay. Eliminated without any points this time.
Now, back to a sort of YG. Spotted out TT who's happened to be passing by. Liquid jumps down. Not the best way to park, but at least he got himself landed on 2 feet. But the problem is, the moment he landed himself on Liquid, the other 2 teammates already knocked down and away. Oh, TTQ, the moment they got themselves the momentum, this is where they start to lose it again. YG, they want to shut down the rest of TTQ, but Liquid will show they will still have the fight to survive.
Oh, here we go. Younger Galacticos following up. They can go in time. Yes, WTZ got one. One more to go on the outside. WTZ full health will dance around with his UMP. And is single-handedly eliminated. Time to Quick Esports.
Now, down to only 11 teams here currently. Make it even further for another team will bite the dust. MFG, definitely this is the opportunity that we've been waiting for. Definitely they'll be overtaking that number 1 spot, but they need more eliminations. Myth Clan on the other hand on the rise. They might overtake CU soon, despite CU soon got the most eliminations in their record of this history of PMCL at 21 eliminations. Still doable if they want to break that record going on. AI Esport leaving at 3. Harami Bros on the other hand. Can they finish this week strong? Because if they do, they might actually finish off number 1 in the league by end of this week.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's see if Harami Bros can do it. So far so good. Full squad and they managed to enter the circle. And let's see how many points can they pick up. But the question now on screen is Exquisite to get into the circle. Fight they must take. Oh, Ragged. Oh!
Holding on for Ranked.
Oh!
So small shag, but it's done and dusted. Valiant effort, and that was bravery being showcased by the side of Ranked, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to go for solo. It's a team game by the end of the day. But the side of Exquisite, this is yet one of their best performance. Now, if they can just last long enough to be in the top 4, Lufa definitely will be happy just switching over to a side of this region, and that will be worth it for him to play. But right now, still unsure of, because you still have 8 more teams to go. With AI Esports, this is also one of the best round yet. They're surviving a bit longer than usual.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And where they're at right now, probably not going to be as easy to be challenged. So they're in a good position now. But I guess the one that is in the most difficult position is See You Soon, all the way down south, as you can see here. Young Radicals in front of them, and if Young Radicals don't really move, See You Soon will probably meet up with them.
They're taking it very late steps towards the circle. I think See You Soon have been adapting their gameplay according to Austria Esports. Seeing that the late rotation in outside of a circle seems to be the best solution for now if you want to fight in this region. But See You Soon, the moment they realize it's stage 5, they know it's not that forgiving for that blue zone against them. So it's best for them to park straight behind AI Esports. The moment we mentioned about AI Esports lasted long enough, I feel a bit shook at the fact that AI Esports do have visitors right now. They're not the best team when it comes to defending their position and their fortress.
Well, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, they say. So the next challenge is probably going to be See You Soon, just in front of them now. On the other side, we do have Myth Clan against Exquisite, exchanging nades with each other. Lufa, just in front of him.
Quite concentrated for the teams here. Quite confusing for me even to which teams to focus on, because everybody seems to fight at the same time. And See You Soon, boy shot. Oh my god,
wow.
closing up by the same time. I'm so happy for the side of AI Esports. It lasted this long despite being rushed in by the side of See You Soon. That was quite remarkable play by Naughty Boy. He looked through all those windows, knowing there's so many spaces for him to pick out to, and putting on one of their members, Tofi, as the bait they would be taken about. The problem is for AI Esports, the moment being rushed in, Exquisite is doing the same thing here, and there's no room for them to recuperate at all.
Oh wait, Nathan Lufa. Oh no, could this be the blunder that might be the loss of this round for them? And now Isaac is trying to fight back while Naughty Boy is reviving his teammate. So now they're back as a trio. Exquisite eliminated. Oh man, but the fight is not over yet. Naughty Boy goes out. Nearly gets a knock and will secure that point out of WTC. Romeo Boy shows up with the DBS. And Romeo Boy double knockdown back to back from the other side. Isaac again being the hero, but no! Myth Clan, not like that!
Sadly, AI Esports, I think that was their best skirmish and the best round yet by far. It's just amazing to see how they fought back with their hearts out down there, playing with their heart at sleeve. I wish they actually played more like that afterwards, but we do have a very interesting ending, and it's our finale here. It's going to be a full squad versus full squad for all 4 teams remaining. We do have Myth Clan. It's been a while we saw Myth Clan back up here, but it's always an interesting match if we have Myth Clan versus MFG. The problem is, it's not going to be MFG fighting Myth Clan for now. It's PBE that's creeping behind MFG, who got himself quite a secure compound in their hands, while Harami Pro now slowly marching in on foot, going towards in between MFG and Myth Clan. But who will pick their poison? Will it be MFG or will it be Myth Clan?
Yeah, and looks like Harami Rose decided onto Myth Clan. Going towards them, they haven't got any points this round yet, at least for eliminations. And now they will be looking to take it out of Myth Clan. Circling around to get any information, Myth Clan prepping up those nades, and none of them land onto Harami Bros, and that gave away some information to the pros. We might see them pulling the trigger soon.
March up forward, scouting and securing the perimeters for the side of Harame Bro. But Devon don't wait for anybody. Devon don't care. Devon go for more. Devon might actually got 2, but close enough. He actually spot another. Here comes Nate crushing over the side of Harame Bro without any mercy shown. Devon, the rest of Myth Clan show up, ambush, and surprise. We are here to take it away, but Harame Bro coolly just take on those vehicles. We're gonna go for a cruise first. We don't really care about the fight, but here comes the Nate responding back to his side of Imam and the rest of Harame Bro, but a bit too late because at the same time, Myth Clan just shutting them down relentlessly.
Oh, Myth Clan fighting back. But Davan taken out by Few. And now Few, this time, the legendary player for Harame Bros is playing. Can still go and save MM, and he's onto it. The smoke is active. That should buy him some time.
It's been a while we saw Few. I think it was like, 5 years ago the last time I actually saw him in person. And it's been longer since I last actually see him play. And it's nice to see Few back and just bring the morale of the group back up for the side of Harame Bro with all 4 well remain intact, and they managed to revive on the side of Myth Clan. Here comes the comeback of Harame Bro. Didn't even given space before, so no mercy being shown to the end by Harame Bros. Federales just shut them off the map, taken it out of the equation, but they're not done yet. The moment they opened fires just now, that alerted to a side of PBE who repositioned himself next to Harame Bro, interested to take that fight.
Yeah, left side you got PBE, right side you got MFG. Man, these are all the big boys now in the top 3. Harame Bros have to manage 2 teams at the same time. MFG shooting at the singles of PBE, so they are squished in. What will not help them if the circle goes away? We will know in about 20 more seconds, and that's very likely to happen.
Harame Bro and PBE, despite both are being colored the same purple, it's going to be 2 different teams. MFG actually taking the advantage out of this. They are the one that actually unharmed, unscathed, not being given enough attention to, and can be a very solid third party in the case of PBE versus Harame Bro. Unless if they're a bit too agitated and not patient enough, they start to open fire, then they will be discovered by both teams at the same time. But all eyes to the side of Harame Bro at the current moment. Jared got himself in the center of the circle. MFG, main priority is going to be getting to the circle first, but they are lurking around at the edge towards Harame Bro. Harame Bro, after their fight with Myth Clan, definitely attracted all those unwanted crosshair towards their side. They're being circled around, boxed in by all these teams.
Yeah, look at this, right? MFG on the outside too, but the only team that has the circle is PBE. But if they lose players, then it probably wouldn't matter. As MFG gets the knockdown to Raimon, PBE Mobile onto it. With about a couple more seconds, should be able to survive, should be able to revive. But now the bigger question is, Harame Bros, how are they going to come in?
Taking a bit of a pause here for both teams, or make it 3 teams, all waiting in tension, knowing the fact the first one to make the move will be the first one to fall down. But Unknown slowly poking to the side of PBE. They didn't realize Harame Bro is just next to them as well. But Raimon will be left behind for a bit, holding his angles to the side of Unknown, but MFG do have the advantage. PBE Michi take it on range. Michi going in with the shotgun. The smoke's in between here. Harame Bro is right across them and inside of that smoke, but he didn't see them through. The silhouettes jump out, and Michi responded with the shotgun going round in circles, ring around the rosy, around the airdrop, and down to 2v1. But MFG is here to sweep the floor clean. Here comes the cleaning up crew.
The cleanup crew, MFG only has 1 more cleanup. On the other side, they know that he's there right now, Unknown with a long range. And Raimon has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. He might have the smoke on his side, but they know that he's there. MFG wins this clean. The second chicken dinner today.
It was a big one, by the way, a double chicken in a day. I think it was a back-to-back dinner chicken as well, the side of MFG Esports. This is why I say keep your eyes onto this team, because they might actually be a bit how do I say, underrated at first, underrated when it comes to the first few weeks of the map, of the tournament, but when it comes to when things really matter, that's where they start to push up. I'm loving how this team plays. They're very patient, they're very clean when it comes to execution in the last minute. Nobody actually being taken out. They were, the perfect timing for them to actually pick onto a side of PBE backline. when the rest of the other three actually advance forward. It just shows that they really eyeing out towards each player's position of PBE just before they open fire. They calculated everything perfectly well.
Yes, it was really messy, right? If you think about it, you can make all the calculations you want, but then again, 3 teams, all of them really strong, anything could happen. Just like how we enjoyed these highlights here from the previous round. MFG, Chicken Dinner, 7 eliminations, and last you counted, it was 8 eliminations, 8 points that they needed to overtake Austria Esports. This is for sure now. They are sitting at the throne.
Oh, but 2-on-4 Ranked, I have to say, Ranked really play his heart out just now. And AI Esports playing with their heart on their sleeves. I love how they actually fought back the entire map here and they hold their fortress strong and just try to retaliate the moment they're being they're being actually pushed towards a corner. And not just that, they actually do initiate the fight this time for AI Esports. I'm looking forward for the next few maps performance for the entire day, and hopefully they keep their confidence level at what it is and maybe even more. But the side of MFG, I don't know whenever if you guys want to call it luck or skills, but definitely I feel like this is the patience game that happened to be fruitful for the side of MFG and well deserving as well, because at the same time PBE were running amok, but it's just you can see the difference. If you wait just a bit longer, it definitely gives you some benefit by the end of it.
Well, what is benefiting here is Ranked from 2-1-4 Akira, the former player of Playbook Esports, as the MVP this round. 981 damage with 4 eliminations, and he was the one to win the fight against Genesis Esports when they clashed with each other. So qualitative wise, performance by Ranked this round is amazing.
I agree. I love how Ranked just now solo-handedly just clutched so many good spots and good plays by himself, despite all the rest of 2-on-4 Akira actually being eliminated quite early on. But the clutch was the one that really mattered most for 2-on-4 Akira. But when it comes to overall rankings, that's where everything really matters for the teams here. No matter how much MVP they actually get, it's down tally up towards the overall ranking points. Will they be pushed out and relegated from the grand finals? Will they make it through in the last minute? And we do know for a fact just now there's some points that didn't tally up across the board. Calm down everybody, we do have the final board scores later on, which is going to be perfect for you guys to see. But when it comes to the Chicken Dinner, MFG Esports never failed to deliver so far. Today has been their day.
Yeah, 2 Chicken Dinners back to back with an MVP in the first game, a second place finish as well. So it's like second, first. Wow, that's an amazing record for MFG Esports. Now in this round, it's 7 eliminations and 973 damage. Not that much, but they're really efficient if you kind of think about it here. Don't even need 1,000 damage, but you got 7 eliminations. I think the number is kind of nice. 4 knockouts and 4 assists in total. Not much to heal, only 108. So they kind of stayed out of a lot of fights and they arrived at the end just to get those 7 eliminations, I guess.
Whatever works, it's still going to be a double-digit scores for the side of MFG, and seems like it's working well for them. They're playing how Ultra Esports used to play, since Ultra Esports is not playing here right now. But we do have 3 players out of the 64. That 3 players that finished off by the play zone before. I think one of it is going to be around where PBE players fighting against another team just now. I think it was 2-on-4 Akira or somebody else. It was a Filipino team if I'm not mistaken. They got finished off by the blue zone due to how far he was running away, and they were extended their fight beforehand. But total headshots still not going to get that double digit. When it comes to throwables being used, I think this is going to be the average around 290 to 250 is always being the average. Make it around 275 the median of it. So I think it's still in around the decent numbers for the utilities being used here.
Yeah, I guess the numbers wise, it's pretty much there, right? Pretty much there in terms of like average. Even like airdrop looted like 3, we've seen like 3s like a lot today. So it seems to be quite the trend, at least for today. But the bigger numbers is where the numbers from this round lands for the team. So MFG with the chicken dinner, that's 17. AI Esports, wow, welcome to the double-digit club. We don't always get to see that, but when they pull it off big. And we got Younger Gaticos also with 12 and Harame Bros with 10. The other team that could potentially surprise us by the end of tomorrow.
I love the fact that a lot of teams now realize, you know what, yeah, chicken is a chicken, but at the same time, you can get more than a chicken. YG just got himself 10 eliminations. That's the same scores as chicken dinner here. And they do realize now elimination numbers are actually way more important. But when it comes to the tiebreaker, rank points or placement points is actually more crucial than getting those elimination numbers. Also, don't forget about the chicken dinner. It will also be in play if you happen to be a tiebreaker too. So it's down to chicken first, then placement points, and also eliminations later on. So it's every single digit that all these different departments will contribute towards the tiebreaker and when it comes to the overall ranking, which we do have now. All-Star Esports definitely not having the smirk off their gonna have the smirk off their faces, because MFG just gonna stay up for now, and they are doing brilliant by far.
Yeah, All-Star Esports will be looking at this chart and, like what you said, not so happy. But they have that one game in hand to try to overtake MFG. The point is 10 points difference. So yeah, they'll be looking to recover that later on. Other than that, Genesis Esports, they have the opportunity to overtake All-Star Esports if they could came up big earlier on. But unfortunately, they lost the fight with 2-1 for Akira. So that didn't happen for them. Now they're at number 3. Other than that, the other closer contenders like Yangu Gaticos, by now, if you compare them with MFG, it's like what? 55 points? Man, that is going to be big.
Well, but at the same time, we have to wait and see when it comes to the league rankings by end of tomorrow, because right now we have lesser games to play. We're halfway through for the second last day of the final week here when it comes to the PMCL's league stage of the Spring Split 2024. But it's down to like what, 3 more games for today, 1 more last Erangel. In total, we're gonna have only 9 more maps to go, including tomorrow. That's not even a double digit anymore. So it's going to be down to the last wave for some teams.
Yep, 9 more games and then that's it. The league is over. It's locked. Whoever gets whatever prize pool, it's done. And then we'll talk about the new prize pool in the grand finals. But the 9 games will be super crucial for survivability of some of the teams. God of Death 7, FRL, AI Esports, who came up pretty nice there, but they need to be consistent to stay away from the drop.
But at the same time, it's going to be a different rotation. So that's the bigger question. The different rotation, especially we do have All-Star Esports back in the game after this long break later we're going to have. It's going to be iftar time for all the Muslims out there, especially in it's the Ramadan season right now. So happy break fasting or happy iftar for all of you guys actually fasting out there. Hope you enjoy your dinner and meal, and I might as well just break my fast too. So see you guys after this fast breaking break, and also we're going to have a hectic explosive game of Erangel afterwards, so don't go anywhere. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
Home system, players can freely build their dream homes and interact with friends. In Cheer Park, we have also added the Home Shop and create a space that highlights their personality. Home building mode will also support collaborative editing by up to 4 players. Have fun building a house with your friends. Gather your friends and start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The Home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in Home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the Home Butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the Home Tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in Home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in Home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In Home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories. We have also added a messenger feature in Home. You can release a messenger from your home and also receive the messengers of others to interact with players from around the world. At the same time, you can visit the homes of other players and enjoy features such as leaving messages, sending popularity gifts, collecting home coins, and other social features. Explore the infinite possibilities of Home. In Cheer Park, we have also added the Home Shop. Here, you can purchase items for your home and participate in the lucky spin to win items for decorating your home. Eager to start building your own home now? Go and complete the various home missions to earn great home rewards, or complete matches in Ranked Classic mode for a lucky draw chance for home loot when tallying match results to get more items for your home. That's all for now for the new Home gameplay. We'll be releasing more tutorial videos for Home soon, so stay tuned. What are you waiting for? Invite your friends now and build your very own home. PUBG Mobile's 6th birthday is just around the corner. A merry 6th anniversary to all friends old and new. In version 3.1, we have lots of new content and updates for players. May you have a wonderful 6th anniversary celebration. In the Sky High Spectacle themed mode, the gigantic Nimbus Island appears on the flight path. If you'd like to begin a mystical journey, then grab a parachute and drop on in. Nimbus Island is a magnificent city in the sky. The Day Island offers a wide field of view, making it the perfect place to show off your gun skills. The Night Island boasts charming scenery, but veils itself in fog. Extra caution is advised. Eliminate all enemies on the island, harness all the blessings you can from the magic lamps, and collect ample supplies along with an extra respawn card. These are your crucial measures on the road to chicken dinner. Don't fret if you're unable to enter Nimbus Island. You can board the Sky Treasure Ship and unlock crates. Or with the aid of the treasure map, find crates that grant extra supplies. The all-new 2-seater vehicle, Flying Carpet, is sure to become your trusty accomplice on this adventure. Aside from this, plenty of mystical items will aid you in eliminating your enemies or in pranking your teammates. On this 6th anniversary, the Battleground will be full of interesting spots to check out. Treasure lies where fun begins. Hurry and gather your teammates for an adventure. As for Classic Mode, the Miramar map has been majorly updated in this version. We have integrated 2 new districts, Truck Stop and Partona. Furthermore, with this update comes a special weather condition, Sandstorm. Players caught in a sandstorm will continuously lose health, so be sure to avoid them. As for firearms, the P90 SMG has received a major revision and will be the first airdrop submachine gun, posing a significant threat. The new version of the P90 is available through airdrops, uses unique 5.7mm ammo, has a fast rate of fire, and has very low recoil. It comes with a suppressor and laser sight. The sight can switch between 2 different magnification levels, but it cannot be equipped with other firearm attachments. Hurry and try out the new P90. Many new maps are coming, including a new blade ball gameplay, where you can now use frying pans to deflect balls back at opponents. New grenade blade balls have been added, so beware of blade balls detonating after the countdown ends. The character switch device has added a new zombie transformation feature. The option to transform into a zombie and infect downed players is now available. When editing as a team, teammates editing the same object is no longer a concern. There are still even more improvements to check out that support your creative freedom. An option to retain the equipment from a match has been added, and the match-wide detectable action management system will help you retain your items and progress for an improved gameplay experience. A new smart generator function has been added that invites players to enter any text, and the game will automatically generate a grouped object according to the prompt. Come over to World of Wonder and write what you'd like to say. Enchantopia will continually be updated, and in these updates, players without creator authorization will be able to enter the Progress Hub, challenge map creation stages, experience the joys of map creation, and will even have a shot at becoming an authorized creator. In the new version, we are also launching a major feature, the all-new home system. In the home system, players can freely build their dream homes and interact with friends. In Cheer Park, we have also added the home shop and create a space that highlights their personality. Home building mode will also support collaborative editing by up to 4 players. Have fun building a house with your friends. Gather your friends and start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The Home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in Home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the Home Butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the Home Tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in Home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in Home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In Home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories. We have also added a messenger feature in Home. You can release a messenger from your home and also receive the messengers of others to interact with players from around the world. At the same time, you can visit the homes of other players and enjoy features such as leaving messages, sending popularity gifts, collecting home coins, and other social features. Explore the infinite possibilities of Home. In Cheer Park, we have also added the Home Shop. Here, you can purchase items for your home and participate in the lucky spin to win items for decorating your home. Eager to start building your own home now? Go and complete the various home missions to earn great home rewards, or complete matches in Ranked Classic mode for a lucky draw chance for home loot when tallying match results to get more items for your home. That's all for now for the new Home gameplay. We'll be releasing more tutorial videos for Home soon, so stay tuned. What are you waiting for? Invite your friends now and build your very own home. PUBG Mobile's 6th birthday is just around the corner. A merry 6th anniversary to all friends old and new. In version 3.1, we have lots of new content and updates for players. May you have a wonderful 6th anniversary celebration. In the Sky High Spectacle themed mode, the gigantic Nimbus Island appears on the flight path. If you'd like to begin a mystical journey, then grab a parachute and drop on in. Nimbus Island is a magnificent city in the sky. The Day Island offers a wide field of view, making it the perfect place to show off your gun skills. The Night Island boasts charming scenery, but veils itself in fog. Extra caution is advised. Eliminate all enemies on the island, harness all the blessings you can from the magic lamps, and collect ample supplies along with an extra respawn card. These are your crucial measures on the road to chicken dinner. Don't fret if you're unable to enter Nimbus Island. You can board the Sky Treasure Ship and unlock crates. Or with the aid of the treasure map, find crates that grant extra supplies. The all-new 2-seater vehicle, Flying Carpet, is sure to become your trusty accomplice on this adventure. Aside from this, plenty of mystical items will aid you in eliminating your enemies or in pranking your teammates. On this 6th anniversary, the Battleground will be full of interesting spots to check out. Treasure lies where fun begins. Hurry and gather your teammates for an adventure. As for Classic Mode, the Miramar map has been majorly updated in this version. We have integrated 2 new districts, Truck Stop and Partona. Furthermore, with this update comes a special weather condition, Sandstorm. Players caught in a sandstorm will continuously lose health, so be sure to avoid them. As for firearms, the P90 SMG has received a major revision and will be the first airdrop submachine gun, posing a significant threat. The new version of the P90 is available through airdrops, uses unique 5.7mm ammo, has a fast rate of fire, and has very low recoil. It comes with a suppressor and laser sight. The sight can switch between 2 different magnification levels, but it cannot be equipped with other firearm attachments. Hurry and try out the new P90. Many new maps are coming, including a new blade ball gameplay, where you can now use frying pans to deflect balls back at opponents. New grenade blade balls have been added, so beware of blade balls detonating after the countdown ends. The character switch device has added a new zombie transformation feature. The option to transform into a zombie and infect downed players is now available. When editing as a team, teammates editing the same object is no longer a concern. There are still even more improvements to check out that support your creative freedom. An option to retain the equipment from a match has been added, and the match-wide detectable action management system will help you retain your items and progress for an improved gameplay experience. A new smart generator function has been added that invites players to enter any text, and the game will automatically generate a grouped object according to the prompt. Come over to World of Wonder and write what you'd like to say. Enchantopia will continually be updated, and in these updates, players without creator authorization will be able to enter the Progress Hub, challenge map creation stages, experience the joys of map creation, and will even have a shot at becoming an authorized creator. In the new version, we are also launching a major feature, the all-new home system. In the home system, players can freely build their dream homes and interact with friends. In Cheer Park, we have also added the home shop and create a space that highlights their personality. Home building mode will also support collaborative editing by up to 4 players. Have fun building a house with your friends. Gather your friends and start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The Home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in Home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the Home Butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the Home Tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in Home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2024. Hopefully everyone had a meal because it's going to roll fast and action-packed after this. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo, and for the first time in the longest time, Austria Esports gave away the #1 spot to another team.
Yeah, run down by the side of MFG with 10-point gap margin between the side of Austria Esports and MFG. And now, sadly for the side of GE, they still plant themselves in the 3rd place, and unfortunately they will not be playing for the next map. Now, speaking of the rotation of the group this time, we won't be having Group C playing, which is going to be Genesis Esports, 214 Akira, Fearless Esports, and God of Death 7 will sit this one out.
Yeah, God of Death 7 will be watching for the sidelines. One of the teams that really need to put in a performance still to try to scrape their way through. But we also do not have, like what you said, Genesis Esports for the top teams and top contenders for the #1. So Austria Esports don't need to worry about the back. All they need to worry right now is the one that's in front of them, that's MFG.
Yep, also it's going to be the reintroduction of the Group A, Austria Esports, STE or Strangers Esports, Dread Esports, and Flash Vision Esports. And speaking of which, this is going to be the opportunity for Austria Esports to push back forward. But don't forget that MFG is also going to be playing. Plus, there's also Group B playing, so there will be a lot of chaotic moments when it comes to first few early clash. Not just that, we will be expecting a lot of gunfire power when it comes to this next and the last Erangel of the day.
And this is also the second half of the day. Means that we only have a day and a half more, so 9 more games in total, and they will wrap things up by then. Of course, there's 2 ways to look at the narrative for the today and also tomorrow, right? Whether the team that gets maximum points or the most points possible in the week, or also the teams that will or will not survive to see the grand finals. But what we do know for sure, regardless of that, is that the collaboration with Bentley right now is available inside of PUBG Mobile.
Speaking of Bentley, we cannot stress you guys enough. We don't know how much it will be available for everyone out there when it comes to this Bentley collaboration so far. We do know for a fact it's going to be equipped well with your UAZ, your Dacia, and Coupe RB, as well as your Mirado. Up to 9 different exclusive Bentley skin for your vehicles. When it comes to the exclusivity, it shows that it will be a very limited amount of time. So if you happen to be a collector yourself, this is the best time for you to get your hands on your Bentley version of the PUBG Mobile vehicles.
Yes, absolutely. Collectors galore. Not only to collect the Bentley, but also collect everything that you can see on screen with the new RPA6. Available inside the game as well, with a maximum rebate of 720 UC in case you guys purchase this. Limited amount of time until the 17th of May. And you can even see with this bundle that you can potentially get. Of course, you need to do the missions, but if you do it, you complete it, you get the level 100, you will get all of these and probably a little bit more when you complete those missions. So head on to the game right now, log in, get your new RPA6 because it is just out for about 5 days, so it's still fairly new. A lot more time still to do the missions.
Well, it's definitely out for around 5 or 6 days, I agree. But when it comes to the league itself, has been going on for 3 weeks. We did have a very long break in between, which was last week. There's no match going on due to the massive update getting into the tournament as well. But hopefully with that break, some teams do realize the flaws they can actually rectify or make an improvement. But when it comes to the final few days, especially today and tomorrow, it's down to the last wire. Will they make it or will they break it down and being relegated when it comes to getting themselves in the top 16, which is going to be advancing towards the grand final happening around next week.
Yes, next week, Friday to Sunday. So book your time, ladies and gentlemen, for that. In the meantime, we're still shaping up who will be in the top 16 still, especially for those few teams at the end. AI Esports, one of them, but they did show up in the previous round, netting a double-digit pointer in that second Erangel. We are heading on to our last Erangel today before we move on to the final 2 Miramar maps. So this Erangel that features still some of the big teams, they might be interested to try to overtake each other. That means that other teams might be the collateral damage. We'll need to look at what's going to happen next. But without further ado, here we go. Erangel it is.
Now heading to our last Erangel of the day, there's going to be opportunity for the teams that love Erangel one more shot before we wrap the day up for our Erangel and have 2 more remaining maps of Miramar later on. And so far the teams that are loving Erangel, we do know it's going to be MFG so far. Can they score another chicken? We so far don't see a hat-trick this week yet for those chicken dinner, but a couple of back-to-backs so far, especially coming up from Austria Esports as well, and this is their time to shine.
Oh yeah, good point there. MFG with the side quest of claiming to be the king of Erangel today. They scored the first 2 Erangels. In case you guys missed it, feel free to rewind and watch it because yes, I'm sure you guys will be entertained. Let's check out the flight path now. We'll start out on the left side of Pre-Mosque and it will end onto Novo. We do have a lot of Novo intersection sort of flight paths today for Erangels.
But the flight path, like we just mentioned, it do favors more on the southern side. SMB this time will occupy by Austria Esports. Last time we saw it was around TQ taking the southern side due to Austria Esports not playing. But will there be any contender towards the side of STE? Previously we saw GE taking over that compound, but GE is not playing, so I assume it's going to be safe for Strangers Esports around the area of Novorobnoye. But every respective team just dropped themselves as their first drop. It seems like nobody will be having any clashes yet by far. And we do have this sort of circle yesterday around the SPM sort of intersection of Medusa intersection, Shelter, Prison and Mansion, but high chance it will just hard shift. Last time we saw this sort of circle ended up right on the outskirts of Pochinki. So it's something that's uncertain, but it does comprise a little bit of SMB. And Gus, surprisingly, actually be at the other side of the island instead of with his team right now. Maybe just trying to make sure that they always have one foot in towards the southern side in case the circle will hard shift downwards.
Yeah, that could be what he plans to do. But okay. We open up with a bang, literally. MFG banging onto Yangon Galacticos. Lost 2 players very, very early. And this seems to happen when they were tussling for buggies. So MFG looted weapons first. They had the first advantage. They also had the numbers. Everyone from MFG is here. Yangon Galacticos, the 2 players there, couldn't stand a chance.
Leaving only YG with Romeo Boy and WTZ. This is not a great start for YG. The last time we saw they got themselves momentum was yesterday, and now they start to lose so many men quite early on. Usually it's going to be the case of Esports in their shoes, but right now it feels like a bit topsy-turvy between these teams when it comes to the conditioning. But for the rest of the other teams, no first contact being made yet. A bit quiet, a bit calm and peaceful as a start per usual, other than the 2 teams that's clashing quite early on. But I'm not surprised if Harami Bro start to fire on and hunting people down very soon, because they got themselves quite a very luxurious place to loot on. But the thing is, they are the team that will not sit quietly, just like how PBE love to rotate. The Filipino teams, they are the type of team that's so proactive, but sometimes might be a bit too reckless.
Yeah, sometimes if you overcommit, then there could be punishment there. So there are multiple scenarios to things that can happen. So far, we haven't seen them in action yet, and I believe that's because it's still early. So with this kind of like okay-ish circle, it will probably take some time until we see them truly in action.
Speaking of action, there is none for now. It's going to be very quiet. So this is where we just have to wait to see if there's any interesting navigation done by some of the teams. I'm looking for Osja Esports to actually play really aggressive, since they've been overtaken by MFG, and the point's not too far either. But MFG just stated their objective for this round. Definitely they're going to go for the kills and going to go for the eliminations with a start aggressively, 2 points in their hands. That's going to widen up the gap between them and Osja Esports. But at the same time, if they just wait for the right time till the very last ending to start the fight after that 2 eliminations, just like how they did in the previous map, that's going to be a tough one, because Osja Esports, when it comes to stage number 4, that's where all actions takes place for them. They will start to gun people down. They will try to hunt all the teams that still remain in the game. And when it comes to firepower compared with MFG, Osja Esports do give a bit more on the aggressive side than MFG.
Yeah, they are clearly aggressive. It feels like whichever target they see, they want to finish it off. They want to eliminate it. They won't be like, okay, I see you and I'll move away somewhere else, or I see you, I do it halfway and then I will move away. It's like they will finish up the job, irregardless whether they win or they lose. And that's the risk that they're willing to take. And sometimes you take a risk, you get rewarded by it. And it's clearly shown right now that PBE is one of the upper teams by playing that kind of play style.
Now, when it comes to the overall rankings, I want to check when it comes to PBE's rankings of the league itself. Now, don't forget, weekly ranking is important, yes, but the main reason for the weekly rankings is for the league standings later on. On the start of PBE, they're still doing okay at the top 5. They definitely want to finish a bit more stronger when it comes to the final week here. And Osja Esports, despite they got themselves at top 4, at number 4 in the overall league standings by far, even they got themselves at number 1 spot, will it be enough for them to end it up there? Because Harami Bro and GE do have a very solid amount of points of week 1 and week 2 across the board here. So high chance, I still feel like GE, if they consistently stay at the top 3 by end of this week, they're going to still take possibly the number 1 spot. But back to the side of FV Esports, they had a rough run when it comes to the entire week of week number 3 so far. And we do see Zero Scudder playing Papa JR Rip and Eras. I'm glad to see all 4 players up and well for now. But we're going to have to wait and see if there's any teams targeting FVE, because it's so hard to see FVE rushing into someone else's compound. It's always them being targeted by the other teams. But Circle Shifted is still 50, more like a 60-30%, 70-30% so far. But if a hard shift all the way to SMB, I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, if that happens, it will be one of the biggest scams that we have seen in recent time. But what's not scamming us is actually flash vision. eliminating one player out of Playbook Esports. Wow, okay, not too bad of a start. But Playbook Esports, well, we know their style. They're not going to let this one go.
PBE, as per usual, they make the same mistake if they overextend themselves for the blues, and that's what they did last time. It worked out well, but it didn't work out so much when it comes to those chicken. They didn't have PE. Didn't mention about them always running away from a fight. It seems like they're leaving the compound and vicinity, just get into a different checkpoint entirely. PBE not really happy about this, a bit disappointed. They were trying to commit to the chase, possibly trying to knock down an FVE and pin them down, but will be worth it since they got themselves too deep in the blue.
Yeah, the circle is quite far though. Hopefully they are well prepared for it. If I look at it, like Gerald only has one first aid. Not sure if he will stop anywhere in between to loot up further utilities, but one first aid, stage 1, probably okay unless a gatekeeping happens.
Speaking of gatekeeping, we don't have a lot of teams on top of that bridge, and it feels like a lot of teams are not convinced enough. We might end up around SMB. A lot of them do have themselves hover around the coastline of just at this other side of the main island. Scardy tapping it out with a mini 14 8-time scope, but you actually don't see anything there. That's going to be a random shot down. But Scardy might actually spot out AI Esports player on the side of PBE. This is just a different level of commitment. This is obsession on the side of PBE to chase down our FB.
Yep, it's still the pattern of PBE to be like, oh nope, we're not gonna let one go. If we have that opportunity, we'll try to chase them all the way down. But Papa J is definitely not interested. Just look at this, no first aids on his side, dependent on bandages, which is fine for this stage. But oh wow, what a circle we have.
More about how crowded it is in the center. Look at how all the teams coming up from the northern side. Drat just coming out of Yasnaya, cutting across a mansion and the round of a shelter, just bumping into MFG. Now MFG is actually on fire. Can they hold their ground since there's a lot of gatekeepers down there? We have so many teams on top of Milta at the edges of the coastline, just nearby the bridge, in case the circle shifted downwards. Orja Esports, the only team around the SMB. ST Esports are Miv Clan. And this might be the push that they have been waiting for.
Aha! Here we go. Making the execution now. Cutting across. STE and Myth Clan. Myth Clan not recovered yet. Newbie arrives. Joseph taken out by Skadi. Davance on the other side. On the other building to be exact. Shrouds on the right side building. So they have a 2 spread here. They might want to hold on to this first. Unless the snake knocks them out. But nope, that's not going to reach a Davan yet.
Oh, Newbie couldn't even overpick at that point. Got clipped quite a bit for the shots from afar. They couldn't actually have those mirrors working for them. STE, they have too many holes in their compound right now. Those mirrors will actually be their bane and their death. MFG, despite they try to rush down towards the remaining of YG, who've been pinned down by them early on, they're now getting on another. YG WTZ fought back. And he managed to knock down on 2. That was a bit of a clutch on 2 different angles. Can YG shut down on MFG? Run here as Yaka holding his shotgun to cut around the corner, finding out where with WTZ is at. But WTZ managed to reset himself. That Nate still finished off the healing, still in the process of healing of WTZ. Great fight by MFG, valiant effort by YG. But here comes Harame Bros.
Hello, Harame Bros. MFG now in trouble. Harame Bros wipes them out. Austria Esports will be the happiest of the bunch. And the Harame Bros in it. They got a knockdown onto exit. 2 more from MFG active.
Range jumping relentlessly, going up to the 2nd floor just by the rooftop. And they got in and boxed into a side of MFG. Got them all cornered up. Bro and Mem actually spot out and they clear all the corners despite they got a great run previously with multiple chickens here across the week for MFG. Sadly, they have to give their spot back towards the rightful owner of the throne, which is going to be Austria Esports.
Oh, wow. Immediate action button 9. Wow. From across. Immediately knocking down our rip. And now Flash Vision need to hold their spot, but maybe not for now since they don't have rip. But Papa J went down. Well, it's only nades needed by the quarter to just knock down the members of Flash Vision. And now with the man advantage, they will come in. Eras with the name of his own, but nobody is at home.
Eras fighting against the side of TQ. They will retaliate, but it won't be enough. The projectile is way more accurate in the side of TQ. With Eras bombarded back to the side of Save. And VE, zero skirt down to 0. Didn't score any elimination points. At least it got 1. There's another improvement coming up from VE. I love how they retaliate back and fought back. But 3 teams down still in the stage number 3. It's quite early and quite a lot of teams going out from the equation of this lobby. But back to the side of Team Q or TQ. They're still bleeding up one of their members. Nobody actually picked him up. They finally actually got him back at his feet. But Ozja Esports finally crossing the bridge by swimming over towards the main peninsula.
Yeah, they managed to arrive without being challenged by other teams. So good for them so far. At this kind of circle, tucked into pretty much the corner. So I guess that kind of forced a lot of teams to take fights at this stage. So we already got 3 teams eliminated and also a good number of casualties here. Playbook Esports loses 1, Myth Clan lost 2. So it's going to go insane now coming to this stage for sure. We still have some teams out in the open. I'm waiting to see how much would the circle shift next. And if it's another hard shift, then we will get to see more action.
Looking at things, how things will unfold for Ozja Esports to take back their rightful place at number 1 here. Whilst waiting for finally Ozja Esports start to take action, which could be stage 4 or late stage 3 usually. Newbie just missed Myth Clan members in the very small shot. He spot him out. Here comes a spray, a bit too late. Newbie back in, and the corners will not cover him enough, but still managed to knock on one with that UMP. Oh boy, Myth. Shroud tried to hide as much, but Peekaboo, I see you.
Well, that was a cheeky one there. But now only that one left for Myth Clan and Bison, as well as M4 on the other hand. But he's by the edge now, so some focus onto him perhaps, but not truly focusing onto him, because if we look at the minimap, there's another team on the south side. But speaking about south, that is where the circle will be at. Oof.
At least it's not SMB, and Ozja Esports managed to cross the other side quite safely and not too late into that. Now, at the moment, we do know it's going to be stage 4. This is where actions be taken. Can they shut down STE? Will it be them tasting their own medicine by the side of STE with the toss of the nade, knock one down on Red Bull, another one being tossed around. They didn't see this one coming, but Scotty tried to actually save 762, but can they make it on time? As Red Bull bleeding out, Astro X will try to reach the MVP of the team there, try to revive him back up his feet, with Gooey giving support fire at the flank side, Skyline on the top side. They got every angles covered on the side of Ozja Esports, but they couldn't visualize on the side of STE. Well, a Myth Clan is also in the fray. We saw Davon just snaking inside of the building, but he's not willing to take any actions. And Ozja Esports, they need to make do with what they have. They managed to do some damage control, pick back up Red Bull back on his feet, and managed to reset. But on the side of STE, will they stay and commit, or will they just stand down?
I also noticed that the one boy got knocked and he's not revived yet, but UB comes in, and right now they know exactly, pin him down to the corner, nowhere to go. That is the end of Davon and Myth Clan. After all that action, they actually got nothing of this round.
He lasted long enough, but sadly still a lot of teams, so it ended up empty-handed without any placement points by the end of the day. Scardy, on the other hand, spotted out Caps Luck using that mini 14 to tap one out, but PBE taking an action against Dread. Enigma right across STE, attracting too many unwanted attention. They do have the eyes of Ozja Esports on the other side, but Gooey seems to be knocked down by the hands of who know who? We don't know, because it seems like they are off of our camera view just now, and a lot more teams seems to be interested in this crossfire.
Oh, there you go. See you soon. Wanted to come to the compound where TTQ is at, but while they traveled, they got knocked. Kaya fighting back, knocking down one, and the other members of TTQ needs to follow up. Okay, Liquid with this nade. Okay, he's kind of low right now. You just need to land his side nade onto him, and he'll be taken out. But no, Kaya somehow able to evade it, but have to do it quick if they want to save Gus. Oh!
Himself the walls to cover himself, blocking off the last minute explosion, but Edward sees him through. That's gonna finish off Kaya. See you soon. Have to see them back in Miramar later on as Edward finish off the job with the DBS, cleaning up the deal and tied up loose end. But TTQ, they got themselves 4 eliminations. Seems like they are on the rise here. It's been a while we've seen TTQ this noisy. It has been quiet for TTQ for the past few days.
Yeah, but opportunity presented to them and they took it well. And 4 eliminations out of the hands of See You Soon. So hopefully they'll be able to gain this momentum in this round. Not that they've gotten this amount of points at this stage. But next, I would say APG. Oh, outside circle. Blew onto them inside knockdown. Only left with Adi Boy and Master Rix. And they have the big boys Harame Bro and another team in front of them.
Federalis get up. Arame Bro really try to find as high possible ground as they can. Having some troubles to actually climb up. Now decided, you know what, we're gonna just refill our gases and just gonna get away from here. There's a lot of teams are firing towards the teams that got himself gatekeeping at the edge of a circle. Shazam from Enigma. Now spot out Master Rex. The explosion will give him away. The tap coming up inside of APG. Shazam's not happy. He didn't actually clip anybody towards their side. But TTQ and also Enigma will be his next target. Even quite greedy here for Shazam. He's trying to shoot down everything that moves around him.
Oh, range knocked. And Few won't be able to save him yet as Shazam is overlooking them. And a movement here by Harame Bros by this ledge. STE in the compound. Right behind them, another team. I mean, Harame Bros' position, oof, it's really, really hard. Like, they're surrounded by lots of teams.
It's the center of attention right now. It's going to be the heat peak moment for all of teams out there as we have only 10 more left to go. Drug coming in the latest. TQ just joining at the northern side, but OJ Esports, look at the spread down there. They're separating themselves. Same goes for TTQ. The formation is being broken, but Gooey on the other hand will stay back because he knows for a fact there's going to be one TTQ player just eyeing them out, waiting to stab them from behind. One boy tossing out the nade. Hope to clip on Master Vape, but AI Esports just eluded those sparkles and bombs away in the very last minute. Naughty Boy got himself quite an off-angle view. This might be the one that can stop PBE from pushing forward. AI Esports.
Yes, and also the blue will stop him from pushing forward too. Goes up to the second floor with very little health. Mon Boy might give himself up to the blue. Yep. He's going to deny the point away, not going to give it to AI Esports. So PBE number 9, 1 point this round with that 1 elimination.
8 teams to go. Only got 2 teams, make it 3 or 4 teams in a full squad, which is going to be OJ Esports, Harame Bros, AI Esports, and Enigma. We want to mention their team, one of them being knocked down from afar. It's going to be Safe trying to push in, but Safe got knocked down instead. A bit of a 1-to-1 trade between Enigma and TQ, but have to watch out for TTQ Suki creeping up behind. STE newbie tossing out double net down towards the Harame Bro who got no covers. This is just disastrous ending for Harame Bro, and close enough. The small shack that they are hanging on just saved them by the neck.
Oh, range almost knocked down as well. But they got the nade and there's nowhere for him to go, nowhere for him to hide. Now he's knocked. But his other teammates in the shack, the molly will stop them from coming out. But STE, are they interested to take the frontal fight now? Looks like they are. They're getting closer and closer. That molly will buy them time to get as close as possible. They just need to let that one nade into the shack and it will rule them all.
Can't actually see the shack. Here comes Federales coming out. Newbie trying to strip him down with that UMP. Hoping it's praised, but it has been backfired. Newbie's plan gone down sour as STE couldn't actually finish off quite efficiently as they hoped for against Harame Bros. Now this given the space for Harame Bros to stand back up their feet to reset, but Enigma on the other hand still having a bit of a struggle against TQ.
Oh, jump shot, wow! Nice jump shot by Popeye. Anticipated that well, and he won the fight in this compound with that beautiful jump shot. Man, that is worthy of a Jackie Chan move.
Speaking of TQ, down to only 2 players. Hopefully Popeye will actually save his teammate Osha Esports. They have been quite old this while. This is where they start to pick off one by one, limb by limb out. for the players that happen to be too distracted and having their tunnel vision and what's in front, not showing any care in the world about their side and flanks. And Red Bull taking advantage, all pinned down to as a side flank of AI Esports. They're still trying to figure out where the shot's coming out from. But unfortunately for AI Esports, they are the furthest one away from the circle as well.
Ooh, yeah, it's hard. It's hard for them, not only because of the distance, but because Red Bull is also looking at them. Now, we have Red Bull on camera, takes one more down. He's kind of low, but he should be able to reset. He has his other teammates to back him up from the other angle. Master Vape knocked as well. And AI Esports, just so hard to come in.
Red Bull just reset. He got still a lot abundant of first aid coming up from his side, including those throwables still available for him at disposal. But Tofi, I don't think they can survive for AI Esports. Got finished off by 1 point denied there by the player in itself, which is going to be Tofi, but the rest of it will be finished off by Osja Esports. They scored himself 3 eliminations by far. Harami Bro at 5, same goes for TTQ, but they're lacking of men. The one that actually surprises us when it comes to the numbers of high kill volume is going to be coming up from Strangers Esports and TQ. They scored themselves 11 and 8 respectively.
Oh, the names are rolling right now. TQ, but they got 11 eliminations. Wow, not bad for TQ, although they are out at number 6. And we got STE by the edge of the circle, but there are 2 other teams beside them. One on the left, one on the right. So if they're forced to come out, then, well, it's probably going to be a sandwich situation for them.
Miner trying to do some work by himself. They're kind of been chucked down by 2 or 3 teams right now. STE, despite got himself high kill volume, now the problem, it's gonna be lasting long enough to survive, to see that chicken to be theirs to take. At least it got himself a compound which won't last long enough the moment the circle is shifting away from them in less than 25 seconds to go. For Durales, on the other hand, gonna strive himself with whatever he got left, which is gonna be the borders and the terrain to cover himself. Same goes for the side of TTQ Edward. Now, Osja Esports, how long will they stay quiet? They do have a trio. None of the teams remaining in the top 5 here do have a full squad, but the one that actually do have disadvantage is going to be Enigma and Harame Bro. Harame Bro, the last player in the center of everything else. How can he last just by hiding?
Wow, but look at this. The former number 1 team, Osja Esports, has the circle. And MFG, we saw them going out earlier. Then this time it's their chance to overtake MFG again. And now they're back together here, playing as a trio. That's absolutely fine. But they have this compound with the circle currently. Most importantly, they can stop the North 2 teams from coming in and probably pick points out of them.
Edward, hoping that he can actually use his best with that 4x scope to see who's indoors. Zuki is trying to do the same thing here, re-angle himself to find any flaw or blind spot towards the teams that got himself in a compound. QB Enigma not being spotted out yet, but he has to leave for Suki. He knows that for a fact. The moment he saw the Blues start to shrink down, hops into his buggy and just reposition himself to unite with the rest of the roster. But Osja Esports, on the other hand, they are on the move. They might actually close up the gap between them and STE here as they start to approach the fight slowly but surely, try to trap them into one corner. Here comes the shots fired. STE Scardy knocked down. STE, they can last long. They might actually attract Enigma to fight onto them as well.
Oh, Enigma will be pretty interesting. One last player, how is he going to survive this? And I'm still surprised. I'm still surprised that Osja Esports, although they have this area, but so far the teams up north, never mind about that. Stranger Esports goes out next. And one more to go. Not sure if they know that he's there, but if they can get a good visual, then they'll definitely be able to get that point.
Osja taking respective building for themselves. I don't think anybody can spot out Enigma players. That's going to be quite difficult since it's a bit too tense. If they want to cross over the other side of a road, they'll be exposed themselves to us all the view of TTQ and Harame Bro. For Durales, on the other hand, crawling his way up because the Blues start to burn his back now. Osja Esports, they're not scared. This is where the specialty will actually being exhibited here. They know for a fact when it comes to the top 5 and top 4, this is where they will play brilliantly. They will showcase themselves how to close up the game. They're pretty good at closing the deal and getting those chickens when it comes to the top 4. Like I mentioned before, QB, he will not go down empty-handed. Now secured not just the placement point, but 6 elimination by himself.
Wow. QB, the last member of Enigma, not going down without a fight. Nice move there by him. But let's see if we can take the fight against TTQ and also Osja Esports all alone. It's going to be pretty tough for him. He doesn't have the circle at all. And as I ended that sentence, he got eliminated, but it's still a good effort to secure another extra point and also another extra placement.
Now, despite Osja has been quite silent for the longest time, here comes them shouting out loud to fight against TTQ. We just have extra 2 more eliminations compared to the side of Osja Esports. Now, definitely Osja Esports taking back their number 1 spot if they will secure this chicken dinner. But if they don't, definitely they still have more than enough. Maybe just the gap of a couple of points in difference between them and MFG. Back to the side of Osja Esports, they're not making a move just yet, but slowly open up their formation towards a triangle mode. And it's going to be inverted triangle on the side of a TTQ. Trying to defend as much as they can. Fire is being shot and it's opened up the silence between them. Astro Axe did not actually have any view on Liquid. I'm not sure if you actually see that one coming.
Yeah, he seemed to be using his eye to view that area. So maybe or maybe not. I'm not too sure about that. But what we're sure is that now, Astro Axe pointing the gun onto Liquid, waiting for him to just jump up, show himself. He sees the shoulder, he sees the head, but Liquid is just moving too much. Astro Axe, no clear shot yet, but patience is key here, Astro Axe.
Osja. Here comes Liquid, straight down, and that was a clean one from Astro Axe. Incredible sprays coming up with such composure. Now TTQ, Zuki next is going to be the target. But that was a bit too late to just rush in as Liquid bleeding out, going down to almost 1% health. This is going to be Osja Esports securing with the one last boom. And it's done. TTQ eliminated with the hands on the chicken dinner. None other than Osja Esports coming back as the kings of the league.
Well, you did talk about the narrative of when they come back, they're not happy. They want to get back to number 1. They are absolutely showing it with this chicken dinner. So the narrative was on point there. And obviously with this chicken dinner, MFG somewhere in the middle eliminated. Well, surely they're back on top.
Yeah, but it will not be enough yet for them to actually stretch it even further for their margins against MFG. This is them saving and reserving their energy for the next Battleground, which is going to be Miramar. And MFG, will they fight back? For the side of GE, will they just stand still at the bench and wait at the 3rd place forever such a long time? But they will definitely fight back because the next match is going to be super interesting. And Osja Esports, now everything's been shaken up. And things cannot be complacent anymore for Osja Esports.
Yes, Osja Esports still need to maintain their pace. But let's check out the best moments from this round. 8 eliminations for Osja Esports. We've seen a lot more, but that's absolutely fine. They still got the chicken dinner, bringing them 18 points. And as long as they can stay consistent like this, I have been already losing count how many chicken dinners have they gotten, and now even more. They are definitely the team with the most chicken dinners as of now, and they can continue to keep up this kind of pace. I mean, who's going to catch them?
I wish one day PUBG Mobile would actually be making an award for the most chicken teams by the end of the day, and it would be really interesting to see the the trophy, right? To have a nest of chicken eggs in a nest to be in gold color. That's gonna be rotating around for every single season to see we get the most chicken out of the entire league of that season or the entire tournament. That would be fun to watch, to have that bragging rights just to get the most chicken. But despite of you losing the entire tournament or not, it just don't really matter. Somebody will take that trophy away. That'll be fun and then a really cool trophy from my perspective. But we're gonna have our MVP of the match, Popeye. Now he don't flex his biceps, but Popeye is being Popeye.
Oh yeah, he's definitely flexing it this round. 7 eliminations, 1,118 total damage, 7 knockouts, and who needs assists? If you can bring the eliminations into the quarter, and the quarter they got 11 eliminations when they got eliminated. So out of 11, he got 7. That is a lot. That is obviously more than half.
I agree. A 7 out of 7 with 1,000 over total damage. I mean, this Pop, I don't even need a spinach to eat just to finish off all the players out there. He's definitely need what it takes, which can be his 2 hands pressing over the guns on his screen. And with those fingers working, it's going to be remarkable. But Ozja Esports still coming back strong, taking back the #1 spot with almost 2,000, almost hitting the 2,000 damage of overall team damage with 12 knockout, but out of the 12 they only secured those 8 elimination, but assist wise still gonna be 5, so it's pretty much still back towards the side of 12. Ozja Esports, even though they did not secure the most eliminations out there, but they slowly and steadily know what their main objective is and know when to start to fight back and when to be quiet.
Yeah, it looks like #1 objective, survive above the teams that is closest to you. In this case, it's MFG. Second is to finish up the game. So they probably noticed that, oh, MFG eliminated, and okay, let's just play it chill and finish up the game, and they got the chicken dinner. They didn't really need to push other teams that hard. As long as they get it with okay amount of eliminations, then they'll definitely take back their #1 spot. But let's check out the overall stats from the previous round. And the overall stats here do show that we have 1 airdrop looted, at least at the time.
I guess everybody's just too busy with a fight, because we do know when Group A and Group B both will be playing, yeah, then it's gonna be a mess since the start of the day, and we saw how many teams being picked off quite early on. FVE is gonna be one of them. AI Esports being chased down so many times, but it was totally entertaining to see so many actions coming out since the start of stage 1 till the very end at usually at stage 9 or 8 that we ended up for the day. But some eliminations are finished off by the blue zone. We're talking about around estimately 4 players that finished off by the blue with 69 knockout, an incredible number. Back towards the total revival, which 25. The rest of them quite an average. We do have a distance like in every single game. You don't hit the longest elimination distance over 400 yet by far. But I think this stats pretty much a bit more decent than the last one.
Yeah, a lot of threes there. I had to point it out as well. But for the match standings, we won't get that many threes. We do have Ozja Esports still with the most points, despite not having a lot of eliminations, and it's still 18 TTQ as well as TQ. Wow, very close names there. 13 points each. And we got Enigma and STE. 11 points each. Now MFG only managed to get 4, so this is pretty obvious that Ozja Esports is on top now.
I agree. It was a 10-point gap before. Now, when it comes to MFG, they got themselves 4, so it's gotta be around more than 10 or less than that. It's already divided. Let me count that. Still not too much of a gap. MFG still doable at this point, but we don't have GE playing. Next is going to be GE playing for the last Miramar map. I want to see if GE can make sort of a comeback to that #1 spot or not, because for the next round, which going to be the first Miramar map of the day, we don't have Group D playing, so that's going to be interesting. Yep, it's less than actually just 4 points different between the side of MFG and Ozja Esports. That's really reachable. It's down to who actually being finished off early and who will actually last long enough to sustain for the chicken. But when it comes to the games being played, GE and Ozja do have the upper hand.
Yeah, 4 points with the game in hand. Ozja Esports in a good position. On the other end though, another narrative is that like the God of Death 7 and AI Esports, they have the same amount of points. For God of Death 7 to overtake AI Esports, they have to be a lot above them, at least like 5 placements or 6 placements above AI Esports to be able to potentially move on to the grand finals. But if we look at between number 13 and number 12, like that's a 20-point gap, so you can start to see that even in the middle there's that gap. It makes it even tougher for God of Death 7 to make that gap.
I agree. I mean, for the team that might be relegated, I don't know. It's still one more day to go with 2 more Miramar maps to play. Which gonna be the four more Miramar maps to go for the guys that might be relegated. I don't think the teams that are actually down there that actually shaken up by the bottom 20 love Miramar so much because it didn't actually fare them so well, but because of its big map, they do have a shot at getting those long range fight at its best. But the question is, can they survive before being ambushed? Because that's the case for most of the team down there. They're always being picked off fight by the team that's so aggressive, like PBE, like Enigma, YG example. These guys love early fights.
Yeah, and early fights in a big map, that means a lot more space for them to clean up teams early without potentially other teams passing by. So that could be an advantage for teams that like to play that kind of play style. So yeah, they will be really interesting for the last two games, whether that number one spot will be interchanged or will we see a surprise from another team to get the number one spot. But before we go there, we're going to take a breather, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. When we're back, we'll jump into Miramar. So see you guys after this break.
PUBG Mobile's 6th birthday is just around the corner. A merry 6th anniversary to all friends old and new. In version 3.1, we have lots of new content and updates for players. May you have a wonderful 6th anniversary celebration. In the Sky High Spectacle themed mode, the gigantic Nimbus Island appears on the flight path. If you'd like to begin a mystical journey, then grab a parachute and drop on in. Nimbus Island is a magnificent city in the sky. The Day Island offers a wide field of view, making it the perfect place to show off your gun skills. The Night Island boasts charming scenery, but veils itself in fog. Extra caution is advised. Eliminate all enemies on the island, harness all the blessings you can from the magic lamps, and collect ample supplies along with an extra respawn card. These are your crucial measures on the road to chicken dinner. Don't fret if you're unable to enter Nimbus Island. You can board the Sky Treasure Ship and unlock crates. Or with the aid of the treasure map, find crates that grant extra supplies. The all-new 2-seater vehicle, Flying Carpet, is sure to become your trusty accomplice on this adventure. Aside from this, plenty of mystical items will aid you in eliminating your enemies or in pranking your teammates. On this 6th anniversary, the Battleground will be full of interesting spots to check out. Treasure lies where fun begins. Hurry and gather your teammates for an adventure. As for Classic Mode, the Miramar map has been majorly updated in this version. We have integrated 2 new districts, Truck Stop and Partona. Furthermore, with this update comes a special weather condition, sandstorm. Players caught in a sandstorm will continuously lose health, so be sure to avoid them. As for firearms, the P90 SMG has received a major revision and will be the first airdrop submachine gun, posing a significant threat. The new version of the P90 is available through airdrops, uses unique 5.7mm ammo, has a fast rate of fire, and has very low recoil. It comes with a suppressor and laser sight. The sight can switch between 2 different magnification levels, but it cannot be equipped with other firearm attachments. Hurry and try out the new P90. Many new maps are coming, including a new blade ball gameplay, where you can now use frying pans to deflect balls back at opponents. New grenade blade balls have been added, so beware of blade balls detonating after the countdown ends. The character switch device has added a new zombie transformation feature. The option to transform into a zombie and infect downed players is now available. When editing as a team, teammates editing the same object is no longer a concern. There are still even more improvements to check out that support your creative freedom. An option to retain the equipment from a match has been added, and the match-wide detectable action management system will help you retain your items and progress for an improved gameplay experience. A new smart generator function has been added that invites players to enter any text, and the game will automatically generate a grouped object according to the prompt. Come over to World of Wonder and write what you'd like to say. Enchantopia will continually be updated, and in these updates, players without creator authorization will be able to enter the Progress Hub, challenge map creation stages, experience the joys of map creation, and will even have a shot at becoming an authorized creator. In the new version, we are also launching a major feature, the all-new home system. In the home system, players can freely build their dream homes and interact with friends. In Cheer Park, we have also added the home shop and create a space that highlights their personality. Home building mode will also support collaborative editing by up to 4 players. Have fun building a house with your friends. Gather your friends and start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The Home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in Home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the Home Butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the home tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories.
Things just started getting heat up here when it comes to PUBG Esports, taking back the #1 throne away from the hands of MFG, and this is the PMCL Southeast Asia 2024 Spring. I'm gonna be your caster for today. It's gonna be Choo Choo, and as always, gonna be the entertaining Sir Cloud.
Oh, the entertaining Choo Choo too. Wow. Okay, thanks for the introduction. But what's going to be entertaining is, of course, the teams to entertain us. Are you not entertained by now? But if I kind of reflected, right, like with the break time, like throughout today, if you think about it, all the chicken dinners are from the top 3 teams only. They have been like dominating everyone else. But are they going to all play together? Not really. We will take a break for MFG this time.
Yep, it seems like we do have a different rotation for this round. We don't have Group D playing for now, which is going to be MFG, see you soon, X Tiger KE, TTQ, and AI Esports. But don't fret, they will be back for our last map of the day. Now, this is going to be the last rotation coming up from Group E, which is going to be YG, PBE, TQ, and Exquisite Esports. This is going to be the last map of the day, so we can expect a lot of aggressive play by these 4 teams.
Yeah, they are like really trying to interchange or change each other. So it's going to be real interesting to see what happens up until tomorrow, because today is the second last day, that is. And we're done with Erangel, by the way, in case you just joined us. So now we are in our final 2 games that will be played in Miramar. It's going to come up next. So it's going to be a lot more different because it's a whole different map. Lots more space, a lot more map knowledge needed to know like the crooked hills and all that. They need to know like the back of the hand in order to navigate around this map. So that is something that will throw off some of these teams who might not be too comfortable in Miramar.
Now, in case before you guys start to be impatient in the comment section on the chatting below, we do have a bit of longer time before we get into the game, since we're going to remake for a bit for the lobby for the Miramar next map, so it will take us a bit longer before we get into the game. But before we even get into the serious part, let's head over to the fun part of getting this calibration in your collection. We do have the Bentley going up for you guys. For how long, who knows, because if you missed it, then it's a bummer. So make sure you do have this as fast as you can with this 9 unique skin for your vehicles that's applicable for UAZ, Dacia, Coupe RB, and Mirado. Don't forget to showcase your flexing out your skins or your vehicle skins here by tagging us on our social medias. We do want to see the effects of the vehicles, each one of them. Do they have their own respective animation? Do they have their own perks? Or do they have their own sparkles by itself? Especially I want to know, will they equip with neon lights or not? Because I'm definitely obsessed with neon lights.
Wow, if any of these were to have that neon light, probably it's the black one behind that looks like a 4-wheel. It does look like he has some side colors on it. Or maybe the one on the left side of that one, the one that looks like a blue purple-ish. Probably if they were to have a neon light Scoopy on that. Now, it's up for you guys to guess as well which one will be equipped with which vehicle, either the UAZ, Dacia, Coupe RB, or Mirado. But if you don't want to guess, you just get it inside the game and then you get your answer. And of course, once you're done with that, do share it out by creating some small content, put up a small video, just rotate it to 360 so that we all can see how it looks like.
That's kind of true. We're all looking forward for that, especially when it comes to a very limited amount of time for you guys to get your hands on. Now, this is going to be the final week. Maybe by the end of this PMCL, the Banty collaboration will end. Who knows? So make sure you guys get it as soon as possible. It means that you're probably going to have one more week to go, including the grand finals, which are going to be on the next Friday next week, to see who will actually lift the trophy of the championship in this PMCL. But speaking of more, for you guys that have been our community this longest time and one of the best community that is, this is going to be for you guys for the latest RPA6 available since the 17th of March. Will be down to up to 17th of May, with 3 sets will be available. If you reach about the level 100, you can get a full set of the Lilac Finesse set alongside probably with the Lilac Finesse Thompson SMG. And not just that, they also have the Violet Venture plain finish. You can get a very flashy plane whenever you're loading into the game when you're first flying out with the flight path.
And also, if you guys didn't notice, if you get the Thompson SMG, you will also get an exclusive elimination broadcast together with it. So that's like a 2-for-1 there. So lots of value, think about it, with the new RPA 6 and also a potential maximum rebate of 720 UC. As always, RPs are in for a limited amount of time. It was just released on the 17th of March and it will end on the 17th of May. So there is a total amount of 2 months. But if you get it later, that means that you have lesser time to do the missions. So get it right now.
Yep, and speaking of the ads, we're done, and I'm happy to see the time already clocked up there, but they cancelled it down. What is happening? Should I be scared? No! But speaking of the next match, which is going to be Miramar, we did mention about Austria Esports as well as MFG having a bit of a tiebreaker up there. Not really a tiebreaker, the margin is pretty close. It was 5 points in difference, but this is where Austria Esports wants to take the lead because MFG is not playing. But at the same time, when it comes to the final map, that's where things get really spicy because all the teams that are really up there will actually play all of it. But you did mention earlier on a lot of teams that actually got themselves. Chicken is actually the teams that are actually already up there. That is no surprise so far for all of us. It just shows it how different caliber they are when it comes to the top 5 teams compared to the rest. Now we do want to see all the other teams get themselves those chicken. I personally want to see, like, example, Fearless Esports or maybe even a God of Death 7, which they have so many times, especially God 7, right? They got so many circles right on top of them, including yesterday's Miramar. But why is it so hard for them to just finish off with the chicken?
Yeah, I guess it's specifically yesterday, then it's quite situational, right? Like if we were to like recap yesterday's Miramar, they had the circle from start to the end, to almost the end, that is, until the last one that they didn't have that circle and they had to climb down and there's no space to climb down basically. So it was it was okay, it looked okay until the final prayer that was not heard, and yeah, it was just unlucky for them not to get that because they are the team that potentially can pull a surprise to move to grand finals. But if they don't separate themselves enough from AI Esports, then that's pretty much it.
Now, speaking of the bottom 16, I personally feel like they definitely have potential, right? But it's just not consistent enough for them to get themselves the points that they really need. And they are in the dire need of it. Everybody knows that. And speaking of which, what kind of plays they should execute for the final few days here to make sure they can actually bump up to top 16. At this point, will it be too late for them? Because the one that actually get into the grand final will not be on just this week's weekly point. It's not like how it used to. This time it's going to be the accumulation of week 1 and 2 and 3. So far coming up from the top 16, the gap even from the 16th to 17th place is quite huge already, and not comparing even the 16th to 15th spot, right? So for the side of God of Death 7, that is quite still of a gap between 17 and 18. So that's going to be more points for them if they really want to push up. I have to say, like it or not, they have to have at least around an average of probably 150 points. They have to actually really secure, that's the minimum, to make sure that they might actually have a shot at top 16.
Yeah, honestly, I'm trying to be optimistic for their chances, because it will make a good storyline, right? Like if they made that comeback somehow, like if they go crazy, like they score lots of chicken dinners, lots of eliminations in the remaining few rounds that they have for themselves, that all of a sudden they made the survive to the grand finals, that will make a very good arc, I must say. So I'm trying to be as optimistic as possible for them, because I do think that mathematically it's possible. So as long as it's still calculatable that they can get through, we'll try to see if that narrative comes through.
Oh, I don't know, man. They are at like what, 70 points, like 69 right now with AI Esports. But AI Esports, they do have 200 over points last week. So all they need to do is just maintain around, if they can finish off the week around 100 points, that's more than secure enough for them to be in the top 16, right? But for the side of God of Death 7 though, from 69 to secure 150 with what have left, now that's going to be averaging about how many points per map, including the next Miramar map. And don't forget about the rotation tomorrow, which they will actually drop one of the maps as well, right? So it's going to be like what, 6 more maps to go for them?
Yeah, that. And also, since you also mentioned about other teams, right? Other teams also start to collect points. So it's not only about they have to collect points. Yes, it is, but you also have to add on like the other teams also adding points to themselves. So it's like, I don't know. Again, trying to be optimistic is like try to get like lots of chicken dinner with lots of eliminations, but yep,
that's gonna be
I don't know,
20 points an average for each single map.
Yeah, like,
and that's gonna be 10 elimination minimum, yeah. 10 elimination with like 10 like, with the chicken dinner.
Like even like Austria Esports, like, you know, as amazing as the team they are, like sometimes they get 9 eliminations, not even that 20 points. Sometimes they get 8, and yeah, I mean, no disrespect, but the record is kind of tough. But I'm still trying to be optimistic here for the sake of the narrative.
But this one is quite different if you compare with PMSL. PMSL do have the ranking points accumulated instead of the weekly points accumulated as a whole for each week, right? So this for PMCL is going to be the entire weekly point. They'll be accumulated to be added into each week. But speaking of, thank you so much. I love you guys. Thank you, production, dear production. I love you guys so much. But thank you for this graphic. We really needed this. But so far, the league rankings we have here. Well, God7 do love number 7. That's something for sure.
Yeah, so happened, right? My goodness. Okay. Now I do know this is. Okay. AI Esports 15. And I believe this is like real time right now, right? If we kind of think about it. Oh man, it's so hard. They have to like be way away from AI Esports, like what? Like 8 places, 9 places away from AI Esports by the end of tomorrow. This is the relationship that you don't want to be in, you know, like just next to each other all the time. Like this is the time where you really want to be separated way far away.
Speaking of the final week, it's going to be interesting if we ended up a tiebreaker between GE and Harami Pro, because they are both at 28 points. Now, this definitely want to push for Harami Bro to get himself in number 1 by end of this week, but can they make it when it comes to pushing up the very last minute? Because if they do, that's going to be a lot of difference when it comes to in terms of points here, Cloud. When it comes to getting those head start points in the grand finals, 30 points for first place, by the way, in the league. 22, that's 8 points of a gap. That's huge.
It is. So the number one is important. Right now, it's kind of obvious that the GE, Harami Bros, they are like next to each other in the total league points. Creeping behind is Yango Galacticos, but looking at how GE is performing, it should be okay, but I wouldn't rule out Harame Bros, frankly speaking, at this moment to possibly overtake GE since they're at the same amount of points. So it's a matter of like easy calculation by the end of Sunday, who is on top of each other in the weekly standings, then they will get the number one. For Yango Galacticos to overtake either GE or Harame Bros, mathematically doable, but I think it's kind of hard.
But also we have to shift over to the second page here, Club. Don't forget about the top 16 that will make it up to the grand finals. AI Esports and TTQ both having the same points down there at 15. Now the one that can actually stop them, the one will make a difference, it's just going to be down to FRL. I personally, I'm sorry God7, nothing against you, and APG against FVE, thank you so much for being with us for this season, but honestly speaking, I feel like it's a bit dim for their side to get those points up. But for FRL, it's doable. AI Esports, especially for them, they do shine best when it comes to the final week here. But for FRL, we don't see their best yet. We do see AI Esports pushing so much. But FRL, if they really push it up, they're going to drag AI Esports down, or even TTQ in this case.
Yeah, at this moment, you pointed out, right, like FRL has the better chance, but also the same, right? Like they need to be separated from AI Esports, like what, 6 places in order for them to get across, and they will push down AI Esports. But no, it's not only about 6 places, because AI Esports will also gain some points, so it's a lot more than that. So maybe like 10 places above, roughly, which is, if we look at their current standings in the weekly charts, they are below AI Esports. Not by far, but still below. But I guess the main point is that if they want to break into page 1, the gap is like what, 30-ish points now, and the points will continue to grow. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to be optimistic here, but maybe.
Now, the safest bet for FRL is going to be placing themselves at 10th place by end of this week. But that's also under a certain condition where AI Esports and TTQ did not score as much as they should be, or being below 10th place. So the aim for the side of FRLs is going to be having themselves top 10 by end of this week. At the gap right now, we're looking at the numbers. FRL placing themselves 63 points, while the top 10 already scored himself. That's going to be the minimum bar above 100 points, right? So for them to have that gap, that's still around almost 40 points in the difference. But by end of tomorrow, with the average of points that can be gained by a team in a day, it's going to be around 50 for each one of them. So I assume for Fearless, they have to end it up with score like the number as standard I mentioned. The median is going to be 150 points. They need to garner at least 100 points more. And the average of the 100 points, again, back to the math, 20 points each map. 1 chicken and 10 elimination. Is that still doable?
And even that, you have to take into consideration that other teams also gain points. So, oh man. The more we think about it, it gets harder.
Personally, it's doable for Fearless, because if they actually do have the top 10, right? I don't think AI Esports and was it TTQ or TQ just now? TQ, was it? I think TQ, yeah. TQ possibly won't have the top 10 spot if they really push all out to the very last minute, because we do know when it comes to the top 10 teams, don't forget about MFG, don't forget about Exquisite, there's also like Myth Clan, Dread. These teams are really good when it comes to firepower, really aggressive when it comes to play. Also PBE and YG still up there, so they have to just be right on par with these teams, not really higher than them, as long as they are in the same league. Now they need to work things out, how to be up there just slightly higher than AI Esports and also TQ.
Oh man, so many calculations, so many possibilities, so many numbers, so many theories, hypotheses, you name it. We have put it all out. It's down to the teams to really put in the work here. And games are running past by them. Time is running out. We only have like today 2 more games, tomorrow 6 more games, and that's it. Nothing is going to change their future. No, nothing is going to change my love for you. That's totally something else, right? But nothing is going to change the future for these teams for this season if they don't do the business. Let's head on to our first Miramar here today. Let's go!
Whatever you just said just now, the only point I actually gain out of that sentence, not gonna change your love for who?
For myself. Self-love is important. So, and that's the only one that I can afford.
What a natural or just neutral answers. Very general. You're as boring as the players when they are being interviewed, man. Come on, don't be safe.
Oh man, if not, at most I'll rope in my cats, but yeah, I guess.
How many cats do you have?
love
Is it still
cats?
4?
It's 5.
Oh, they've given birth, or you actually pick another one out?
I don't know when was the timeline that I last updated you, but yeah, it's a total of 5.
Oh man, next day is going to be 10. But speaking of 10, that's going to be the average 10 eliminations for the side, like we mentioned before, of Team FRL or Fearless have to score every single map starting from now. Now, average of 20 points each, unless if they can break something really out of the blue, can score 30 points, like how did CUSU made it last time, or was it yesterday, the day before, they scored 21 eliminations with overall 31 points. Now, that's a big one. They need at least one round like that, then they can cut some slack for one map, and that's going to be only one map only, and they have to keep it going just like how they got the 30-ish sort of eliminations after that.
Yeah, that's a big number, right? Yeah, that is like the dream number for teams like FRL to catch now. If they get that sort of number, then okay, game on, let's go, right? But let's go for them. Since the circle is on top, FRL is all the way down south.
But at least it also gives them a good opportunity to survive a bit longer, because the moment you survive a bit longer, there's a higher chance for you to get those chicken away, and it's going to be free extra 10 points. Now, we saw how Esports been playing. They've been playing it safe until the very last minute, until there's like, 5 teams left. That's how they just accumulate those eliminations from the sidelines up to 7 points. That's going to be the average eliminations when they play it very quiet and slow, though, for Esports. It's always a 7 eliminations by end of the map. But we do have a bit of early first contact, but nothing much more. That just a bit of greetings. That's just it. Nothing too extraordinary or out of the blue for some of the teams. But I do love to see that circle once more. We do have very little people up the north. Now we do want to see who will get into the circle first.
At least like the northern teams, they got the circle already. Like teams like GE in St. Martin, and there's a good amount of teams there. I'll be interested to see like how like the south teams they navigate through. Is any team like going to take the Impala into circle, like very safe route, like side all the way, go all the way up north? Like I just feel like antisocial. Like I don't feel like meeting anyone. Like just avoid everyone. I don't want to see. I don't want to talk. Sort of mindset.
So introvert at its best, I guess. It's not so bad playing as introvert players. It's actually bringing them great numbers into the game.
Actually, that's pretty true. It's like sometimes an introverted team might make enough to go to grand finals. It's like, okay, every time I be so introverted, I get top 5, maybe 1-2 eliminations, that's okay, but top 5, 1-2 eliminations every round, you would maybe kind of make it through, if you think about it.
You make me think a lot, not just think about that. Speaking of introvert, right, if it's very similar to the teams that we like to put it as a very shy team. Now that kind of remind me of, speaking of shyness, introvert, not really introvert, but more towards shy. Do you remember who was the player that we always interviewed that loved to laugh so much? Like by the end of the sentence, like, who was it again?
It's Oh yeah. Oh
There's
man.
one player, right? Was it one of APG or YG players? I forgot about it. They're definitely white card players.
Yeah, I could visualize that happening, but it's been a while since we last interviewed any of the wildcard players. So
Yeah.
probably it's about time, just saying.
Instead of having those breaks, might as well we put up an interview between them and like asking how things been going. But we don't have translator unless, it's so hard for us to just translate happy birthday to Mane the past few days. Imagine trying to find one translator in between.
Oh man. Google, it will be like online translate at its best. Just like what Shazam now has to show his best against Smile from Genesis Esports. 1v1. Here we go. Trading spots to each other. And Smile, Mr. MVP, will not easily let this one go.
Definitely, that's going to be advantageous to Smile. He got a very sort of empty space in front of him that will not block his bullet on the side of Enigma Shazam just now. That UAZ, the way he actually popped it out is actually the one that backfired against him. He actually got the crosshair right, but it's because of the roof of that UAZ just now kind of blocked his couple of bullets that's just whiffed in away and bounced it back towards the other side, so it didn't actually clip down. So definitely Enigma, that was really a shame. Unfortunately enough for them, Shazam have to stop for now temporarily. They do have another map to go, if I'm not mistaken, after this. But GOT7 now, we did talk about them quite a number of time. I deep down inside want them to go into grand finals. I want to see somebody flip the table for a bit, because when it comes to the last few days, we love having the rising dark horses in the very last minute. In the case of VE, can they just being a dark horse and just rise up today in the very last few games?
By now, my only wish list for Flash Vision is to get a chicken dinner and the poster up there. That's all. That's all. I'm not asking for much by now.
That's still a lot though to get chicken. And for me, as long as they got 5 eliminations, I'm happy for that. But FVE, Papa J, next. Oh man, speaking of flying minivan, MNA is definitely happy. GE needed all this point they can get to just take over MFG spot to catch up to Osja Esports. Now still a gap between them and Osja. That's around probably roughly 40 points.
Wow.
And it's going to contribute to his debt as well. But Nay, 3 times scope. That's a very small dot, by the way. Good luck controlling that barrel. Bold and brazen, ambitious even. We'll try to go for it.
Yeah, Zai is actually on ground. It almost looked like a single dot from our view. Imagine how it looked like from their view on the phone. But they're still able to land it. Wow, Era's knocked down. And don't see his teammate coming to save him. So he's probably going to go out. The points are probably going to be given to Genesis Esports. But we move forward to Myth Clan. And Joseph is in the same situation.
2-1-4 Akira. They're pretty safe themselves when it comes to the league rankings, I think. But when it comes to their performance, they're not really... They're sort of a team that's on a roller coaster. Up and down, hot and cold. It depends on the mood for the day. But for Myth Clan, they're also quite a high potential team, just like MFG. But just in the very last minute here, they just start to cool down their performance. Feels like a bit too cold these days. Just wish we had them consistently, like the early of this week, where they're quite energetic. They're very proactive, finding the kills and trying to get migration into the circle, transitioning into the safe zone as fast as they can. Feels like they are going the reverse, just like how MFG, they are the other way around. They're going way better than it was before.
Oh, yes. But let's see if it actually brings them the result. This is where I'm wondering right now. Scouting or actually wanting to execute a plan. But as we can see here, Holy Lanju came to the same compound where the last member of Flash Vision is there. He probably saw that vehicle, so now he knows that someone is there. He's probably evaluating like, okay, how many is there and is it going to be worth it?
Ooh.
But if they do know it's only one, they'll go for it.
It is quite a rare circle, way up north. If we go up towards the side of Tori Ahumada, now that's going to be fun. But so far, a lot of teams do feel like it's more important for them to focus on Chris Deville, because Chris Deville, a high chance it will end up there. APG, the problem for APG is going to be themselves. because Addict Boy just now happened to be slipping himself across the very steep slope. So there's going to be a lot of the enemy within himself. And 2 on 4 Akira.
Oh.
Wow, FV versus Dread. This is what we're looking for. I want to see that fight.
Yeah, I want to see the Eros fight as well. You want that. But we have to watch Rankit, Mr. MVP. Oh, immediately knocked down. 2Pro is going to follow up from the side. Shroud goes down. And on the other end, we got the other 2 members of Myth Clan still alive. But 2-1 for Akira. Once they save Rankit, it will be 2v4.
Now, 2Pro try to flush them out. DZ, YG, Enigma, QB. I wonder what happened to FVE. That's going to be last member for FVE. At least they scored 1. And that's going to add up the numbers. But Wacko got whacked down by DZ. Myth Clan will fight back any way that they can.
Oh, random spray by DZ across. This could be Myth Clan coming back though. Let's not look down upon them. 2Pro together with Rankit now, the duo that has to do it against Myth Clan. Stun grenade toss onto the left side, but nobody is there. 2Pro, random shots just to pin them down on the second floor.
2Pro, open the door. Come on, just open the door. But nope, they're not going to do that. And DZ just finished off by the burning of those Molly. Myth Clan closing now, but ended up with only 1 elimination by the end of this map. 2-on-4 Akira will actually survive, but Eras, we don't know what really happened. They almost closed the gap between them and Dread Esports. But lucky enough for Era, they do have a save in. That's going to be exquisite.
Oh, exquisite. Waiting for the time to come in. And they will wipe them out, all of them off, because they have the numbers. But okay, they're circling around, probably getting into position. Or they're going to let this one go. Not too sure yet. But we move forward to TQ. They have Austria Esports on the outside. Both teams tanking the blue.
Jips, minute 14, 8 times scope. Can actually just scope to a side of XQS. But he knows for a fact they might actually do have the same arsenal as he does. So quite risky one. Oh no, Eras! You can sit down quietly. Nobody spot him out just now. Why did you have to expose yourself? Maybe for the batter himself. He wants to fight. He's a fighter. Eras is a warrior. He will fight back for what he can actually get. But Holy Lanju, surprised by that, go all the way the other side of the compound or building. Fighting back to his side of Era, having another go of round 2 FVE versus Dread Esports.
Okay, my wish list now to see Eras pull off a clutch here. Holy Lanju shoots onto him. He's kind of low at this moment. Gets a knockdown. Nice nade on the Jashi. But one last tick of health. Does he have the time to reset? Still aiming down the stairs.
Go!
Gonna take that risk. Gonna take that risk. Oh, he tosses a nade. Okay, it's a stun grenade that will might buy some time, but no, Chipna sprays the door. Broken down. Eras healing up. He is back up. He managed to reset. Choo-choo.
A tug of war between the players of FV. There's going to be 1 player left. Which Era versus 3? Oh, he didn't go for the push. They got himself back up for Chashi.
No.
I'm sorry, Dread. Nothing against you, but we definitely want to see FVE to get something out of this. But 2-1 for Akira. Just gonna spoil it away.
No, not yet. Ah, no extra points. He only got the knocks, but no elimination. And I guess with the elimination feed running and stopping, now it's 2-1 for Akira's turn to take over.
Here comes the cleaning up crew. 2-1 for Akira. Despite they heard those gunshots early on, they will not go in and will not commit to it. They try to go towards the side of a warehouse. APG been finished off by another team apparently. Who was it? Is it 2-1 for Akira as well or Dread? I have no clue. But for 2-1 for Akira, despite they trying to go aggressive and still reckless as a duo, quite costly coming out from trying to pin down everybody else. Exquisite, Lufa boy. Can he actually do a comeback for Exquisite?
Lufa stayed behind as a support player, but because he's shot at, so he has to leave his post. Now he will join up with his other teammates. Nope, he's still going to take that off angle, so it's okay as long as he has this ditch. Or he can join back with his teammates. Either one is fine, I guess.
Oh, we're going in for a ride, I guess, in Miramar right now. Nothing else is happening. But 2-1 for Akira. I don't know about Rankit. They definitely want to go for Dread. Dread, surprisingly, just now 2-1 for Akira was so close. about trying to finish off whatever they're starting off against Dread versus MVE before, I was surprised at the fact they made a bit of a U-turn, because usually 2-on-4 Akira love to just commit to the fight when they aim for it, and this time it shows different. They actually do change their mind here.
Yeah, honestly, I thought so as well. I really thought that they would follow up after the Flash Vision Dread Esports fight, but yeah, you're right, they did not. To my surprise. Imagine if they did, they probably have finished that fight. Whether win or lose is a separate story, right? They probably finished that fight, and they would be just next to the circle. Will make an easier entry.
I think one of the many reasons they made a U-turn just now, because it's more than one team there. They might actually spot it out exquisite the moment they were trying to push into Dread, and then might actually spot one of Fearless players on top of those mountains. So they made a U-turn because they realized there's too many teams at the same compound. So it's not worth investing. Possibly that's the case. That's the best case scenario, because we do know 2-on-4 Akira never back down, just like how PBE plays, because they used to be teammate back in the days between Racket and the boys. But when it comes to the center of circle, well, it's good news for GE fans out there. They are definitely inside of a safe zone and got the domination of the circle. But for YG versus Ozja now, can Ozja knock down Romeo Boy this far?
It's quite a distance here. And he does have a couple of crates to protect him. But oh, look at this. Loki is going in front, and Romeo Boy is going to play that long-range support instead. Loki alone. What a big risk that he's taking, especially up against the top team Austria Esports.
Gooey. Back to a side of Loki, started closing in the gap, but Harumi Bro is approaching the other side. There's going to be a Kobe from Loki, dropping Gooey on his knees. Next one is going to be just diminish him from this map. He's down and about back in the lobby for Ozja Esports players. Down to only 3 more to go, but if he's not being careful, Loki might actually be pinned down by Red Bulls, who happen to be on the furthest flank side. Now, he definitely didn't know about his whereabouts, but Harumi Bro, will they interrupt this process of fight between these two teams?
Yeah, they might. They're just waiting for like action to happen and then maybe coming later, because they are surrounding, they are taking positions, and they are looking to that direction. And with that, of course, that would bring them the points in which they would need those to overtake Young Galacticos.
Back towards Fearless. PBE versus Fearless. Now, Fearless cannot afford to lose any round early. That's just how crucial they have to get the points up. But on the side of PBE, they can play and have fun for now. And definitely they are having fun lopping those nades down and burning the places and fire. Raimon, the one that actually can be the pivotal role in that case. But it's going to be one boy taking on Pozo first. Things are going a bit dark on the side of Fearless right now. A bit dim for the end of a tunnel. There's no more light at the end of it. Ranza next. I have a bad feeling for Fearless.
Yeah, because they're up against PBE with Raimon knocking down another one. And Raimon, where did the shots come from? Oh, Jashi from somewhere else. But anyway, they took out Fearless Esports. So mission complete for now. But they lost Raimon in the process thanks to the long range from Dread.
Spray chips, taking out a bit of this very small windows in between, but it's just with the 3x scope, that's going to be quite ambitious, him trying to tap it out. A bit difficult, but not impossible. The circle shifted again. It's right on top of Cruz de Valley, but we talked about GE. GE, when it comes to prediction of the circle, they are pretty darn good. You have to give them credit for that. But Ozja Esports, they got themselves stuck in between two now. YG as well as Arame Bros. And these two teams, also when it comes to their firepower, they are quite strong in that area.
Yes, especially with this high ground, will give them even more strength to take down Austria Esports. But they got about 20 more seconds. We can see Young Galacticos, okay, they want to take that aggressive approach. They want to finish up the mission. Austria Esports below them, while they still have this terrain advantage. They try to take out all the members of Austria Esports. And here we go.
Romeo Boy, YG, they're leaving first. So this gives some opportunity for Austria Esports to flee, but not all of them willing to let it off the hook for this guys. The range and Haram Bros make a move as well, knowing the fact they're quite too close towards the blue zone. But for Ozja Esports, they have to be the one that the latest to rotate in. Hopefully they do have those utilities at hand to use up to heal up their HP. But Q Loki is not the one that actually giving off any mercy here. He will commit, and he's live and born for this.
Oh yeah, he's born to take out more of the... Oh, okay. But look at this. Harami Bros went into the circle. Oh no, they have the circle advantage. But SayCloud will not allow them to have that comfort zone within the circle. Shots fired, the range is now knocked. And now all of a sudden, focus is on to Harami Bros. But Red Bull not forgotten by Young Gaticos.
WTZ trying to randomly connect the dots here, but Federales managed to pick out and have a bit of a headshot. Now, Rami Bro might actually save Osja Esports in this case, but Skyny not being spared either. WTZ still got his eyes on the back to work things out about Osja. But this is the biggest time for GE to make a comeback, but the gap is still big, by the way. But MFG do have a shot at taking back number 1 spot, since the progress of Osja Esports is not so much when it comes to this map.
Well, I guess it's a matter of taking step by step then. But right now, Harami Bros also taking that step by step, but against Yangu Gaticos. The pressure is on to Yangu Gaticos for sure, since they don't have the circle. The blue is closing on to them. MM gets SayCloud. Now only Loki and WTZ left. Time to save MM? Time to save a SayCloud? Probably not enough.
Here comes a nade, and oh, that was a perfect angle, by the way. Loki got scared and traumatized by that. Straight all the way, fall back all the way, the furthest he can get. But on the side of Harami Bro, will they let him go? Will they gonna go for the kill? They definitely want to go for the cleanup. WTZ having some troubles. Left, right, center. GE managed to steal it away. Zai managed to get on knock. Can he get this translation into 1 point? Or will it be stolen by the side of Harami Bro? Zai got WTZ, but Harami, each one of them get one at least. There's gonna be a fair fight.
Yeah, so I guess that was the best that they could do anyway, because yeah, no space to get into the circle at all. But in the meantime, the quarter number 9 with 4 eliminations. Circle-wise, GE still has the circle.
Well, GE, the master of prediction. That's why their name's got a lot of masters on it. Back in the days until now. But Harami Bro, Boss Cooper, good luck. Harami Bro is so just showing off no mercy. They just don't have a heart. They're so cold right now. They'll just shut you down with their coldness. But Harami Bro, they're trying to find. They even put their buggies in the camouflage of those bushes, but didn't see out Koopa. Never mind. It's finally one explosion that almost wiped out the entire team of last player Enigma. Koopa, don't pick out just yet. But Imam will not stay too long. They know for a fact they will be gatekeep if they're late into this. GE already across air. Play straight into the line of sight of Harami Bro. 7 eliminations by far, and that's the highest across the board.
Yeah, and they can add more since they still have this full team active. But on the other side now, we move over to Exquisite. One of the players on the outside and 3 of them on the inside. But it's going to be a fight that they cannot avoid now. The team's on the right side. MM knocked down by Myrna. That is GE in action, ladies and gentlemen.
He was playing as well. Harami Bro, when there's a few, it feels like they are a different team entirely. Everything glued up together for the chemistry, but I might say that too early. One by one, phew, away. And Harami Bro lost 2 men casually in that process. Very casual indeed, because they can do anything at all when it comes to this composition and this sort of position as well. Enigma, despite his alone here, Koopa is being relentlessly sneaky and just trying to pick the fight and steal away all the points he can get from behind.
Yeah, and he blew up that vehicle. Now Few has to be on foot. Super Pickles needed down by Minor somewhere else. While Koopa, long range nade onto Federales, but just fell a little bit too short. So Federales is still alright.
You know the fact that you messed it up if you didn't just connect the nade just now. Koopa just giving away, exploiting himself to a side of Harami Bro. You might regret this later. If Federales decide to go back and squeeze down the health and life out of Koopa, that's going to be the end of Enigma, because it's going to be 2v1 down there. But unless he can actually clutch it out. We're down to 7 teams for now, with a full squad of GE still stand strong with the most elimination numbers up there at 10 right now. They are just thirsty enough for that number 1 spot. They definitely have the drive.
Yeah, speaking about the drive, they are literally driving right now. At least Jipnar is. But driving across to fight their way to prepare for the next stage of the circle, because it will show itself in about 20 more seconds. Jipnar has arrived. And on the other end, the newbie gets knocked and Miner finished off by Jipna. Nice sharp shooting by Dread Esports.
That's down to 6. We're down to 5 in any second. Now GE, despite they got himself quite a comfortable compound and hefty amount of eliminations at 10. Manet giving himself too much exposure towards all the teams that eye him out. There's going to be PBE and Harami Bro try to shut down on Manet. And Master Ichi have to go out of his way to save one of their fraggers. But that will be costly for the team if things goes really south and really sour. Hopefully both of them will survive, but Michi of PBE will keep the pressure on, but lucky enough they do have that very small hill to cover themselves. With the smokes will blind their opponents, not making any sort of contact between them, and visualization cannot be seen at all. PBE definitely not happy. They try to reposition themselves to get a higher view, but it's just too deep for them to take a bit of a hike down there.
Yeah, but the vehicle's blown up, so now they have to find a way to get back in the circle. Yes, Mernat is saved, but now getting back in is going to be another mission. Okay, I noticed that they sent the vehicle out, so someone else is going to be the driver this time. But speaking about driving, Koopa driving into the circle, let's see how far he can go.
Here comes the sprays, and that's just how far he can go now. That's just how far.
Oh well, I was kind of hopeful, but it's okay. It's okay. It's a good attempt anyway. But speaking about attempts, Justice Esports, they made it. They made it. The pickup happened. The picked up worked. And now they need to focus on the PBE on the left and Dread Esports on the right.
Now, speaking of being attention seeker in the center, GE going in all out this time, and they, after being knocked down early on, will be knocked down again. At least they got a full squad. Dread spreading himself into 2-1 formation. PBE do have a 2, but where is 2-1 for Akira, last player? He's still outside of the circle and just behind Dread. Now this is gonna be a bit antsy for Chips. If he actually advances forward, his back is too exposed to the side of Ranky, and this is Ranky we're talking about. This guy just don't know any sort of common sense of saying, no, it's okay, you'll be fine, or no. He will say, shut up and just take it in, or I'll just drown you and kill you down. But Chips respond to that nicely, and that just makes sure he eliminates one of the biggest threat from behind his back.
Oh, now GE wants to eliminate the threat from PBE. Putting focus onto them right now, while across the other team, Dread Esports, will be monitoring the situation, but Dread Esports also sending nades to the side of PBE, and Smile will knock down Holy Landu. Man, GE managing 2 teams at the same time, and they have control of the circle. These are the 2 teams, some of them still on the outside.
That's why numbers play a big part when it comes to the finale or the final ending of getting those chicken dinner. They can split themselves into 2 sides here for GE. It's not a problem for them, but they have to make sure they don't discount of how many players of Dread still alive. They're still having a trio, but oh boy, Jashi, he might actually spot all the snakes just beside him as well. This is going to be interesting. But his footstep might actually be exposed. The audio could be heard over by the side of PBE, so everybody can't sit quietly for now. It's Jashi versus PBE, or will it change over to GE? GE, they're slowly climbing up towards the distance of where Holy Lanju is. Master Ichi tossing the nade. Will it clip and connect?
Oh! Beautifully lobbed all the way from downtown by Master Ichi, showing why he is the master.
And that was precise angle as well. That was incredible. That's experience speaks for itself. Another nade drop by the side of Jashi, fighting against Michi. PB caught by surprise. They were next to each other. Momboy tried to finish off, but here comes Zai. He's cleaning up the crew. Momboy, he cannot be extra careful. He has to be just focused on one task at a time. He picks up Michi. This is a wiser decision, but no more time. Zai, hello, surprise! And that's going to be the end of BBE. Leaving only Dread. Where is that last player?
Oh, okay, now we do see him now. He's Jipta trying to fight back. 1v4, pinned to the corner. Smile together with Mernat is going to be at the forefront. And now Smile is going to open up, but Mernat knocked down. And we have Master Ichi with the flank. Where is he going to go now? But he was secured at 1 elimination point out on Genesis Esports. Smile would have picked up himself now. The blue is trying to put pressure on the Jipna. It's a matter of time, Choo-Choo.
And
yep,
that is
there you go.
the chicken dinner GE have been waiting for. This will closing up the gap between them and Austria Esports and MFG, but where do they stand? I mean, that was incredible, that was fun, that was entertaining. But my oh my, when it comes to GE, they do know where to stand best, and it was their map. I mean, like we do know for a long time, GE do prefer Miramar over Erangel, but unfortunately for GE, Erangel, we do have more to play rather than Miramar.
Well, what is more chicken dinners for the top 3 teams. So it is still the 1, 2, 3 getting the chicken dinners here today. I'm waiting for the one more game. If it is still them, we might as well change it to PUBG Mobile GE Austria MFG League.
No, just let it be as PMCL, but there's going to be only 3 teams competing in that PMCL.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What top 60? We don't need top 60. We only have top 3. Straight into the grand final. I mean, like, we have 3 weeks long of the league only on these 3 teams, and then we have the grand finals only for these 3 teams. That's it. We're done. I mean, we don't need to know about all the other teams, but hey, we're still gonna have to give credit for the side of a team just now. I love the fight being offered by the side of Dread Myth Clan. Unfortunately, they've just been discovered by the other teams too soon. Harami Bro, on the other hand, that was quite an progressive run. I have to say that was really quite a fruitful run for them still.
It was from the north side without the circle. They fought in, so it was a good run for Harami Bros. Like what we see here in the highlights from the previous round. They were pressured by Young Gaticals, but somehow they managed to survive against all those teams until GE had to show up. And it was still a good run for Harame Bros.
It's kind of true, but I do want to know when it comes to Harame Pro, if they really can end up the week with more points than GE, then that's going to be 30 points for the head start later on in the grand finals. That's a huge advantage compared to the second place. 22 points, that's a huge gap already. But on the side of GE, I don't know, but they're really good at predicting those circles when it comes to the last few 2 maps. And you have to give it to the MVP, the one that actually won themselves that chicken dinner. Small Top G is the top G player right now with getting themselves the MVP with 2 eliminations. I think everybody can be the MVP for the side of GE. Across the stats, all of them almost very similar to each other.
Yes, I'm pretty sure about that. Because they got like 15 eliminations and Spa only got 2. So it's probably average across like all 4 the other all 3 other members and 4 as a whole team, but maybe because of the damage. So that is one of the biggest factors here determining the MVP. So he had the biggest damage, not the most eliminations, but yeah, based on the numbers, so he still gets the MVP. But I agree with you, right? It could have been anyone from Genesis Esports. They all deserve it.
Yep, it was a teamwork at its best. Just now, it's fun to see GE back up as a 4 and how they relied on each other to get that 15 eliminations. By the way, it's not just a small number. It's supposed to be like God of Death that got themselves this sort of eliminations, by the way. But you know what? The teams at the top, they never feel enough. They never feel content. That's why they are at the top. They have this champions mentality when it comes to the top 3 teams, Harame Bro, MFG, as well as Genesis Esports. They never feel that what they did is enough. They keep on pushing more beyond their limits. And look at the numbers. We haven't got ourselves 3,000 damage, but this is one of the closest still.
Yeah, this is definitely an impressive number here for Genesis Esports. 30 knockouts as well, just to add on to that, and 10 assists. And they lost 1 player. They gave away 1 point towards the end, but at least they gave it away to a team that it won't affect them too much at the top. So that is that's not going to be a big issue for them. And overall, it is a very, very good run again for Genesis Esports. I mean, it's a chicken dinner, so it cannot get any better than that.
Well, one thing that is getting better is nobody actually being finished off or eliminated by the play zone. Out of the 3 players of GE that remain standing till the end, that's going to be the 3 that's lacking out of that 61 being eliminated before. But there's a lot of knockouts, 57. I think out of that 57, seems like some players, especially Manet, I think, being knocked a couple of times down there. That's one of the many reasons. Maybe just Manet, he got himself like 4 knocked out just now. But very few revived because of how fast the blue zone just shrinks when a lot of players are extending their fight outside of the safe zone.
Yeah, but I also want to point out that 18 headshots. This more on the high side for the overall stats here. Normally we see like a single digit 9 or maybe about 10, 11 around that area. So this round the players have been really, really sharp, and I don't know, maybe it's the whole Miramar refresh thing for them.
Speaking of refresh our mind here, we're gonna just refresh about the scores that just finished off our match number 5. One more map to go, which is gonna be the last Miramar later. But when it comes to the points, 25. That's gonna close up the gap a bit more, which I think they still stand at possibly number 3 for GE, despite MFG didn't play for overall standing. But the gap is definitely within their reach within one map. It's going to be less than 20 points afterwards. APG, on the other hand, ended up with the only team without points. I'm happy that RVE, for the past few maps, I mean, last map and this map, the map before we had into the break, they actually gained some points here today.
Yeah, and Era's put on a good show. I love seeing that. I mean, yeah, he lost it. That's okay. But he really made his opponents run for their money. So it was a good show, I must say. That was a whole clippable gameplay there by him. Well, let's check out the overall standings. How far are they? 5 points.
10 points.
But that's MFG.
10 point MFG and GE. 5 points for MFG. So 15 points, I guess. For GE, they have to secure 16. But PBA, Haram and Bro, I mean, like, these guys really like twins, aren't they? Even though they used to be brothers in one squad, now split into 2. Even their performance very similar to each other.
I know, right? 136. Oh, man. What separates them? Okay, I guess it's the first tiebreaker is always the chicken dinner, so it's probably that. But Harmony Bros, they have 2 games in hand. That is the interesting point there. They have 2 games in hand, so even if PB has the same points, they'll be like, yeah, we same. But Harmony Bros say, no, we no same. We got 2 games.
Now, what's alarming is going to be the teams that finish off that 20 map round, SQS and YGPB, and then one more team, I think it was TQ or TTQ, behind the second page here. Now, if they already fought themselves in 20 map, it's kind of dangerous that they are not getting those top 5. It means that it will keep on being pushed down later on by the teams, which, speaking of, you do have a different rotation after this going into the last Miramar map.
Yes, final Miramar map. I also want to see if it's again our top 3 teams get the chicken dinner, and then tomorrow, we might as well just get the 3 teams, or maybe the next season is like, only 3 of you play, everyone else is just like spectating. It's like, hey, clap hands.
Only 3 slots will be available for the league. And how to rotate the groups? No, there's no rotation. There's going to be only 3 teams playing. How big the map? The entire map. But yeah, okay, we're still going to play. But yeah, no. We're definitely going to... Hopefully there's going to be more teams. If we have 24 teams in the next season, it'll be more fun. But speaking of which, before we head into our last Miramar map, we're going to head into the break before that. So give a bit of a chance for the teams to reset themselves, just having a bit of a breather, rediscuss regarding their tactics, and also try to spot about their mistakes they did before, because I personally feel like FVE could have lost longer if Eras didn't actually open fire, because nobody spot him actually that time.
Oh man, yeah, the whole Eras thing. Hope to see more, because we still have more games to go, so do not go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break. When we're back, it's going to be the final Miramar map for today. See you guys after this one.
PUBG Mobile's 6th birthday is just around the corner. A merry 6th anniversary to all friends old and new. In version 3.1, we have lots of new content and updates for players. May you have a wonderful 6th anniversary celebration. In the Sky High Spectacle themed mode, the gigantic Nimbus Island appears on the flight path. If you'd like to begin a mystical journey, then grab a parachute and drop on in. Nimbus Island is a magnificent city in the sky. The Day Island offers a wide field of view, making it the perfect place to show off your gun skills. The Night Island boasts charming scenery, but veils itself in fog. Extra caution is advised. Eliminate all enemies on the island, harness all the blessings you can from the magic lamps, and collect ample supplies along with an extra respawn card. These are your crucial measures on the road to chicken dinner. Don't fret if you're unable to enter Nimbus Island. You can board the Sky Treasure Ship and unlock crates. Or with the aid of the treasure map, find crates that grant extra supplies. The all-new 2-seater vehicle, Flying Carpet, is sure to become your trusty accomplice on this adventure. Aside from this, plenty of mystical items will aid you in eliminating your enemies or in pranking your teammates. On this 6th anniversary, the Battleground will be full of interesting spots to check out. Treasure lies where fun begins. Hurry and gather your teammates for an adventure. As for Classic Mode, the Miramar map has been majorly updated in this version. We have integrated 2 new districts, Truck Stop and Partona. Furthermore, with this update comes a special weather condition, Sandstorm. Players caught in a sandstorm will continuously lose health, so be sure to avoid them. As for firearms, the P90 SMG has received a major revision and will be the first airdrop submachine gun, posing a significant threat. The new version of the P90 is available through airdrops, uses unique 5.7mm ammo, has a fast rate of fire, and has very low recoil. It comes with a suppressor and laser sight. The sight can switch between 2 different magnification levels, but it cannot be equipped with other firearm attachments. Hurry and try out the new P90. Many new maps are coming, including a new blade ball gameplay, where you can now use frying pans to deflect balls back at opponents. New grenade blade balls have been added, so beware of blade balls detonating after the countdown ends. The character switch device has added a new zombie transformation feature. The option to transform into a zombie and infect downed players is now available. When editing as a team, teammates editing the same object is no longer a concern. There are still even more improvements to check out that support your creative freedom. An option to retain the equipment from a match has been added, and the match-wide detectable action management system will help you retain your items and progress for an improved gameplay experience. A new smart generator function has been added that invites players to enter any text, and the game will automatically generate a grouped object according to the prompt. Come over to World of Wonder and write what you'd like to say. Enchantopia will continually be updated, and in these updates, players without creator authorization will be able to enter the Progress Hub, challenge map creation stages, experience the joys of map creation, and will even have a shot at becoming an authorized creator. In the new version, we are also launching a major feature, the all-new home system. In the home system, players can freely build their dream homes and interact with friends. In Cheer Park, we have also added the home shop and create a space that highlights their personality. Home building mode will also support collaborative editing by up to 4 players. Have fun building a house with your friends. Gather your friends and start building a home together. That's a wrap for the main 6th anniversary content. Update PUBG Mobile for more exciting content to explore. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 3.1, we're releasing a new gameplay feature, Home. In this mode, not only can you build your very own dream house, you can also interact and have fun with friends in it. Let's learn more about Home. In the game's World of Wonder page, you will see a newly added Home tab. Here, you can browse and visit your friends' homes, recommended homes, homes on the ranking, enter your own home, or go to the Home shop. Furthermore, we have added home door plates to the social lobby. From here, you can enter your home or visit other players' homes. In Home mode, the building feature is accessible to all players. Each player gets their own island, where they can use items and furniture of various styles to build their dream house on the island. If you find the building process to be too cumbersome, you can purchase blueprints of ready-made designs that you like to instantly recreate it, and make further adjustments to suit your preferences. The Home also supports inviting up to 4 players to build together. Apart from building a house, there are also lots of things to interact with in Home, which provide a more immersive experience. First, we have the Home Butlers. Players start off with both a male and female butler. Not only can you manage various aspects of the home with these butlers, you can also check the messages received from visitors, as well as assign emotes and outfits for them. Stay tuned for more upcoming features. Next, we have the Home Tree. You can plant a magical home tree in your home, which will earn home coins every day. You can also help your friends collect home coins when you visit their home, and earn some extra commission for yourself. Home coins can be used to purchase items for decorating your home. There are all kinds of fun and interesting items available in Home. There are also special animations when you interact with the sofa, play various music instruments, or play on the swing with your friends. You can also interact with other items such as the bathtub to create memorable moments. As such, we've specially prepared the photo wall. You can decorate the photo wall with the photos taken in the game, or upload them from your local device to show the most awesome and special side of yourself. If you want to showcase your unique musical taste in Home, you can also set exclusive background music for it. You can do so by placing a music player in your home and have it play any track that you own to create your personal music haven. In Home, you can take photos with custom camera angles or templates. Photos taken can be saved to your device or home album to record your unique home memories. We have also added a messenger feature in Home. You can release a messenger from your home and also receive the messengers of others to interact with players from around the world. At the same time, you can visit the homes of other players and enjoy features such as leaving messages, sending popularity gifts, collecting home coins, and other social features. Explore the infinite possibilities of Home. In Cheer Park, we have also added the Home Shop. Here, you can purchase items for your home and participate in the lucky spin to win items for decorating your home. Eager to start building your own home now? Go and complete the various home missions to earn great home.
And this is the last game for today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring 2024. My name is Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo, and we just saw Genesis Esports got the chicken dinner. So all our top 3 teams have been dominating the day.
There's only 3 teams in this tournament, right? Okay, back to seriousness. I just have to recap myself regarding the teams that got themselves chicken here for today. Based on the sequence, we're gonna go get into that later on. We're gonna just look at the participating teams so far. And the group, sorry, the group that is not playing here right now, it's gonna be only one particular group, which is gonna be, let me check again, Group E. So we don't have Group E playing, which is going to be YG, PBE, TQ, and Exquisite Esports. Now, also speaking of that, we do have the reintroduction of Group D once more, which is going to be MFG. It is going to be fun. And see you soon, Tiger, KE, TTQ, and AR Esports. Now, Sir Cloud, based on the rotation of the chicken dinner, right? You mentioned about the top 3 teams keep on getting chicken dinner. The only one didn't have the double chicken dinner today is going to be All-Star Esports. Will they close the game with the chicken dinner then?
Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. Just to make the pattern happen, right? Like
Yes.
All-Star Esports getting it, just to make the pattern happen. So it's like 2-2-2. And then it's like, oh, who gets the bragging rights? Everyone got 2 chicken dinners today.
Yeah, I mean, like, definitely All-Star Esports gonna get the bragging rights of having the most chicken dinner. I mean, we didn't put in the track down below where we can actually track chicken dinners for the teams, so we definitely will count them afterwards. But when it comes to counting and the time, which gonna be half a limited amount of time for you guys, it's gonna be Bentley collaboration. We don't know how it will last. Might as well just grab it one, because you might actually miss this. This is what happened to me last time. I always want to buy some limited amount of collaboration in PUBG Mobile last time, and then I thought, hey, maybe I got more time. Maybe next week my check's gonna get into my banks and I will actually buy it. And the moment I got the money, I didn't actually manage to get what I want because they're already done.
Because already expired by then.
Yes.
Yeah. So same goes for you guys, right? Like the moral of the story is, if you like it, get it. You know, don't worry about like the expiry date or when is it going to expire and all that. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just get it right now. It's in game. You can check it out inside of your game. Log in to get a preview and immediately make that purchase so you don't regret it. And also while you're in the game, right? Don't regret not getting this.
Yep, sell a kidney if you need to, as long as you don't regret it later on, because we do have a triple set in this one, the Lilac Finesse, Dread Dog, and Skyrim set. But the one that actually don't really have that much set is going to be the Skyrim set. It's going to be just the cosmetics, but I think it pretty much well packed with the VSS little loadout and the Violet Adventure Jet Ski, which pretty much when it comes to color scheme, it does match up with the Skyrim set. But if you got yourself up to level 100 of DRP, then definitely you will fit in with that Lilac Finesse set across all the other set as well, including the purple Prowess Stun Grenade. But we don't see a lot of players using jet ski in the tournament, so I mean, it's going to be on the normal game that if you want to flex it off.
Yeah, it's probably like what you say, right? It's a good flex. It's like, ooh, I have it. Do you? You don't, right? That sort of scenario. So, yeah, just put it in because you can always flex it with your friends. Whether you actually use it or not, it's going to be a separate story.
I mean, I love flexing my cosmetics because I never win. So that's how I win against all the people. Make them feel jealous. At least you win at something, right? But speaking of winning, we do have All-Star Esports. Can they score another chicken for the day? Because if not, even though this part they are number one, it feels like a bit, you know, the pride might scratch here if they didn't just close like the other teams that had the double chicken for the day. That's including MFG and GE.
Yep. So they have to complete the cycle. They have to complete the story, the cycle, or whatever we want to call it, of all the top 3 teams holding that chicken dinner. And if that one team were to break that streak, right, I wonder who that would be. Who do you think would be the one to break it and be the boo-boo team?
Let's make it FVE then.
Might as well. Yeah,
might as well. Why not?
Like, they break it at the timing and it is them, right? Like everything stars align.
At the same time, it's going to be the best time possible for FE to break the streak of All-Star Esports, and during the very last minute and, you know, the last map as well. Now, that's going to be fun to watch if that happens. But if it happens to be a triple chicken in a day, there's a chance for GE and MFG, since all the teams at the top 3 will be playing for the next one.
Okay. Now I really want to see that now. That excites me, especially after we saw what Eras could do earlier. He didn't win, but it was exciting to see, and he really put up a good fight. So maybe as a full team, if they're fired up at whatever they saw that Eras could do, then maybe this is the time, Effie. This is the time. Break the streak, get the chicken dinner. It will be the best timing possible at this stage of the game. But without further ado, we head on to our final game today, Miramar.
Hopefully we didn't jinx the team when we mentioned them too many times. That's something on us too. But come on, Avi, I love the fact they finally got the momentum and just have this small drive starting from eras is more than enough. It was spread throughout the entire roster if they keep this going, and we're definitely rooting up for FVE because we love a Cinderella story in the very last minute, despite they might actually don't have a shot at the grand finals. But you know what, if you finish off strong and leave that kind of imprint towards all the ones that are watching your game here right now, imprinted in their mind, but how fierce can they get till the very end? That's gonna be the FV Esports that everyone will remember.
Yes, leave a memory to the fans and to the viewers and everyone that could potentially support you in the future. You know, they can do that. At least they have that one bragging right moment. It's like, you guys never broke their streak, we did. So it will be definitely the talk of a town for a while.
Yep, as long as they got the spirit to fight for it. It's not us to call it, not really on us to call it though. It's down to the players can actually do it. As long as they do secure Papa J, I think the curse of getting Papa J as the first one to knock down, always follow up by the rest of the teams follow up. Now, if Papa J actually survive, they have a high chance they can all survive by the end of it. But this fight path was beautiful. It just divided the map equally into two parts, not so much about the circle. Last time we saw this sort of circle, it will ended up either on top of the Los Leones town, which was yesterday, or even on southern side of Los Leones.
Let's not go to Los Leones, please.
Los Eagles?
Yeah, Los Eagles, yes, please. Yep. If the urban warfare were to happen in Los Eagles, like final circle, I'll take that. I'll take that anytime.
Please. We do want to see. Maybe FRL can actually have a shot at chicken if that really happens. But don't forget, MFG also around the southern side. So there's going to be the teams that do love those fights and bulldozing people from behind. I love how they're adapting how Ozja Esports play into their own lineup for MFG. They really learn from the best. They really learn from the others too. That's what beautiful about the league stage is. You can learn and copy out certain move or navigation of the other teams about regarding how they rotate, how they play. At the same time, trying to make it even better, improvise at the very same spot. Now, GE, this is the team that I feel like there's one point where they turn over about their performance, right? And how many years we've been casted for GE and we've seen them grow. There's one point, I think it was last year, early last year, they really start to flip the coin. Out of nowhere, they suddenly, with the same lineup, surprisingly, they are so different compared to the year before. Was it last year?
last year was their rise and the best moments that they have in their career, and as an organization too. They scored like the 2 PMPL SEA wildcards last year. They went to PMGC last year. I mean, it was the best year possible for GE, and also the only team to be able to do that, representing the wildcard region. So that's another thumbs up for them.
Yeah, I remember so many teams out there, including the Thai teams, that really have high respect to a sort of GE. Just because how much tenacity they show, how much spirit they have that drive them so much in the global stage. And they never give up. That's the only formula that needed by every single team. Don't ever give up.
Yes, the drive is there and it's shown by GE. So when you say don't ever give up, I will look at like the teams at the bottom, right? Like maybe if they don't make it into the grand finals, that's okay because they still have the next season. So don't give up. The next season is still there. Work hard. And I know these teams, they have been working hard in between as well. Some of them even been playing midnight tournaments just to, keep themselves up. So I will be looking forward to next season in this PMCL.
That's true. And also, speaking of never give up, I think the one that really just exhibited for us in front of our eyes recently is just coming out from every eras just now. The way he fight is just really... You remember how... Okay, we're just going to relive PMSL moment for a bit, right, guys? Sorry, it's a different tournament, but it still comprises of Southeast Asia. You remember how Rosemary, when it comes to the final map, before they lost to Boom in the grand finals, the way he plays, just like how Eras plays just now, is just he was in his own respective zone. He just don't care about all whatever noise that's around him. But the way he plays, it just looks so desperate. He wants to be alive. He wants to survive. He's fighting for his life. It's so different, just like how Eras did just before this game.
Yeah, it's almost like blocking yourself out, getting into the zone, and going through whatever situation that you need to overcome. And so happened that we are talking about him. We have Eras on screen here, still with the same lineup as before, and I really want to see another performance by Eras, but hopefully this time with a full team, because we also want to see them breaking the streak.
I think the biggest issue that I feel like I should point it out for FV, it's going to be they are a bit not really slow in that sense, but it's just the way they rotate themselves to the second checkpoint for looting took them a bit much longer, and that's where they usually get bombed out by the other teams, by the way. Now if only FVE can actually enhance their rotation to get during the looting phase to make it even faster, that will actually save them so much, especially when it comes to early phase. That's where they stage 1 they always being pinned down by other teams, because the only reason why they're running away is because they don't have enough gears to work with. They barely got any weapons. Now if they can actually shorten the time of their looting stage, that would be remarkably big improvement later.
Well, let's see if that anything changes this time, but looks like there's a change in terms of who gets knocked first, and it happened to be Smile, and not only knocked, eliminated, just got the MVP, and this time it's going to take an early break.
Now GE couldn't afford to lose too many members early on, because the gap between GE, MFG and Austria will be widened even more. But we don't see Harami Bro to overtake GE anytime now by end of the day, since the 3rd and 4th place do have quite a gap in between them. But GE from the PAM to the fire. Now Davan scored one before against GE. Can he score another? Shroud spotted at the entirety of GE. They definitely counted the heads. How many left there? And they counted 3. They know it's going to be the entire squad, but can they go for it? I don't know what's happening to APG. I think the biggest demon they're facing is themselves. Multiple times they love to do something that's awkward, just popping off the kill feed like that.
Yes, and in the blue, so that's definitely not going to help Master Rix, who is currently knocked. We don't have him on site yet, so not sure if he's being saved or what's going to be the plan for APG. But as we wait for the update, we move over to AI Esports, one of the teams that just wants to stay away from the drop. And they have a Dread Esports beside them, and both teams not in the circle yet, but they're being fired upon from the outside.
Oh, Jeb managed to heal himself very last minute. So speaking from the outside, here comes another wave of bullet flying over to this between Dread players. Dread Esports players Jashi and Jips, they are running away. But can they make it out of Impala right on time, as STE exchange of Nate Minor got minor issues down there. Wow, Few, a different level of driving skills there is. Hopefully he didn't flip his vehicles open. But Few, the moment he tried to hike up with his vehicle, at least Minor still got quite chucked down of his HP. I think that was a pretty good support on the side of Few and the gang just now. Managed to flee.
Yep, got away from danger from STE, but they had to lose one player in the process, unfortunately for them. Let's see if they can still make it or break it. And they do have the circle though, so it's not too bad. But you know who's in the circle? Flash Vision. Okay, let's not say too much about them.
But this seems like a see you soon circle, because they always drop themselves on top of the high grounds of Chumachera, so they can actually secure this one out. But at the same time, I do want to see can Austria Esports complete the run of double chicken between them, GE and MFG here. It's doable. They're within the circle. They're quite early than the rest of the maps that we've seen before. It's stage 2. Usually it's stage 3 or 4 they start to get into the circle. But FVE versus Austria, now this is the judgment day.
Oh man, FVE and Austria, the first and the number 20 team. It's going to be real interesting. We'll monitor that situation to see what's going to happen later on. But what we do know, like what you mentioned, see you soon. They really like the high grounds. They normally drop around the Air Chumasera, so they have the quickest access around these key areas. They're making good use of it, like a good spread, getting information, and yeah, holding the spot real well. But we'll come back to Austria and FVE. Let's go.
Going in. I don't know who I want to root for at this point. I do want FVE to just make the break. But Austria Esports, they're so close to getting those chicken again. This might be one of the very few points they needed for today. They managed to flee. FVE, please just part ways. I don't want them to fight each other. Austria Esports and FVE both are under our radar here. We both want them to succeed when it comes to this final map. But lucky enough, FVE, they know that they should not be fighting since their angle's a bit awkward, a bit tough for them to aim from below upwards. It's actually wise for them to just part ways for now, wait for the other entry whilst waiting for stage 3 to commence as well.
At least they got away. Okay, all right. So that's okay. But the one that will not get away now is Baby Harris, because AI Esports will welcome themselves into this house.
Master Vape. Hello! And wait for it, Harry! Surprise, motherfucker! There goes one! Right in the face! Might be another one here! The DBS need to reload! Here comes the Molly! Oh my god, they definitely almost beat their pants in there.
And the rest of FRL have arrived. AI Esports caught in their own trap. Baby Harris on the outside, DBS in his hands. Tosses a molly, he will finish off that one member. Master Vape very low, will be knocked down, leaving Topi all alone to fight against the other members, but he will not be able to win it as AI Esports eliminated. And with that, as of now, FRL overtook AI Esports.
That was fun to watch. Speaking of suspense, but it's not clear day for FRL just yet. Dread just making it even harder. And they cornered up box into as FRL fearless, now fearful. They are waiting for the right time to reset themselves and try to get out from that compound. But it will be somebody else trying to snitch down their survivability, which is going to be Dread Esports. But surprisingly, Dread, they know for a fact it's not worth extending the fight inside the blue zone too long. So they will try to transition themselves and reposition inside of the safe zone first while waiting for FRL to get out from the hiding spot and will be gatekeeping from the inner circle.
Okay, I'm looking at flash vision. Okay, in the circle, not too bad of a position. Okay, we'll leave it as that. But I guess one of the interesting flash points is going to be on the south side. We got GEFRL, Dread Esports there. Speaking about Dread Esports, we got them on screen as Holy Land U backed out.
Next, GE keep on aiming for more. They're trying to get 4 more eliminations down there despite their only trio. They got the knockdown but didn't secure and translate into 1 point just yet. Another team seems to be passing by on the far north of where Zai is right now. So GE, they need to leave. Zai is not worth investing too long in the blue zone here. While Master Ichi and the rest of GE already got himself inside. They spotted out Dread. APG will park next to Jashi. Look at the nade flying over.
Oh man, that was a close one. Okay, second time around. Mid-air explosion. Jashi is still alright, but inside comes in. Jashi 40% health. That nade will knock him down. APG fighting back.
Inside finish things off, but nail. These guys really are the party poopers. Dread was happily trying to celebrate the fight between them and APG, and APG tried to celebrate the fact they almost got the entire team of Dread down. GE just gonna be the one in the center to neutralize these two teams.
The 3 teams in the same area now, with Zai putting pressure still on the APG, and now GE also managing Dread Esports. Okay, this nade by Master Ichi. Nade cooking up, center cross, saved.
Close enough. But blue zone is here speaking louder than all the players shooting down there. Whoever will one fight blue zone, it's impossible for now. Master Ichi will unite once more with the rest of GE, which is going to be Monet and also Small. But 762 Going in with a mini 14, 8-time scope swap over to AUG, trying to find those vehicles. Audio Q head over to the side of GOT 7, but they also have their eyes onto the side of APG. FRL on the other end being gatekept so hard by MFG.
Oh, FRL, they must win this fight, but now Pozo is down, so they don't have a full squad. Renzo down as well. MFG coming across as a full squad, and they want to pick these points up. 1 second, down, one more to go.
Well, it's MFG we're talking about. These guys, their precision, their efficiency is next level. None of them actually been knocked down even once. Fighting against sort of FRL, but when it comes to GE, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be a different story entirely. These two titans will have to go each other, and Oja might actually do complete their run for that chicken dinner of the day if these two fighting too early on.
Oh, that could be real interesting now. That will open up the chance for Austria Esports to further open up the space between them. Now MFG, GE don't want to let go of each other. They are still looking at it. And the next space on circle is closing. Stage 5 could move away. So this will be real interesting. I think this fight will definitely go down to either one.
MFG, both not willing to open up the fight first. You go first. No, you go first. So none of them willing to bow down or just start to make the move. But Monet is repositioning himself. Might actually spot it on Mewtwo. Mewtwo, surprisingly, they are both thinking the same thing here. Even their formation is almost similar to each other. Look at how they line up. Man, we have to wait that for a bit. That looks like a grand final fight. But we do want to see FVE. Can they fight back against Enigma right now? It's 4v4.
Oh, I noticed the APG is losing players. 2 players left. Make that one. That now the fact that Master Ricks have been taken out of the equation. And on screen, it is actually STE that took them out. So APG, 1 left, and he is on the other side of the hill. That's Skymel.
It's going to be a far-fetched one for Skymel to survive that. Even the Blues is not actually on his side. So that's going to be an easy elimination here out of STE Minor. Can Skymel scope all the way down there? I don't think so. It's going to be 3v4. Surprisingly, MFG got knocked down by GE, one of the players, before they managed to reset. But here comes the rush from Enigma. Koopa is in. Here come Boss Koopa.
Boss Koopa here to disrupt Flash Vision. But his other teammates not in there together with him yet, as Shazam is on the mission to save QB. As Boss Koopa now buying time for himself, waiting for his teammates to reset and join him.
Come on, Eras, show us another spotlight of fight that you can actually offer. Or maybe even zero this time. Somebody have to wake up here. Spot out Enigma. Nobody's there. Nobody's there. But caps lock. Spot it out 0, skrrr, and he might actually go down. Quite a risky move and quite a risky position he got himself in. Shazam, on the other hand, having a great time flushing all people out. Look at how many nades. It's going to be the last one he's been tossing about. Might actually clip on somebody. Not really. Nobody's there. But MFG is winning over GE.
Oh, with Bernard now last man. But he won't go down without a fight. But oh! He didn't manage to secure that extra point. Yaka came in at the right timing. Genesis Esports out.
APG last player. That was a sneaky kill still in the very last minute. But rep. Oh, here comes. FVE is fighting back. We're waiting for this for the longest time. They will wipe out Nigma. And they won. And they won. This is the biggest fight by FVE. And I'm so happy they got 4 eliminations.
That is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we're talking about. We want to see more of that. And we might have the chance soon because Austria Esports might be next.
Let's go get it. Let's go get the chicken, FVE. Let's just break the sequence and the cycle of Austria Esports to complete double chicken, just like how MFG and GE did. Let's do that for the day here, shan't we? Now back to the side of TTQ Liquid versus Austria Esports. Red Bull trying to corner them around, but if they're not being careful, there's another team watching out across them as well.
Yeah, Red Bull shooting across to TTQ, shooing him away, forcing him to the other corner so he will not join in on this fight. But we also have the other members here of TTQ Liquid. So close. And now with that one nade from Liquid, they managed to get a knockdown. Probably not. But Austria Esports now has an idea that he's somewhat there, trying to find his exact location.
Speaking of pixel shot. Ooh, Liquid, he tried to calculate. It's a bit too late, and Red Bull can see him through. His foot seems to be sticking out. That's going to be an easy elimination for the side of Liquid. That's going to be the last play of TTK. Was it not? Not really. They still have 2 players. Gus is a bit too far. Arame Bros spotted out FVE. Oh no, not like this.
Okay, not eliminated yet. As long as it's not eliminated, there's still a chance to be revived. Okay. Rip knocked. Okay, that is still a knock. It's still a knock.
It's
not
2
out
now,
yet,
Cloud.
Yet.
It's 2.
I'm being optimistic here.
It's 2 on the ground bleeding out, not the third one. Come on, just pick those guys back up on their feet. We want to see the chickens here. This is the best bet we can get. But on the side of CU soon, this is their circle. This is their compound. Chumachera has always been their first initial drop. They have the most familiarity over this compound and this sort of a map. But MFG unknown, this is quite an open space. And Dread finish off the last of MFG. This is Ozja trying to complete the cycle as the second chicken of the day.
Yeah, now it's either Ozja or Flash Vision that can come up with an interesting story. Now, speaking about Flash Vision, they're back as a 4. So, okay, as long as not eliminated, there's still a chance. But now they're fighting against another heavyweight called Harame Bros.
Heavy hitters they are. But here comes Sneak flying over the head of Orib just now. You don't have any more helmet. It's not great for him to overpick. Ozja Esports just shut down on CU soon. This is the opportunity for FVE to get around the other way since they are quite occupied, but Ozja Esports still not living their leash out towards the side of FVE. They have 2 teams, 2 formations split into 2 side of angles entirely. Harame Bro on this kind of abandoned building spotted out 2-on-4 Akira, but this is going to be interesting. CU soon now, despite they are a bit further away from the rest of the others, they're still being scoped down by Ozja Esports. But the problem with Ozja Esports and FVE, the compound is the worst place to be at.
Well, FVE and Ozja, now they wish they would have a compound, but they don't because they have to fight out in the open and outside of the circle. Now we got Eras here on screen. Papa J is currently down. 0 down as well. Eras went down. Arip is going to be the last man. Can he pull off an Eras moment? He started off by taking out Chewy. He managed to get that point, but it's going to be still Austria Esports to take out Flash Vision Esports.
Regardless of that, I still am super proud of VE because this is going to be their best round yet with 5 eliminations. That's a huge leap compared to the last few days we've seen them before. But this also will be completing Ozja Esports cycle since they got one of the most highest elimination alongside with Strangers Esports at 6. But STE do have more numbers while Harame Bro tried to stop on the advancement of 2-1 Akira.
Well, I guess now we look forward to seeing if Austria Esports can complete the cycle. Nice nade! Federales double knockdown with 1 nade. And with that, they should be able to win the fight. They have the numbers all on to 2-1 Akira now. 1 more to go on the outside. He will come and he will fight and he will win.
And they conquered right, but Ozja Esports next one for the target is going to be finished off the rest of Harame Bros. It's 2v2 for now with Ozja Esports, 1 player being knocked down before it was Red Bull, but easily can be picked off by one of his members due to the corners that cover himself in front of another building. But there's going to be 2 teams with a full squad here, STE and STK. There's going to be Strangers Esports and See You Soon X Tiger KE. Still have 4 men well and alive, while STE already got himself a triple digit finally. But at the same time, Harame Bro is fighting for their life. Ozja Esports on the other hand fighting for that chicken. Dread on the other hand, the one that actually sitting this one quietly. We don't see a lot of Dread players making any actions there.
Yeah, Dread Esports. I guess that's reflective of their 1 elimination. But now we do see them and they're forced to fight against See You Soon with the nade set across. Knocking down Jibna. Boy now has to make a run for it as Lulu Tep will get closer.
Lulu trying to find the players. Dread. The moment we mentioned that they're not taking any actions, yeah, the one that actually will take actions against them is going to be Lulu. See you soon. All he needs to do is just lob another nade that will finish off Holy Lunge and it's done. But Kaya managed to secure those 2 knockdowns early on, leaving only 1 left. Holy Lunju praying towards whatever that is holy for him right now to survive a bit longer. But for Lulu and Kaya, they couldn't overpick themselves because STE is aiming for their heads outside, but Harame Bro will shut down on STE.
Well, I want to see if Austria Esports can win the fight against Harame Bros, because if they can, they will win this absolute church within the circle, at least for this stage, will give them a very good advantage. But as of now, Harame Bros also managing and keeping an eye on See You Soon and all the other teams too. So it's not only Austria Esports that they need to take care of.
Austria Esports closing the distance right behind Harame Bro. If they are focusing and telling their vision towards STE, who splitted themselves into 2-2 formation, same goes for the side of See You Soon. Focusing a bit of a splitted war for the downside, for the southern side of the circle, whilst Harame Bro and Austria Esports, they need to wrap things up. Because if they both want to advance toward the center of the circle, it's almost impossible without taking the other one out.
Lulutiev taken out by one member of SDE. Kaya will take out Miner. Looks like a trade between the two of them as they try to fight to get into the circle. Kaya making his move, but will he pick up Lulutiev in the meantime? Yes, he will go in for the save.
Kaya. While John trying to open up the space and distract the others of Austria Esports from firing their members that are still being picked up at the back. STE still having a trade. Dread, on the other hand, that last player, Holy Lanju, is still there but got denied his point to a side of players, and that leaving us to 4. With a full squad on the side of See You Soon, but it won't be that long since Kaya got clipped down for quite a bit for his damage. STE, Austria Esports, and See You Soon might have a shot at getting a trio fight here with Harame Bro, the only one that being outnumbered.
Oh, wow. Kaya, long range knock onto Red Bull. But at this sort of distance, he should be able to be saved by his teammates. We still have stage 8, anticipating where the circle will go. Stage 8 might move away, and it goes into the middle. So the church might need to be abandoned.
Kaya have to reposition, but See You Soon, this is their circle, like we mentioned before. They know every nook and cranny that is like the back of their hand. This is to their advantage. This is supposed to be them finish off with the chicken, but the others want this bit of a chicken themselves. Austria Esports not willing to take initiation first. They're waiting for Harame Bro to get out from the compound or the building. But in the meantime, they might actually one of the first few teams that finish off by the blue if they not start to move for the side of Austria.
Okay, here we go. Speaking about moving now, looks like See You Soon managed to move into the circle. Austria Esports and Harame Bros, they are going to go for it now. They are out of time. This is go time for Austria Esports. Will they be able to win the fight? And here we go. Enter into the church it is.
Skyning, tossing out the molly, hoping it will flush out somebody, but at the same time, he's risking too much for himself. There's the blue zone, there's also the molly right across. He got barbecue. He needs to jump and run, nothing to put out the fire. Red Bull tossing out the flushing of the nades, getting in. Fuse on the ground. Harame Bro down to 50% of HP for the last player standing. And on the side of Skyning, they are going in for the snakes, but there's barely enough space for Harame Bro. He came out, he shoots, he wants to get on one, but couldn't be enough. Austria still trying at Skyrim at dispense down there. He needs to be revived, but the Blues will start to clip him and burn him down.
Oh, Austria Esports still in the game. But now they need to recover, they need to reset, because all eyes onto them. Vehicle blown up as a barricade by the John. And now we're at stage 9, the circle will close entirely. And this is where Austria Esports, they have the least amount of space among them all.
Speaking of numbers, See You Soon, they do have more men here, but can they execute till the very last minute? Austria bleeding out for one player, that's going to be Skyny, which will not be safe due to the blue zone perhaps, but the blue start to clip on the side of John. He's been burned off quite deep down there, but he got himself a ghillie suit. Might as well exchange towards the airdrop, but he was a bit too much to the front, where STE start to ship from the back. STE taken out by Red Bull. It's going to be three-way war. Newbie spot on first, and whole team wipe out as the best possible view from Newbie.
Well, you know what? It could be See You Soon breaking the streak. They have a good chance now. Only Newbie left. And he has no space to play with. has to show himself. See you soon knows he's there. It's just a matter of time now. No way he's going to be able to save Scotty. He's on his own and he might deny himself to the blue. Yes, he will. No point given away to see you soon. And see you soon. Winner, winner, chicken dinner to break the streak from the top 3 teams.
That's going to end the run for Ozja Esports. Not managed to secure those double chicken by the end of the day. But see you soon, like I mentioned before, that was their circle. They love Chumachera, and it's also their circle that we ended up with. Despite that we thought maybe the circle will shift later on, because it doesn't look like it will ended up right at the southern side. All the way pulled into Chumachera, right? But it was like their circle. It is what it is. But congratulations on the side of See You Soon. But at the same time, I'm not too worried about See You Soon down there, because they do quite admirable when it comes to their performance. They are definitely, I feel like they're definitely already inside of the grand finals, right? When it comes to the top 16. But when it comes to between Ozja, MFG and GE, since GE being eliminated quite just slightly early, now how much is the gap will be? And for the bottom 16, who will be relegated by end of tomorrow?
Oh man, just too much math for us to calculate at this point. But we don't need to calculate the highlights from the previous round. See you soon, X Tiger KE, 7 eliminations with the chicken dinner, so that's 17 points in total. But this round, I must say, it's one of the most entertaining rounds that we've seen today. And I do agree with you. It's nice to see Flash Vision putting up a fight like this.
I definitely wish they actually put up more fights for tomorrow, because we are rooting for these teams to not give up, and I just love to see they have a bit of a spirit to fight back. But for Harami Bro, that was a bit close, but they are quite consistent when it comes to getting themselves in the top 5 in almost every single map when they are playing. Harami Bro should be the one they should look out for when it comes to the grand finals later, because it feels like they're still not showing off all their trump cards yet, and definitely have huge potential when it comes to how they play.
Yeah, potential, especially if they're able to unleash it in the grand finals. But potential, of course, for Red Bull to again get the MVP. It feels like there's only Red Bull, the MVP for Ozja Esports. It's like, guys, where's the rest of them?
Yep, Red Bull, they never, he doesn't want to give away the MVP to everybody else. It's just him to take it over. But when it comes to why he got himself the MVP, every time he got that knockout, it's going to be him to eliminate them as well. He never steals away. It's so hard to see Red Bull not getting those eliminations as how much as he knocked out. It's like the numbers always tally up.
Yeah, I know, right? This guy. And also have to put the fact that he's all-rounder. Like every time he comes out as an MVP, he always gets some assists. There's always obviously knocks, and the damage is pretty nice as well. So he contributes in a lot of different ways for Ozja Esports, and he always survives fairly long as well. But the highlight when it comes to the team, it is a See You Soon X Tiger KE, the team to break the streak from the top 3.
Finally, we have a different names today.
Finally.
The entire day, the same cycle. Oh my god.
Yeah, finally. Oh my goodness. If not, if they keep getting the chicken dinners and only those same teams, we're starting to not have enough of content to talk about them. That's also another thing. But also great to see you soon up here as the chicken dinner winners for this round. And yeah, like what you said, we're definitely going to see them in the grand finals, but it's a matter of how many starting points they'll be able to get as a start by the end of Sunday.
Honestly, from my perspective, with this new format, whoever got themselves the number 1, that will actually make the difference of the head start points. If you're not getting that number 1, the rest is like meh, it's not that much of a difference anyway. But when it comes to this stat of the last map just now, this is one of the highest hill we've had by far.
Wow. Yeah, it is. It is a lot. Man, 112. Hey, wait a second. 11,248. Yeah, that's the right number there.
1,000 really?
yeah. I was like, oh, there's just so many digits. That's how big it is,
Yeah, I think this is the highest by far, and I'm pretty happy with these numbers. It just shows how much progress throughout the entire day. And not just that, it just shows also we have a bit more less early skirmishes. So everybody got a bit more time to loot and have their hands on that first 8. But also when it comes to eliminations, 3 of them got finished off by the blue zone just now. But sadly, surprisingly, this is where a lot of sniper rifles should be in play, but the headshot numbers didn't actually tally up.
They're very generous with the headshot numbers here, but see you soon. It's not generous of letting anyone else getting the chicken dinner. It will be theirs, so it's going to be 70 points. STE 15 points. Austria Esports, among the top 3 teams, they have the most points, 14. So surely will be at number 1. Other than that, MFG 7, pretty okay, but GE only 1.
A couple of zeros, more than a couple of zeros down there. Enigma got 7 AI Esports. Now Enigma, this is going to be one of the worst performance of the day for them here when it comes to this particular map, because it's so hard to see Enigma not having any point at all. Usually before they go down, they will secure at least 1 or 2 elimination points. In this case, I guess it is just not doable for them. But FVE, I'm loving the fact they are actually in the first half page. I mean, we gonna just ignore for a bit when it comes to the overall rankings as well as the league standings. But this is, I feel like, some progress finally being seen over FVE.
Yeah, it is definitely a good round for them. Very entertaining. Hope to see more regardless of whatever the final scores will be for them tomorrow. Overall standings, Austria Esports, they are 12 points away. Not even 12 points. Yeah, 12 points away from MFG. So that's not too big, but still on top is on top, right? Like GE is about 28 points away from Austria Esports. So tomorrow is still a big day for our top 3 teams. For Harami Bros, it's quite fun to catch the number 1.
I think Cloud is a bit cloudy with numbers here today. I think there's going to be only 8 points margin between MFG and Austria Esports.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
It's okay, buddy. I got you.
It's a late night. Yeah, it's getting late.
But it's really just quite a small gap compared to the start of a week if you compare of how they have been progressed to the end of it. Now, I don't think it's doable anymore for Austria Esports to stretch out over 100 gap between the first and second place. It shows that MFG and GE like, hey, we are here too, don't disregard us. And they show that they're capable of doing that.
Yes, and they have been showing that they are not giving up. But regardless whether it's like a 100-point gap or 10-point gap or 1-point gap, if they're still number 1, they're number 1 by the end of the day, then they will get the maximum weekly points. So I'm pretty sure that's good enough for them. It's just that, because the competition behind them is not slowing down, so they cannot slow down as well.
Yep, a point is still a point, and number 1 is still going to be number 1. Regardless of maybe half a point is still gonna make a difference, and a tiebreaker is still gonna make a difference between number 1. Same goes like the chicken just now, but at the same time, I'm hoping See You Soon can actually surprise us when it comes to the grand finals, because we've talked a lot about GE, MFG, and Austria Esports, right? They're always on the rise when it comes to the top 3. What happened if the teams that's not in the top 3 actually get the trophy away this season? Now that's gonna be causing quite a riot for the teams out there.
Yeah, that will be a surprise that we might see next week. But for now, we'll close off the show, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys again tomorrow. Bye.